Hi, Ben here with RQ Utrecht. Joining me is Sylvan, frontman for our Polish delegation. I will say Riftbound superfan, Hussar hype beast. How are we feeling today?
Bro, I'm flattered, you know. Very good. The overall feeling here is insane. A lot of people. Like I would say, this weekend we'll have what, 3,000, 4,000 people in this venue. It's insane. It's insane.
It is absolutely crowded. Everyone is bringing their A game. Not just to this event. You've been bringing your A game for a while, starting in Bologna. Where you From day one. Now, just to kind of, what drives that passion to join all of these events with all the passion that you have?
I can speak just for me that I've been a shotcaster for League of Legends. For me, League of Legends was my whole life, to be fair. My current situation in life is because I was so close with League of Legends. So when I see Riftbound coming, I just decided, like, I love card games, I love League of Legends. It's the two best things for me to be connected. So I just love the people, love the energy, love the game, everything here.
And it's not only coming from you, because every time we see you,
yes,
you are surrounded by Polish brethren and sisters, bringing all of the energy. Is that something inherent to just the Polish community in itself?
Okay, give me this microphone. Give me. I'm not gonna lie. In Poland, Riftbound is like the biggest thing. Everyone's so hyped. We have local tournaments with 100 people. We love to be competitive, we love to play casually, and the fact that I'm surrounded with these people is just because they love to come here and have fun. It's just because of that. But the point is, since day one we heard that Riftbound is coming, Riftbound was hyped up in Poland. We just love that.
I mean, it shows so clearly from the energy you bring, the energy that everyone brings to each and every single event. Now, I mean, whenever you bring up Poland, you have to talk Alan. And you were there in Bologna when he lifted his very first trophy. How did that feel as a spectator to see that happen right in front of you?
No matter the sport, let's say Riftbound is a sport, right?
Yeah.
No matter the sport, we love rooting for our representatives and seeing this GOAT playing in the tournaments, it just gives us this dopamine rush every time. And not only him, we have many talented players. We have Barczek, we have Szychu, we have Sebik that come second in Bologna as well. So Alan is just very prominent tip of an iceberg.
So now that he has not only acquired his first trophy, but his second trophy, and is now hunting for his third, will he get it in Utrecht, his third trophy?
Hear me out. Not only Utrecht. From this spot, I can say that Alan will be the first world champion of Riftbound, right? I can tell you that.
I think it's very clear. He clearly has the support not only from you, but everyone around us. Now, I'm going to have to ask, how many of your friends did you bring along for Utrecht today?
200 people, I think, in total. Here is like, I don't know, maybe 100. There are a lot of people still waiting for the on-demands at this point, coming to the venue. But I think easily, like what, 200 osób Polski, 200 osób, 200 people from Poland at least.
And are they just as passionate as you are?
Podoba wam się Riftbound?
And are they just as passionate about cheering on a potential 3-time champion?
Kibicujemy Alanowi! But of course, other players as well, you know.
We're cheering for everyone in top 8.
Of course.
However, there can be absolutely no doubt about the passion that the Polish delegation is bringing. I'm going to bring it up one more time, guys. How are we feeling?
Wait. Guys, na 3-4, Polska górą. 3-4, Polska górą!
Magic.
Just one last thing.
One last thing.
In Poland right now, we have this thing, onomatopoeia. If you are not going to have a great weekend, not a good tournament, you are going nene. But if you are feeling locked in, if you're feeling prepared, you are going to pach. And this weekend, we are definitely going to pach. Let's go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Everyone, thank you so much for showing up. Absolutely wonderful experience. Best of luck today.
Oh, it is hard not to be hyped with the Polish contingent. Always in the building. Always exciting. James here with Bandit. We do have a few minutes before we get to the next round. So you are going to be stuck with us for just a little bit longer before we get you some more Riftbound. But that was a fun interview.
They are electric. I will say the audio doesn't do justice. When they were in the hall, it was deafening. The entire people were like, are we okay?
Speaking of microphones, shout out to you not giving up the microphone.
Hey.
That's always dangerous when someone's like, give me that microphone. I'm like, no.
I was like 14 when it happened to Shox and Expeke. Never
stealing the mic. Classic moments to learn from.
That is esports history.
It is. It is. And I mean, esports history and history through League of Legends. You heard how passionately they were talking about how much League of Legends means to them. I mean, it's very similar background for myself, where like coming from casting League and being a trading card games fan my entire life and being like, there's a game that's both. This is perfect. And now here we are, 3 RQs in with Riftbound. It's amazing. The community is amazing, though.
It feels so special because it feels like it should be a niche. People that are really into League of Legends and also do card games, and then you enter a hall and it's filled with thousands upon thousands of people who all share that, not so niche any longer.
Yeah, and my favorite thing is, and I'm sure those of you at home that go to your Nexus nights and skirmishes see players that show up and they're like, hey, I'm here because I play League, but I've never played a card game before. Like, can you help me? Can you teach me? And of course you're like, yes, of course I'm going to help you. Yes, I will, get you up to speed with how trading card games work. And you can see how many people have filled our venue here this weekend.
And that is kind of the part that I really, really like, because people can be a little hesitant, like, I kind of want to get started. And the welcoming nature of everywhere I've been is like, here is a deck, take a seat, this is how it goes. So are you familiar with the alphabet, A, B, C, D? Like, it is such a warm experience from head to tail.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of people kind of paying it forward in their Riftbound journey. A lot of people will be like, hey, I cracked a box. I've already got my commons and uncommons that I need from it. I don't need them. So local game community, who needs stuff? Who wants this? Here's a box of like bulk cards that I've already got in my collection. See that all the time. Love the community spirit, interacting with everybody here and in your local game store. It's just so fun. I think some people don't expect it. Some people don't expect to walk into an environment that's super friendly, whereas you're like, no, this isn't solo queue. I don't have to fight anything.
But the internet told me you were all rude.
Everybody is lovely, and everybody here at the RQ is lovely as well. We did have a last couple of matches finishing up at the end of round 4. So, of course, as we go through overtime, we've got to do pairings, got to get everybody at the thousands of PlayStations here, like the setups where you've got your number table, you got to find the exact place to be. Looking around the venue, I'm seeing a lot of Marseille. We've talked about that, and we'll continue on other things. We haven't seen too much in the way of Aurelia in our casts, but we know that there are players in the hall playing Aurelia.
Allegedly.
Which I always think is a very good, like, Swiss portion of the tournament deck. It tends to, in the same way that he does, be quite consistent. Didn't really change too much in this set. So if you owned it in Spirit Forge, you're like, okay, I can play most of the same stuff.
That does kind of hint at that there's another portion in the tournament where Aurelia might do a little worse.
Yeah, it does. Aurelia doesn't necessarily have a lower ceiling, but especially through RQ Lille and Bologna, what we saw was the Aurelias and the Kaisers would beat up on other decks on the Swiss portion, where you'd maybe just win from consistency. But something like an Azir or a Diana, or in Spirit Forge meta of Ezreal, would be like, hey, I can actually outmaneuver, outposition you, outthink you, out-resource you. And Aurelia's like, well, I can move around the battlefields and I can draw cards.
Well, whilst also dominating you and pay 1 mana, it's like, oh, that's a 5 energy might swing. The ceiling is so clear on Aurelia. And to see it perform at the highest level is a humbling experience to be going through. It just has the momentum shifted now.
Yes. There are a couple of Aurelias that show up in our best of the best list, or at least as you go further down the list as well. But you can see a relatively diverse range of legend picks. Of course, there are a couple of names on top of this. We've spoken a lot about Alan. We will speak more about Alan and Prismat as well. We got Diwali, Sandy Sherman, who, of course, with the Rengar, I don't believe is in the building this weekend, is likely gearing up for, I was going to say Houston, but that is time traveling for Houston.
Hartford.
It's Hartford, the other H city, as, Sandy Sherman on that Rengar. And as we go through, one player that I think is noteworthy that isn't quite on this list, we've spoken a little bit to Ghoster Driver, who does have 2 top 8s to his name as well.
He is tenacious in his runs. And every time I do see him pass by again, I was like,
he will always be stuck in my head as the Victor player from back in Bologna that got robbed. I'm telling you, he should. That match, okay. Fine, I'm doing okay. He in my head was always known as the Victor player.
Yeah.
But over the RQs time and time again, he has shown his diversity. He has shown that he has mastered a platitude of decks. And honestly, I'm kind of hedging to see him once again make a deep run.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll keep a track of Ghost of Driver over the weekend. We are only going into round 5 coming up. So if we haven't seen your favorite deck or your favorite player, it's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. As long as they stay in the tournament, that's the thing. You know, it's always fun being in this competitive environment where you can expect big results out of a player, but sometimes it's just not their day. We've seen that from multiple players. Like, we've had tournaments where we're like, well, Alan's going to crush through, and whether it's the draw through the Swiss portion or the matchups that line up, and you're like, oh, Alan didn't make it as far as you would expect, but then comes back to like the next event and wins.
Here's the thing. Despite, and that's not trying to push it all off on that, but these large multi-day tournaments, kind of similar to other knockout style-ish and Swiss-ish tournaments, it demands so much of you, and a single extra loss of just bricking out on your deck or running into that one poor matchup, or you're just a little distracted and not fully in it, a single slip-up can mean the end of a run. And especially in the early portions of the tournament, you have to be very mindful of the fact that you definitely cannot win the tournament in the first few rounds, but you can squander it all.
Yeah, you can miss out on that top 8 spot quite easily with just one, as you said, game where it just doesn't draw. And that's one of the reasons why traditionally in card games, when we look at player performance over a long scale of time, when we're looking at multiple tournaments, and we're talking now into the years, we measure in top 8s. It's not just about wins. We measure in like, okay, this player historically has had 4 top 8s, and that already is an accomplishment in its own right. So as we have more events for Riftbound, I think we'll start to see that balance out of like, hey, this player may not have won, but look at how consistent they've been.
It is really that big picture that is kind of hard to get a real feel of right now, because the big picture is 8-9 months.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though I feel like we've been already through so many phases of both gameplay and events being covered, we're not even a year old. And still, in the early portion of the game where some people would say, the field is a little softer because people are just not as experienced.
Yeah.
And when you do have the resources to really commit, to really start studying, that is when the results get daunting. That is what we are in right now. But I love to see that people are not being scared away by that. We still see people stay true to their own legends and find success on it, and then be celebrated and rewarded for it.
Yeah, you know what? I'm so glad that you're talking about like the number of different decks that we have, the scale of competition and the uniqueness, because there are a lot of unique decks here at RQ Utrecht. We spoke to some of the players about their picks.
Welcome back to Quick Decks at the RQ in Utrecht for Riftbound. Welcome, I'm joined by Jabin. At this format, players are going to have 30 seconds to explain their decks to me. Jabin, what deck are you running?
I am playing Pike, the Blood Harbor Ripper. I'm just really obsessed with this playstyle. I've tried a bunch of decks in Unleashed, but the discard mechanic that Pike really abuses is just too satisfying a loop to play.
That sounds great. I'm gonna start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, core cards of Pike. Obviously, this is the big one, Bewitching Spirit. There's something particularly evil, I think, about making your opponent choose what they want to discard that is so much more fun than, like, Mind Splitter. So that's a really satisfying one. Obviously, Pike, the champion unit. I think a lot of decks, like, the champion unit's kind of an addendum, but this one is really, really significant. Accelerate out, get points like that, steal points, really, really valuable. And I think the last big one for me is Baron Nashor. I think Pike is probably the second best deck behind Diana and playing it, but ramping to this, getting it out, and using it as a win con, really, really...
Stop! Alright, wow, that was really, really loud. Okay, you hit the 30-second mark, so let me summarize this a little bit for you. You like to discard cards from your opponent, you like to bounce those cards, you steal points, you steal their cards in hand, then you bounce them and you do it all again. Is that about right?
That nails it, yeah. Bewitching Spirit, number 1.
All right, we got it. Thank you so much for your 30 seconds of time, Jabin, and we're going back to the action.
I tell you, this is my entire worlds collide, because those of you at home, that may not recognize Jabin, with a name change, by the way, is a European Wild Rift champion. And I cast one of their wins in Wild Rift European Championships. It's everything's colliding. It's great. But the good news is you're back with myself and Bandit, and that means we are closing in on our 5th round of games. Players are getting set up on stage. Great vibes in the arena. That was a Pike deck, which we cast a Pike deck earlier. Very interesting series.
I like a deck that has many options available to it, because I feel the skill expression in a deck that is time and time given options to adapt to the situation that is unfolding in front of them allows for a game sense to be rewarded, where you will always have to, all right, maybe I can't win from here on, from through this point, but losing the minimum in a great many situations should feel like winning, making your opponent pay the absolute most for winning a single showdown. Don't want to call back constantly, but round 1.
Yeah.
Right? Over-investing into a single showdown only to be left exhausted. That is what a Pike deck can do so well. Kind of bait you forward, like, oh, maybe if you had one more pump spell, you might live. Oh, one more pump spell? No.
You were saying, earlier we were talking about the Aurora matchup, and you were like, Aurora players, every time... How did you put it about the drawing cards?
So when you're not finding Aurora, you either have 2 options available to you. You can either play for the non-Aurora game, just hard cast the Mind Splitter, or you keep digging. And well, it turns out that 99% of Aurora players stop digging for Aurora when it's right on top of their deck. So don't be part of that group.
You are the worst kind of player when I'm sat across the table at Aurora, hating that I haven't won. You're like, keep digging. Come on.
It's almost there,
keep
buddy.
Digging. And then I'm the worst kind of player that's like, hey, I'm playing Aurora. We're just playing a friendly at that point.
Like tying a stick in front of you on a string, the Aurora, like, I'm always out of reach.
As I said earlier, I've swapped to Vex. I enjoy making decisions more so than on curve ramp into my deck doing everything for me. So I think I'm officially parking Aurora for now. I'm a little contrary as well, so I'm like, other people are playing it. I don't want to play that deck right now.
You do have the out though. It's like, no. I'm not a slave to the meta. It's market research. I'm just doing science, guys. Trust me.
Exactly. I hope we're doing some weird science in this next round, because when we were looking at the decks that were still in the tournament, I think the moment that we start hitting 4-0 in that round is where we might start seeing some fun stuff make a run. We get a lot of the meta decks that reach this point, and we're like, okay, cool. We're going to see Master Yi, we'll see Aurelia, we'll see... we'll see some LeBlancs as well throughout the rest of the day, I think.
Now.
I think we will. I think there's enough good players in the room that some should be making...
I mean, was it like 8% of the field?
Yeah, it was up there. It was one of it was on the first half of the graphic, so...
And, I mean, if you're talking about decks that have a plethora of decisions, LeBlanc has to be up there.
Yeah, as we are... Sorry, I was just getting the word that we are coming up soon with our matchup, but it is essentially the point I was going to go back to at the beginning, apologies, Bandit, is that now is where we start building the stories of our best-ofs. Because if someone's 4-0 on a unique pick, you start getting towards that moment of like, hey, a 6-0 is like you're really close to guaranteeing that being in contention for a best-of.
For just some frame of reference, right? On certain legends, I think it was either Sydney, for instance, 4 wins on either the Rumble or the Jin was enough to secure your best-of. So we are getting into the point where you will be looking over your shoulder, making sure that your closest competitor, what are they doing? All right, they won as well. Or maybe one more win will pull me across the line. Let's hope they get matched up into like Alan or something. Really?
Yeah, let's hope they get paired up, like way up. That's always the case, as we are going into this matchup. So the player names are swapped, but we have, would you believe it, a Jin that is 4-0. If you could write that storyline any better,
I'm glad we got such talented writers here working for us. Now, I do have a very important question. So, Jin 4-0, very good. However, does that mean he's at his peak right now, or this is the reload game?
That's really good. Probably reloading. Game 4 was the big hit, and now we're like, oh, okay. It's that awkward spot where you're running around in lane, not doing anything, and hoping that it reloads quick
Just
enough.
a little more, guys. I'm almost, trust me, it's going to be really good again.
On the other side, we do get a LeBlanc. As we were saying, it's one of those matchups that with today we're expecting to see one of those decks, I should say, expecting to see some presence of. Whether it does enough different things to compete with the top decks like a Diana, and in some respects the way that Yi plays, I'm not 100% sure. We haven't seen it quite enough performing at the top tables.
There's different schools of thought regarding the LeBlanc, and they can't seem to get to a unified deck. Was like, no, this is the best one. With on one end you got the baited hook LeBlanc players, with a fanatic following.
I was going to say they are quite like decided between themselves that they know best.
They are
and
certain of their righteousness.
Hook is the best version of LeBlanc to them, and there is no arguing with them. Then
like missionaries. Have you heard of the great word of baited hook LeBlanc? No? Let me tell you. You got an hour?
The baited hook emissaries at that point. The other side of the argument is just the standard version, which is just like a little bit more like, hey, I'll just play Rift Herald.
Which is still incredibly powerful.
Way, yeah. So it's interesting. Whether the consistency is there, I think, is a really interesting conversation that we'll have to look at as we go into the game. But definitely, it's one of those ones. Every so often, you get a deck that has a couple of different flavors, and this is one where there are those two big schools of thought. And until we see the deck lists, eventually we won't actually be able to tell you which one of the two it is. But we will get there before we actually get to our featured match.
So, in this case, right? I think LeBlancs are there. Cool.
Yeah.
But maybe, I mean, you told us before, you are aware of the Jin player. You've had some back and forth.
Yeah.
To stay on theme, could you lift a bit of the curtain for us?
I can, and I will. So Jibs, who's playing Jin, is a UK content creator. So I had the pleasure of meeting him at many events. I believe he was actually in Bologna, like placed around the 70th mark, so a little bit just outside top.
I mean,
64.
that is a good showing.
Yeah, has competed at that level of day 2 performance. In the Jin world, it's not a deck we see very often.
World, like street.
Is in the Jin community.
There are dozens of them, guys.
There's 4 of them. Essentially, what the deck does is you have to play through the early game, weather the storm a little bit early on until the point where you can hit 12 runes, which is a long way into the game, to be quite fair. But the moment that you hit 12 runes, you essentially have a loop of spells on your turn that allows you to use 12 energy. And then what happens is the 4th spell that you cast is going to end up putting the spells into the trash.
Yes,
you get
to get banished.
What you do is you float 4 power by recycling 4 runes, because before the Jin ability happens, you will draw 4 readied runes. It is one of the only abilities that I can think of in the game that is readied runes. And essentially, you then have 4 and 4, and you get to spend 16 energy in a turn. And then you can do it again the next turn. So the whole point is, like, you play big spells like Unchecked Power, you play, I think some Jins are playing Time Warp, that type of thing. So you just are having these massive turns if you get there. And that's a big if.
I love this brew because it feels like it really captures the mind of a Jin, which is, well, a daunting thought to be visualizing. But if you go like through like the cinematics and he's like setting up all these convoluted traps and you walked right into my plan, building up to a massive encore almost.
Yeah.
The absolute climax
I love that you're calling it encore.
of the play where it all comes together. That is what you need.
If it's not already called that, that's what I'm going to call that ability. That's so good. That is so good.
The one thing I will say, I've seen a certain obvious lack of red Jins being played. Whenever red Jin gets to move, first of all, he has to deflect by himself. Whenever he moves, you get an energy, you get a power to be spending. I've played against this card, and every time I'm like, that's a good card to be running. And if I could be a fly on the wall for Prismatism and why he's not playing the Jin, that would be such an interesting thought.
Well, I have an interesting follow-up for you. That this
Friends
chosen
with the fly.
champion is Jin Meticulous Killer, the blue Jin, that reads, if you spent 4 or more to play a spell this turn, play it for a blue recycle. No copies in the main deck of red Jin that does the getting extra energy for spells. It does the deck archetype on its own reads a little bit outside of what you might expect the meta to have. There's things like Falling Star in there, cards like Rocket Barrage in the main deck, because it allows you to deal with Dazzling Aurora, that type of thing. We'll take a look at the deck list.
That used to be the answer.
Exactly.
From like Ezreal and the likes.
A lot of these cards have been meta at some point. But right now, in the meta that we're in, with the way that we have a lot of Master Yi, we have a lot of counter spells, that kind of thing, here is the deck list for you.
Feast your eyes.
Feast your eyes on the deck list, including the signature spell Curtain Call, which has so many modes on it, you have to remember. You're going to pay for each of them with a repeat cost.
Yes.
So you can either draw 1, deal 2 to a unit at the battlefield, deal 3 to a unit at the base, or give a unit at the battlefield -4 this turn. I know a lot of people end up just drawing a card off this. they're like, it's expensive, but I just need to draw a card.
Sometimes, but that is the cost you should be paying for flexibility, right?
Yeah.
Options come at a cost. Now, this is the part of the ring where you're even more happy you're not playing against the Yi. Because if you fully invest into your signature spell, it can still get the fight.
Right.
And then you will cry yourself to sleep.
There's a lot of other things to get through the early game and help the economy. Of course, we have like the Plundering Paro in there. We have some ways to create sprites early on. So the early game is just about creating your economy so you can get to 12.
But there is a problem here.
Okay.
That is glaring to me.
Sure.
Because when a LeBlanc gets the ball rolling,
Yes.
it feels rather unstoppable.
That's fair.
And if you want to stop a LeBlanc, usually you're fielding the gusts, so you can stop them conquering. You can stop them holding. Once they have a foot in the door, they're like vampires. Like once they're in, they're not going out till
Do you have to invite LeBlanc in, or is she allowed?
She was already in your house. She mimicked as a chair.
So it is baited hook version of LeBlanc. So our first time casting a LeBlanc game, I know that we have seen them obviously in other regions. So we'll be looking to guide our way through this. That is a little bit of a problem for a deck that is trying to get late. Baited Hook is one of these decks that is like, hey, I want to cheat my way to late game in the mid game. I want to get there as fast as possible by, killing a reflection token and saying, yeah, okay, I'm just going to get that bigger might unit, and suddenly I'm in the game. I have massive amount of cards, and I'm able to kind of get the payoff.
Is it then a positive note that you are also possibly facing an Aspirant's Climb, which might inadvertently also benefit the Jin a little bit more?
Because we're drawing the game longer? Yeah, potentially.
I mean, it'll come as no... we're actually starting out with Aspirant's Climb from Jin's side.
Just
no
saying,
surprises.
let's go late.
I think the longer LeBlanc can hold off on committing to Aspirant's Climb, the better it will be.
And I will say, I'm looking at like pre-board, the main board. There's not a lot of like instant speed reaction speed interaction to be able to deal with things like the reflection token. You said about Gust from Chaos being able to deal with things, but we are in to game 1 of this series.
And then we're looking for priorities, right? We're looking for goals to set throughout the early game.
Yeah.
And then as a LeBlanc, you need to get on these battlefields ASAP. From there on, you can start snowballing. You can start to see every little bit of card in your deck. You need to get there.
Yeah.
And from what it looks like, it doesn't seem that Jin can offer much resistance throughout that early game. Can he overtake early enough before it gets out of hand?
It's a really good question. It's genuinely a good question that I'm going to be honest. This is one of these times where I'm not even going to pretend that I know the direct answer to that. I'm going to say we haven't seen Jin versus LeBlanc at this kind of level of play on a featured match.
You haven't prepped for Jin? And
I've done my preparation, but I can't.
Not the meta Jin. I forgot as well. Oh, no. And honestly, that is the beauty of the game. You can't be prepared for every single interaction. And that is also the power that a Jin brings. Because as you're sitting down to the Blanc, you have absolutely no idea what to expect here. Somehow, they haven't been defeated yet.
Yeah. So an interesting, I don't know whether it was a keep or off the mulligan to have the unchecked power in hand. We have curtain call, 2 curtain calls actually. But I feel like the beginning of this game is mostly just going to be
A5,
how do
energy,
I not
Or a curtain call, do 3 damage and draw 1.
Okay.
3 damage and draw 1.
Very
How
agreeable
do I
LeBlanc.
not spend too much early on? How do I not recycle as much as possible in order to stay in the game?
I like
Balls.
that. I like framing Jin as an avid couponer.
And I will recycle
Just going through the pamphlets. Oh, yes,
1, 2, 3, 4. You go
And I think this is a matchup. We may very well end up listening in to the comms a little bit more than we would
I will
normally.
recycle.
Just 'cause we don't-
want to play this.
Always get it.
2. No, I'll pass.
So Plundering Pro generates the gold. That'll help with that economy on the staying in the game up until 12. That's always the problem with these
resolution of the
things.
spell.
Yes, so as long as I've paid 4 energy for a spell this turn, it doesn't have to be immediately after I play the spell. It's
Okay.
this turn, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that, again, as I said, coming into it, the Chosen Champion can be played for 1 blue recycle, as long as it is... I think, in fact, we're talking about the Legend
Five and
ability,
my second
where it's paying for it this turn. A little bit of a... The numbers of 4 getting our wires crossed.
For
before
sure.
this.
What strikes me as a little odd is that despite
Draw.
the seemingly blossoming economy on the side of Noxus here,
Yeah.
with LeBlanc,
2.
there's not a lot of assets on the field just yet. And partially because of the Jin's intervention that are coming through time and time again. But you kind of have to pick through it. And even if you get the baited hook
Cards in
out,
hand?
you get that card rolling.
The best.
Once you're a Jin main,
Iconic.
you really count in 4s only. I think it's good to revisit the Legend ability. One thing that I was chatting with Jibs about is the way of representing the number of spells that have been banished by the Jin Legend ability. Jibs will layer them under the Jin Legend just for posterity, just to say, hey, look, here's 1 so far.
Clear game state.
Yeah, exactly.
A curtain call into the Watchful Sentry.
Sure.
Because it dies, Death Knell trigger... not Death Knell, the kill trigger, get a gold.
And they draw 1.
Yes.
And there we go, second spell. Again, once it's more than 4, we'll get tucked under.
I will pay 2 for a Noxus Hopeful. Trigger Star Spring on the Poro.
Of course.
Sorry. And then move here to Conquer.
I would say this early game has been as clean as you could envision it from this point.
I'm
Dealt
left in
with the
awe.
units.
I'm thoroughly enjoying what I'm seeing on screen because when it's presented to you in this way, all I am kind of left is like, well, yeah, when you play it like that, it makes a lot of sense that this is working, that you're 4-0.
Here.
And
And Vision the top card.
Gets to use a gold token to pay for the Jin from the Chosen Champion zone.
but
Gets to view the top.
we do have to make it. We have to start making an impact right now.
Sure.
Because that Glass Mythologist is ready to go.
Yeah.
And
Keep.
I can't help
And-
but notice that still the field of LeBlanc remains a bit barren.
Yeah, it's quite empty for now. Now, of course, LeBlanc can go from, especially with Rift Herald, can go from empty battlefield to I'm going to create a token, sacrifice it, draw 2, play a bunch.
And they have exactly that, and so there won't even the pure need to conquer right now is more of a suggestion.
Yes.
At the very moment.
Yeah. So it could easily kind of surprise out of nowhere from the mirror images and that type of approach from the LeBlanc.
Yeah, and not committed to the champion yet, which is usually something we come out quite quickly. All right, the showdown starts.
As a reminder, we're in a closed deck list tournament situation.
Out 1. I trigger
So-
my Deceiver. And I think I will discard. I need the blade.
The reason I bring that up is you might not know about Jin. Like, you might not have the deck list dialed into your head. So you're like, they have one energy available. What could that be?
I think that the Jin deck might be even a better hidden deck than Teemo.
Because no one knows what's in it. Yeah, that's very fair. So Rift Herald will come down. Not as much impact this time, but that reflection, of course.
When it starts moving,
Yeah, there's going to be a big
in the game, not joking.
bump of units coming soon from the LeBlanc side of things. Of course, Rift Herald, when it does end up having the Death Knell effect trigger, and that does work, of course, off reflection of Rift Herald. So, yeah.
here
Is
is
7 might, yeah?
where you really have to move yourself into the shoes of Supramonte here.
Okay.
You are in the dark.
Yeah.
You are just kind of guessing what will happen next. It's so hard to anticipate what will transpire afterwards. And even though LeBlanc decks are in certain situations content just playing their own game, the baited hook version is a lot more interactive.
Yeah. So Consult the Past takes us to 3 spells banished. Now, this is it kind of becomes about the math on the other side of this, is you'll get 4 readied runes, but that would only leave you with 5 total energy at this point on this turn if you were to end up doing it. I know Jibs was telling me earlier that you kind of want to get to 12, and then you're essentially having 16 energy in a turn, which...
You mean to tell me that timing is everything?
It certainly is. Having a Time Warp helps with that as well. But there is a Curtain Call in hand, so it has a little bit of that, versatility.
And, I mean, just to ponder into the future a bit, the unchecked power already acquired.
I will play a Curtain Call. I'll pay 5 and
You're
1
committing.
Yeah.
power. So I'll use the gold. And I will not trigger Jin with it. So I will not banish it. I'll do -4 and 2 damage and draw a card.
Really importantly, there is a may in Jin.
Resolve.
Okay, draw.
The text says you may banish it if you meet the condition.
Put this one back here.
Okay.
Because the second half of that is
back home, and I
then
will pass.
do the effect. If you banish,
So
the effect goes on the chain.
this one is gone. And that may let effect. I have this one in base. But I can play it in here to hold 1.
Is this correct? You still...
It should be correct, because when the mixologist Death Knell... Oh, wait, that's if we're in a showdown, right?
So I'm up to
No, it's
points.
hot for... Yeah, it's correct. Death Knell complaint.
What I am sensing
Untapped.
from Supramonte currently is cautiousness.
I don't make a copy.
Like, because, and then now we are assuming things here. Because it's so hard to make sense of the situation in front of you, and you're in untrodden waters.
Yeah.
You have to check everything double. Like, I don't want to
Yeah.
be caught with my pants down.
Yeah, and as you said, so much of it is about timing as well. So, Rift Herald.
3 cards. And I pick Avi.
Yep, you can put a unit
1 shuffle.
to hand, reveal. We did see a baited hook.
If you get to the bottom of your deck, we've done something wrong.
That's very true.
I will like to conquer the
Yep, I've already put you as point 3. Yep.
3 and use the Deceiver effect. I discard Sorin Scout. I play.
I do want to bring some attention to
7.
the fact that we are nearing
And
that
then
critical
we'll-
point for the Jin,
Yeah,
where we are hitting that 10, 11, 12 energy.
and there's something actually to say. We might be playing into Jin's hand here. If most of the units, like the Rift Heralds, are stacked on the battlefield, and there aren't enough units in hand to fulfill the Death Knell effect of the Rift Heralds, this unchecked power is going to decimate the game plan that LeBlanc has.
And in contrast to the Yi, LeBlanc loves overloading her battlefield.
Yeah.
All aboard the hold down the battlefield train.
And
How many cards in hand? 3.
3.
Oh, there is a Karthus as well. Oh, of course, Starspring with the Ruined Rex allows the Rift Herald to be pulled back, I believe. Our players were just going through it. So there are options here.
And you got to keep in mind,
You can't move from 4.
Sorry? Yeah.
That's the downside of being a Jin player is your opponent thinks everything's funny about 4 too. You get for the rest of the game, everybody's going to joke about 4. Oh,
I
that's
have more energy this turn, so I need to think ahead. So I'm at 11 with this is theoretically potentially 15.
and so the plotting begins.
15 energy in Riftbound. How does that happen? That's not a multiple of 4. It's not the turn. Pack it in.
And when either of these dies, you play a unit from hand, correct?
Yeah.
And it triggers twice because of this.
Exactly.
So, to be fair, the chances of his opponent having enough units in hand to fulfill... it would be unchecked power on the battlefield, so the one in base isn't going to be affected at this current state. Now, the question is, does Jibs test it by, for instance, singularitying? Do you then, if he's at 11, singularities...
How many cards in hand?
That would leave him with 5. He would have 9 energy on the other side of a singularity once Jin resolves. So
can do
you
one.
could singularity and uncheck power in the same turn, which is disgusting when you think about that.
Yeah, I'd rather not, to be honest, but I do have to. Here, this is why the early game is so disastrous for LeBlanc.
Yeah.
As we said, she needs to kind of get that head start, but Jin, with the curtain calls.
I think if you singularity, you have to singularity the Karthus as well. I think it has to be the Rift Herald and the Karthus, because the Karthus otherwise is going to double, for instance, the Ruined Rex Death Knell trigger, and that'll pop
When
your
the Death Knell, where can you play the unit? Is it anywhere?
Only in base.
Only in base, okay.
For this one, only in base.
Okay, so Jib's just double checking
I know you have a
exactly the
Vi.
location.
And maybe something else. Okay, I will start with a Singularity.
Mm-hmm.
I will pay gold and a power. No, I'll pay 2. I'll just pay the power because
The reason is you'll get 4 runes when Jin triggers.
Ready.
You want
and
them
then
ready.
just a
Using
chain to
gold
it.
here is...
I'll play a Stupefy on this.
Okay, you can resolve the Stupefy. You
And
can
resolve the
one,
Stupefy, draw 1, and then
And then you hit.
Yep.
Those will die.
It's happening.
then I will trigger Jin.
I have the effect on stack, if you want.
Which effect?
So the Death Knells.
Yes, the Death Knell.
I think that does that go first, or do I do this first? Because I think they die, then I do the Jin. So I don't think it's not. This isn't reaction speed.
Is it when you play the spell?
Yeah, I've banished it.
But for it to play it, of
Yeah,
course, it has to resolve.
this is a good question of when does playing a spell count as playing a spell with regards to resolution when both things would put...
It makes no difference to me, but I was
Okay.
just asking.
So I will play Vi, and I.
And then I will float 1 blue energy, blue power, and then float the blue power, and then channel the energy. So I have 1 blue power floating. Oh, sorry.
For that,
Not energy, power. Yeah, power.
I
Yeah,
trust
so-
you because I didn't.
Yeah. So I can float in reaction to this.
Yes, so with the trigger on the chain, you float
And then
a
draw- do I
power,
draw? I drew for
By
Stupefy, but not for
recycling.
this. So I'll draw for that.
and then you play 4 readied runes, and
have
now you've
2,
essentially
4,
cheated out 4 extra
1
energy
power.
with an extra floating power. Oh, 2 unchecked power in hand. Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? You've got to... Looking at the other options, you can't time warp. Rocket Barrage doesn't get it done.
Situation 6 or okay.
But does it get enough value?
I think we just
I think we uncheck power and clear out those battlefields and say, if you've got more, give me more.
one of the power and then just recycle 1, and then these tap out.
And
Okay.
that is the other side, right? Because you have to exhaust all your own
Die,
units.
Yeah.
It's hard to be a cleanup crew
They're
afterwards.
both the same. Yeah.
And I have 1 runes from.
And now,
That's it.
no Rift Herald effect because there wasn't a
I
unit in hand.
will-
And here is the point why we continuously heard Jibs ask for cards in hand.
Yeah.
Because sure, this is not the most valuable unchecked power, but with the information that they cannot rebuild, they have no cards in hand.
The other information is
Little.
with the singularity,
Sorry.
you kind of made sure you
Yeah,
pulled
yeah,
one unit out of hand, and you know you're saying you're not going to have more. You
11.
can't have more. There's not going to be more back there. Now there is a dignitary off the top, but it's 2 mirror images, a dignitary, and I believe LeBlanc Chosen Champion is still there. Yes, it is still in the Chosen Champion zone. So it is not that LeBlanc is
will go in.
totally out of units, but going from having double Rift Herald and Karthus in play to now having your building units is not where you want to be.
I'm enjoying every moment of what's happening right now, but I do have to be critical. Sure. Are we seeing what we saw with the Pike, where we see a lot of fireworks, we see a lot of backflips,
Remember, I'm a magpie.
and I am easily entranced by that.
Sure, yeah.
On the bottom line, I don't feel all that bad in the as the LeBlanc currently.
Okay,
And
that's
then
fair.
Jin is it to me. There's a lot of resources still in hand.
Yes,
But
yeah.
we need to see him
done.
capitalize,
Copy.
and this might be the last leg that LeBlanc is standing on.
Yeah, and now Supermonte gonna go back to conquer both battlefields. We know there's another unchecked power in hand. Now the question is, where's the value at?
3 up, yeah? How
Like,
many cards in hand? 1.
1.
where is the value? Is it a case of I just need to keep wiping my opponent's board,
3
like
might
keep
and
it down, or is it that okay, no, I need to get better units with this unchecked power than a couple of 3 might units here and there?
Because we are reloading once again.
Yeah,
Right? We just had our big musical play right in front of
Encore.
us. the big encore. And now we are in
I guess it's actually crescendo, but
repetitions again.
Yeah. Yeah. Now we're in that situation where we're going through the motions. Feels like unchecked power is overkill here when you got 2 might, a 1 might, and a 1 might. I feel like it's not worth clearing it out. You can actually do it manually at this point now that I'm looking at the board state fully. Now that like assessing it card for card, I'm like, no, that genuinely you just keep that in hand, I think, for now and just go through the motions of picking pieces apart. The problem is Jibs doesn't really have units himself. So actually building back into this game and conquering at a pace that is good is going to take a couple turns.
6.
And the time is starting to tick as we're doing the math that goes above 4. Didn't know that was legal.
Like a metronome.
And, nice. When the time starts to tick, you are in a situation as Jin where you can now get multiple 4-cost spells off in a turn.
Yeah.
Will that be enough to get a second usage of the Jin Legend of? Because that is really what they're looking for right now.
Yeah, I mean,
preferably chain it with a time warp as well.
Yes, yeah. Importantly, that's the other thing is you
I get
you
1
get
and draw 1.
Because if you manage to do that and you manage to stay on, then suddenly you can start threatening the game.
Yeah, you can,
From
yeah.
from like 4 or 5 points even.
absolutely you can, and that's the thing is the unchecked power counts as the first one again in the next loop. So you need 3 spells that are going to cost above 4. So it's a deck we don't see too often at the competitive level, but it really does make you have to think in a different way to how that this game is going to play out.
This deck is rarer than an Irelia Plated Legend. I'm just gonna. This is a true 1 of 1 in the world.
On the
Wow, we're thematically appropriate with the Deadly Flourish, a card that I'm pretty sure no other deck plays, which Deadly Flourish is going to be deal 3 to an enemy unit. When it dies its turn, play gold gear token exhausted. Thank you, team,
Riptide
behind the
Rex.
scenes.
Target this.
Riptide Rex on top is going to be enough to clear out more units. And again, didn't need to use the unchecked power, of course, because you had enough utility in hand. That's 2 cast.
And I will trigger
So,
Wait, and the copy is the copy of the... Of what?
it was
Okay.
the...
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
I will trigger the Star Spring, move this back.
when Jibs goes to the next turn, can afford to play
I will
2 spells and then get a crescendo, encore, whatever we're calling it again, the legend ability to pay off. So at this point, it's a game of just keeping Supermonte down in units and down in card draw. This is one of the things that the LeBlanc deck can struggle with. The card draw in this deck relies on having units to sacrifice, or Hidden Blade, or whichever version of your, I'm going to kill a unit of my own and I'm going to draw for it.
Like any engine, you need that spark.
Yeah.
To keep the cycle going of
You are at 5.
Yeah.
light up the fuel,
Let me try to go in.
Which, when you have a soaring scout,
Yeah, you come exhaust.
you can just kill that and get a rune and draw, like with a sacrifice or something. Oh, sorry, sacrifice wouldn't necessarily work. But you can see the point that I'm making. When you're using expendable units, it's easy. When none of your units are expendable anymore, it becomes a lot more tricky.
Mike, that's 3 Vice in your hand against a deck that is really not all that interested in contesting you on the battlefields. And that is kind of what I meant. In the early game, we saw the turning gears of
The
LeBlanc
internet's losing it over seeing a Riptide Rex.
get gunked up by a curtain call here. We're nipping away at your chest there.
Uh-huh.
And keeping them at an arm's length. And now they really can start threatening the game.
Ruined Rex, an oldie but a goodie. Don't see him too often anymore, but here we do. And you make a valid point about the Vise as well, because so much of it, you don't want to play him out. You don't want to like put him in base, because so much of it is the ambush with the stun. Like, so how do you actually balance what comes next for Supramonte? I will still say, Supramonte has done a good job of staying in the game for this point, and still could very well look to take it. I think this is an odd game state to be in. We don't typically find ourselves in.
Made a mistake. I want to play a V in my priority.
Second one. Yep.
Okay, so while Supramonte has priority, use the ambush ability.
I will make
Stun comes through. There is the Vi that we're talking about in hand. Now has 2 Vi's.
one of those.
If Vi stands for violence, I'm not quite sure what 2 Vi stands for.
That's a lot of Vi.
You know what punching first and asking questions while punching gets you? Unchecked power. In this situation, because I feel
Get
like
this man in a writing room right now.
that could be where Jibs is going with this. 3 Vi's? Pretty good target.
Might, yeah.
For unchecked power. 15 might, yeah.
And despite that, here's the thing: you're just so not ready for
Second unchecked power. So
a second unchecked powder, or just what you have to keep in mind as well. You're not really anticipating
I'm at 5, you're at 6, yes?
a time warp as well as
Yeah.
as an optional win
I
theory
will
here.
play
do you move?
check power.
Okay, I was going to ask, do you move the sentry first to
I
score the
will-
point? But you're on 5, so actually 5 is the same as
Sacrifice?
6.
On one of them.
Because you're going to 9. Typically, if you're trying to hit that point to win the game, you care about being
Can
2
resolve?
away.
Does this resolve? Yeah, I have no interrupt. Yeah.
So sacrifice
Yeah,
is going to resolve.
Okay.
Jibs is going to... Ooh.
And that is a lot more impactful
Yeah.
than you might want to give
Okay.
it credit for.
5 for a
fact-
sprite burst.
Sure.
Right, we're coming
thinking
through.
on the trigger for this.
Yep.
He has the option to banish it and trigger
I
Jin.
will
Yeah.
But
not trigger the Jin.
Okay. Doesn't trigger it. Is just looking to jump to 7. This tells you it's the setup for a time warp next turn.
I will move here. Pass.
Okay.
And 6. And I will go here.
Goes to 7. Gets to
And pass.
essentially game point. Like that tipping point where you can get up to 9. Supramonte has to think, okay, I have a
yellow.
watcher. I don't really want to do it to put it on a battlefield, but I kind of have to. I've seen big spells. Now, can we afford time warp? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, we can afford a time warp on the next turn if your Jibs side. So, Supramonte, you have to have that in the back of your mind, right? You have to think, I'm seeing a lot of blue, I'm seeing big spells, surely it's there.
I'm not sure if that is that obvious when you're in that
No,
position.
I'm not saying it's obvious.
No, but
Certainly
like,
not obvious. But when you're
it
thinking,
takes a while for my mind to wander off to like, oh, maybe the time warp.
to be fair, Time Warp has been out of meta for a while. We used to have
Pretty
Time
much
Warp
since, like,
in
Origins and
Origins.
Ezreal.
Yeah, exactly. Like we were playing Draven in Spirit Forge, and we were playing like big units in the tail end of Spirit Forge.
Minority Mage.
And here is also the moment where
What, sorry? The Rex.
Aspirant's Climb is
Okay.
really beneficial to Jibs.
And I will
Because it's
go
keeping Supramonte out of threatening the game.
there.
Yep.
Yes.
Us.
Importantly, the Ruined Rex. Now, if there's a way of
7, yeah.
killing this
Trigger my
Ruined
Destiny
Rex
there.
reflection, taking out one of the units, and it's going to force Jibs
Vi.
at least to play a unit before the time warp turn, which then comes down to the economy of like how many do you have. Although I guess no, you just go to one battlefield, time warp, and hold, and then you get a winning point. I'm talking complete rubbish.
Or you could like get the sprites out again.
Yeah, if you have it. Yeah, exactly. That's some big battlefields.
You can go.
Surely there won't be a third unchecked power, right?
Wasn't in hand last time we saw it. And we've seen on the deck list there isn't. So, is there enough to go over the top? There's a Frigid Touch in hand, which I'm pretty sure if you repeat
no,
it,
it doesn't
counts
matter. Okay.
as spending 4. So you can Frigid Touch the 6 might reflection token on Aspirant's Climb, go in to conquer that battlefield, hope that everything is
Tapped out,
okay
yeah.
with the one
One open.
energy that's up.
Okay, I will pay 2, 4 for Frigid Touch on this twice,
Okay.
repeated.
Okay.
And then I will trigger Jin, and I will float 4 blue power when I have the. Okay. Does it matter the minus? I guess it doesn't matter. And then trigger the 4 energy and draw.
Okay.
Now it's all about getting onto the battlefield.
Yeah, as a reminder, that reflection is -4 as well. Thank you very much to Super Monty. For,
A single one will do.
yeah, one battlefield plus time warp.
And you're just so left in the dark here, as LeBlanc.
Are there enough runes? I
Okay.
swear I counted.
I will die, I think.
Because you're
And my detonal trigger shoots 4 to.
Yep. I will go here. Pass.
I don't have sacrifice. Okay.
I don't win. I just go to 8.
I know, but you have time.
Yeah, I have time one. Yeah.
Oh, I don't win now, but I do win when I reveal the time warp from hand. Super Monty knowing
But
that
I
the
don't
time
have
warp was
a-
there anyway, trying to set up.
the presence of mind is there. And oh my god, that felt like such a hard fought win.
From both sides, I've got to be honest, that was like getting right into things. You can see Super Monty could see the pace of the game and how it was going. Very funny, but very like in it. You can tell even there in an unorthodox matchup saying, oh no, I think I can tell. If you can get through one of my battlefields, you have time warp.
And you gotta remember, word travels fast at a regional qualifier.
yeah.
People talk, and let me tell you, if you just lost to the Jin that was 3-0, you bet your bottom dollar that you are spewing that to anyone who will hear that. Now, the question that has to be on the mind: how do you start sideboarding against this?
Good question. You haven't brought many.
I feel like you have to
abilities
lower
and
the curve.
spells to. Yeah.
You have to move the timeline and not allow the Jin to get this second usage of the legend to the battlefield.
Yeah.
And to add on top of it, we haven't seen a lot of baited hooks, but is that even the plan still? Because usually when you're going into baited hook, like, oh, I want to get big dragons that will shoot your units.
Yeah.
And Jin is like, yeah, sure. Which one? Oh, the one might or the Noxus hopeful.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not that impactful, where with LeBlanc you're usually supposed to get these blowout results, and we saw them almost get there with all the Rift Heralds, a dream scenario, and it was still not enough.
Wouldn't surprise me to see things like Falling Star come in. We haven't actually shown the player's deck list, the sideboard on stream. There is a card I want to talk about if it comes in. I will not mention it now. I think for the benefit of players in a closed
for
deck
the
list
integrity.
environment,
Yeah.
I think I will not actually talk about a card until we see it. But you have to imagine direct damage comes in, anything else that can keep track of the units, like hold anyway of LeBlanc with an open board, you'd imagine would be good. I can't believe we just
They're still
win a
going
game
for
on
their
stream.
options as we're sideboarding, because I mean you really have to be in the moment. at this point and think
Yeah.
on your feet. And that is what the regional qualifiers, to me, are all about. How do you handle the 4-0 Jin in round 5? and is that just a bump in the road?
Yeah, meanwhile, this was Super Monte's main deck. So you're saying let's lower the curve a little.
Yeah.
So much of this deck, you want to, I imagine you want to keep the Shaolin. I must admit, I've not actually played LeBlanc enough myself to like have the meat and potatoes of the deck in my muscle memory. But I feel like, you know, if you're playing the baited hook, then you kind of have to leave the things like the Rift Herald in as that mechanism. Even though they're the high energy units, you still need them as a gear, as like the ramp.
In the past, around Spirit Force, we saw baited hook Fioras.
Sure, yeah.
And they had the option to sideboard out the baited hook package and go for a more mid-range strategy. I was very fond of that.
Okay.
The LeBlanc, however, doesn't have that luxury. They are
Right.
way more committed to the baited hook package because it is so powerful and it is kind of the catch-all in 99% of
Yeah.
the matches when you're facing other Vice, Kaises. There's a lot of value to be had in that regard. But for me, the battlefields are still pretty fortunate. You still have the Heath to start ganking over so you can make use of your reflections to get onto the other battlefields just a tad bit
Right.
quicker. Make sure that, well, at least we'll be playing for 8 points in game number 2.
Yeah, that is a good point. Those are two adjustments if we do see, Windswept Hillock. And we will get Jib's Battlefield update as well. Frozen Fortress, this changes the pace of the game quite drastically. Having the ganking ability with the tokens plus only going to 8 is huge.
Same.
Which they'll need.
Yeah.
Because tick tock, there's only 27 minutes left on the clock. This can still be a draw, despite. We're supposed to be unbiased. I'm rooting for this Jin actively.
we
I can't even hide it.
We are unbiased. I will say, bringing something else that we don't often see to the field, and that is a Frozen Fortress, which is the battlefield that deals 1 damage to all the units that are there at the beginning of each turn. It is not just the active player, like the person whose battlefield it is, or the person who controls it. It is every single turn. So things like Soaring Scout cannot go to Frozen Fortress because yes, you'll get the death knell effect, but the whole point of this deck is you want the original unit there in order to make a reflection of it.
Exactly that. And this was a really important early game unit in game 1.
Copy.
The Poro. The Plundering Poro
Yeah.
that kind of
We'll go to the
bankrolled the early game for Jin, where he was actually allowed to move all the way up to that 12 energy, where he started dictating the pace of the game.
Now, Super Monty does have Hook in hand. And honestly, you can move the reflection over and say, yeah, fine, I'll lose that at the beginning of your turn. I'll channel a rune from it. That's fine. I don't mind that so much.
LeBlanc. Base.
This hand doesn't do a lot at this point in the game for Jibs. You got to be honest. Stupefier is essentially a draw a card at this point, or maybe if you get lucky and they put a 2-might unit on Frozen Fortress, you can Stupefy to lower it. The unchecked power, and I think there was a Time Warp in hand as well. Right now, it's too early to see those cards.
Another room.
Nice to have them. You don't really want them.
Here, I will say, but this is not the moment we're looking at Jin yet, right? This is about surviving.
Yeah, this is LeBlanc's time to play.
Yeah, this is Jin in college. Is there eating noodles at night?
Hasn't been picked up by the symphony orchestra.
Yeah, they're struggling artists. This is before they put on the mask.
Okay.
Truly a theater kid, Jin.
So Super Monte has probably the quietest early game you could hope for with that unit in base. Jibs is basically saying pass, which is still, there's a little bit of danger there of like what can be drawn off the top. As we said, we Stupefy as one. At least look. I think that's also a Frigid Touch, or maybe a Consult the Past in hand. The animation, the animation on the cards. The artwork on the cards. It's a Frigid Touch.
If you look at what is currently sitting in the hand of LeBlanc, and I know in the baited hook deck it's not always about what is sitting in hand that we should be worried about, but that doesn't really scream tempo to me. And well, even though we are coming forward, this might not be quite my tempo.
Sure. I'm just going to make an observation that Consult the Past and Frigid Touch, when you're looking at them sideways or upside down, are actually surprisingly similar artwork. The white swoosh was what I was looking at, and both have it.
I kind of hear where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's my excuse for my bad
Actually,
eyesight.
when you go upside down, you can actually see the face in Frigid Touch. But we are getting dramatically off track.
That's important, though. What's important is Super Monte up to 3 points. 2 units on the battlefield already. This has been a much better early game.
Copy LeBlanc. And I go there. We'll put 4.
And I think most importantly, what was happening in game 1 is we were taking care of these early game threats that LeBlanc was presenting, giving minimal value of the first 4 or 5 turns that LeBlanc had available to her. Baited hook is already out. The engine is turning, and I'm not sure if Jin is capable of derailing it at this point.
Yeah, this is a rough spot to be in, potentially 2 turns away from LeBlanc. If you're uncontested taking the game. So we're having a damage marker put in there again at the beginning. Every turn. Wow, just going to slam uncheck power.
I'll use 2 blue.
Saying, okay, the economy doesn't matter if I'm out of the game, so I have to just
I will use the gold
destroy everything.
This really feels like the emergency break.
It is, yeah.
For the Jin, where in game 1 it was a power play, right? It was really hurtling us ahead. This is digging in your heels, hanging onto the skirt of LeBlanc. Be like, no, you're not going anywhere.
Is hitting that stop button to just be like, I need to slow you down. Now, Baited Hook is already, it's here, it's ready. Depending now on what Supermonte chooses as the next line, tells us what we're looking for off the top with the Baited Hook. That's a lot of runes being
yeah, they do have the opportunity to accelerate out the Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
Yeah, and that is exactly what it's going to be.
I go in.
And I like this, because even though the quote-unquote value from the debuff that you're getting is not there, you are remaining in the position of scoring points, conquering, getting out reflections, moving over to the other battlefield, and this one will survive.
Oh, yeah. This one is exactly what you need, is Thousand-Tailed Watcher now going to be a copy of it. It does put it in range for things like Singularity and Ruined Rex.
And with the last one,
because of the Frozen Fortress. We'll deal 1 damage at the beginning of Jib's turn. So that is something you have to be a little bit careful of. But you're just going to say, nope, we're going to hook it. Get it out of here. Just see if I can refresh it into something a little more useful. You can see Supermonte maybe not the happiest with what was found.
I mean, I kind of get it.
Yeah.
You're down a game. And even though you're in a commanding position currently, if you leave this series having lost the Jin, your friends will never let you hear the end of it. you gotta take that into account.
To be fair, that only applies depending on the Jin's results after.
1 card in hand.
Jib's double checking the game state from Supermonte. I mean, Supermonte's in a great position, but
now -4, 3 damage.
okay.
3 damage to the backline, -4 to the Watcher. That's only the 3rd spell, though.
Guess we should do this correctly. -4 might, sorry. Thank you. And then I'll move here. Plus.
Enough.
And now is the time.
We'll take out the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Jin only goes to 2, though. So for Supermonte, there's still time in the tank if they can restock, get onto the board with more units.
And here is the part where I am not as concerned currently. Because we have the Baited Hook out.
Yeah, exactly.
There is a lot of, it doesn't matter that we might not have everything we need in our hand, because our hand is now +5.
And that's the thing, is like, even things like the Mixologist, right, is like with Hook, you're getting good value.
3.
Because if you use Hook
2.
to get the Death Knell trigger.
I think.
Yeah.
And just be like, cool, I turned 1 unit into
yeah,
2
just
units.
I wish I was at 3.
I mean, and we see that even though the Jin has answers for multiple smaller threats, you see its efficiency when they're either all huddled up on battlefields, and with the Karthus and the Mixologist, we might be repopulating
Exactly.
rather swiftly.
Exactly, as you said, Karthus in hand as
Have a
well.
look at your trash.
That's pretty canon for a bartender.
Six and 1, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, just taking the other approach and saying, if you have no units, you can't contest me.
The death knell goes on the trigger. Do you need to declare it before the hook or after?
After the hook.
Okay.
Correct?
I believe that's the case. But
Clarifying just the sequence is, I mean, honestly, even just
Sorry.
just explain what. Yeah, that's fine.
even just the fact that you're clearing out the units is significant enough, I feel like,
drop,
in this
right?
situation.
Please.
No, not this time. I already missed one. I play another Rex.
Oof, that's rough to see. Especially when it deals
and I
4.
will-
Cut the-
That feels
yeah.
backhanded.
Again, I don't think it matters, but
There's a story
Just for the
unfolding within our
stream.
story.
we uncheck for stream as well, right?
And I will shoot to.
It's kind of hard to
Yep.
move on.
And you're good to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're threatening it for next turn. It's just hard to remain calm in this situation when all the alarm signals on your dashboard are blinking,
Yeah.
screaming at
2,
you.
3.
Now, Jibs is probably going to have to just keep clawing and scratching. Sadly, doesn't really have the curtain.
I'll play a Deadly Flourish, doing 3 damage here.
But it
Now
can
it's
trigger
triggered
the
Jin.
Jin. They can have another card if they want.
Get another card, and that means they would have another Deadly Flourish, which would
And I will float
at least
one.
take out the
out.
unit.
You have to play to your outs.
Yeah, you have to.
Sitting on your hands and hoping for things to improve are not helping you survive.
Yeah, exactly. You get one more look,
And
one
draw a
one card. That looked like a rocket barrage, from what I could see.
Yeah, we'll confirm that one.
Yeah, that is a rocket barrage in hand.
Play a. Sorry.
So the sub goal that you're trying to cover off right now is to prevent at all costs a conquer trigger from the
Play
side of the
Rocket
block.
Barrage twice, doing 4 damage and killing this.
Ooh, the repeated rocket barrage takes out the baited hook as well. I feel like Jibs even went to go and just do the damage and went, hang on a
You
second.
have 2 cards in hand, yes. I will pass.
Hang on a second. I can cut through
Get those
this
2 back anyway, right?
game. As Jibs says, you got to get it back in any way. And Supermonte still,
Inches from the finish line.
yeah, it just has to establish one battlefield and then kind of
You have one
next
open.
turn
I
either
have one
hold
open,
through direct damage spells, which we know that Jibs has some,
It's worth it, right?
or conquer both.
I mean, with the ganking, that is just such a...
It's almost
a
a
smash
certainty,
hit.
right? The
It's
moment you
such
get
a
the
smash
one
hit.
battlefield, you're able to.
And Jin is only
cross.
sitting on one open energy, right? We have seen
Yeah.
him play a lot of spells, but mostly on their own turn.
And this is where the problem with a lot of the direct damage from Jin, it's not an action or reaction speed. It's only on Jin's turn for the most part. So that's a difficult situation. It means you can't allow that showdown to even begin for Supermonte on the next turn.
I will play Mixologist in base for 2 recycle and 3 power. I will try with a mirror image. A Mixologist.
Yes, GG. Because you have 1 card in hand, right? You got
Yeah, I won't.
Okay.
There,
as-
enough for the discard, enough for the conquer, enough for the
Ah,
ganking.
your
Go
hand-
for the
your
other
hand
side.
was,
cracked, bro. Your hand was cracked.
Yeah.
It always drew like another.
So looking ahead right now, the entire tone of the match has changed because we have seen that LeBlanc is capable
Yeah.
of going through it. We have, I believe, around 10 minutes,
Yes.
give or take, left to be finishing a first round. We
Yeah.
will then most likely go into overtime.
And LeBlanc is
know
most
for a
likely
fact
coming out of the gate swinging, right?
she's looking, but that was heavily dependent on being able to access the ganking
Yeah.
from the
true.
hillock. I'm not sure if they'll go through that again. A curtain call is going to be a card that you will have to mulligan so aggressively for, because we saw the damage it did, how it gunked up the gears
Yeah.
for the LeBlanc. Anything they can do to stay ahead.
But this is a point where how do you look at sideboarding now? For LeBlanc, surely you have to keep the curve low, right? Like just like game 2, you're like, I have to just get a handful of units and an
You
ability
need that first conquer.
to just get out on the board. For Jin's side of things, we didn't actually see the sideboarding plan from Jibs that I took note of, where if units came out, they have to go back in now, right? We didn't see any sprites so much in that exchange. So maybe they have to come in to try and fight early on, but then you're hurting your direct damage spells. This is the moment where being the unique deck player, and I appreciate LeBlanc is not exactly the most meta. It's not we see it every single day. I mean, like, you might not play this matchup as much as you tested Diana if you're Jin, for instance.
Sure.
But my point is, if you're the one that has been testing, probably Jibs knows the sideboarding plan just that tiny bit better, you would imagine, for game 3.
There can be no doubt that in the Jin LeBlanc matchup experience, Jibs is winning out.
That was what I stumbled my way to say. By saying a few things in the middle there that people could question.
That's why you need 2 casters.
Exactly. You got to save me. You gotta,
No,
you gotta
not
come in.
save. No.
But what we're going to have is a Star Spring and a Void Gate. So Void Gate's going to help Jin quite a little bit.
Exactly. You were talking about direct damage.
Yep.
This is the way we're going. And does that lean away from the sprites? I feel like you can be living in both worlds.
Oh, wait. I read it backwards. We're actually going on Aspirants. It's not Star Spring. Star Spring was game 1.
Yeah.
It's Aspirants from LeBlanc. Apologies. I had it flipped.
She waited as long as she could, knowing that it would pay off for the Jin as well. Coming round. Now, getting to 9 in 12 minutes. It's not impossible, but there is a lot of plotting and scheming happening.
We are flying right into a second turn.
And I do respect this. The players are keeping pace. They are looking to play out an entirety of the match. This is what sportsmanship looks like.
Yeah, 12 minutes in the round. The argument is, of course, you only need to be up by 2 points in order to win, but you at least need to give yourself the time that when it comes down to the final moments of the game, you have put yourself in the best situation possible. There is a Nox Hopeful in hand.
And a Curtain's Call.
And a Curtain
This
Call
is
and
what
a
we
Rune
were
Rex.
looking for, to slow down the early game of the Aurelia, whilst also loading up your Jin Legend.
Yeah, on the other side, the LeBlanc, of course, playing out the baited hook. I believe saw a Rift Herald in hand, I think.
Oh, it's get immediately rocket barrage.
Ooh, that's huge.
2 for Hopeful.
Yeah, Noxus Hopeful can come out right
Gets
afterwards.
the Legion cost for it.
And here's the thing.
Yes, I
Cost-wise, that is not too attractive a play, but you keep loading up your Jin. You can even start to threaten it in a turn or two.
I won't play Jin, I'll pass.
Okay, Jibs actually declines to play the Jin. Doesn't want to end up recycling more. Looking forward at what's in hand, knowing that there's some big recycles there with like the likes of Singularity. If 2 units came out from Supramonte now, you want to be able to pop them immediately. Whereas Supramonte is like, how do I establish this board? How do I keep things alive?
And also, what you have to take in mind as well, when you are playing the Jin in the early game, it was all about ramping up and getting to those higher rune totals by getting carried away and getting an early body out. What is that doing for us, really? I mean, 10 minutes is not a lot of time, but they have been upping the pace.
Yeah, they have. As Supramonte thinking through this turn, it's going to just be a Ruined Rex, which will deal with the Noxus Hopeful alone. And honestly is not the target that you're looking to use a Singularity on. Singularity for 1 unit is never feels good, never feels optimal. Sometimes it is the right thing, rarely, but it doesn't feel good. So you do also have your access to your own Riptide Rex.
This is going to be really important. The fact that the Time Warp is already secured in hand.
Yeah.
Now, I don't like to admit it, but what is the interaction in overtime with Time Warp? Does that take one of the turns away from your opponent?
It does.
That is.
There are 3 turns. I will have judges make sure that.
Yeah, let's double check
I'm
if that's the
pretty
case.
Sure
That
if
is.
you Time Warp, there are only 3 turns of
I
overtime.
want cards. I want points.
So we'll have to keep that in the back of our mind.
Yeah.
I will do 3 damage and draw a card.
Sure.
By paying a power.
You know what? I read Curtain Call and I was like, nobody's doing multiple of these. It's not going to be good. And now,
damage there.
now I'm watching it like,
Draw a card.
The flexibility is undeniable. However, it is straining the economy of the Jin
will
currently.
do the
We're
same
not.
thing.
Okay.
We don't have the
Damage,
luxury
draw a card,
that the Plundering Poro gave us.
and I
But
will
we
trigger
are-
Jin.
he's actually going to trigger Jin right now. It's
no
not
effect.
for
Look at this.
later on.
I will trigger Jin.
So Rune Rex
2.
is going to pop the Noxus Hopeful. Jibs is going to
I
trigger Jin.
will pay 2 for a Poro.
Finds a unit on the back end.
And 1 power for a Jin.
And Jin.
Card.
And this is the moment where it gets really tricky for LeBlanc, because it's kind of hard to get something out of the gate swinging,
Sorry.
even on 7 energy.
Interesting one.
And whatever you're
Pay
playing
2 next turn 11.
will be most likely met
I
with a
will
singularity.
Bottom that and pass.
So Jibs was just deciding over the vision effect of playing Jin, of deciding whether to keep it on the top of the deck or to recycle it to the bottom. So opted to recycle it. And once again, units are costing a lot for Super Monty. It's a unit and pass.
In singularity range.
And not just Singularity. Does he still have the Riptide Rex in hand?
So I'm at 1.
I mean, there's options, right? I
All
would
the
need to
plans.
double check the hand.
All the plans that Super Monty is laying are just, they need more time. They need more love and attention. And currently, Jibs is just not giving it. The deck that we were fearing that, oh no, it needs to get to late game, is having a way more restrictive early game, choking out the LeBlanc out of this deciding game 3.
Okay.
Up to 3.
It's 3.
Wow, I genuinely thought after game 2, I was like, Super Monte
Play a time.
played really well through it. Gonna
Time
time warp
warp it.
now. Just flat time warp. Just says, yeah, we're doing this the old-fashioned way. I'm jumping to 5. Saying, I can hold your board low enough to tick
Vanish. Where should I
these
put it?
points up.
Just at the bottom like this. Yeah. End my turn.
The mid-game time warp.
Ready and hold for.
The time warp to not win the game, but just to make sure that you're keeping your opponent pinned back.
And the gap that is now falling for them,
I will move back.
it's getting larger and larger. They can still deal with Divide through the singularity. And suddenly,
Has Stupefy Rocket Barrage
Bye.
to keep another unit down and get a draw.
I will react with sacrifice.
look at the resources available for the LeBlanc as well.
On that.
They are not rich. They are not well off
All-might
currently.
unit.
This is like
Uh,
the count.
this
Can
one
I
is
not react
advantage.
to the?
Sitting in like
trigger?
a dilapidated mansion with broken windows.
This still resolves.
If my resolve first.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
So, resolving the sacrifice first.
It's a weird spell. I'm never sure whether I can actually react to it. I'll draw for Stupefy. I mean, sure, if it's dead, it's dead. I'll pass.
Jibs is really good at
Continue
feigning
to
madness.
shoot him.
Yeah, I was like,
Where
what?
it's like, oh,
Why are you killing it for me,
Time
bro?
warp.
Myself.
So,
Let
Super
me
Monty
kill it.
does have a lot of options, but which of them are fast enough to get there, right? There's a baited hook in hand. There's... I mean, Jibs stupefying first means he still has the Rocket Barrage in hand, right?
He does.
So if that baited hook comes out, it's, rather than going Rocket Barrage Stupefy and saying, okay, I'm showing you my game plan,
they have
Monty
seen
kind of
so
knows.
many cards already.
Yeah.
I feel like they're so well prepared, and currently, against the expectations, it is looking more and more like LeBlanc is stuck in Jin's web, crafted.
On 0 points, which is crazy at this point. Like Super Monte, the game 2 was so clean. Game 2 was like, yes, getting ahead, getting everything you need, making your way into this game. Whereas Super Monte, no unit has really survived long enough to awaken on Super Monte's next turn.
And that is kind of the tricky part for LeBlanc, where
Confirm and not to rub it in.
once you
Have
get the
at 0
ball,
points, right? Okay, just checking.
just confirming Super Monty on 0 points,
sounded
you
rude,
need to
but
get
I
the
was
ball
just making sure I
rolling
didn't miss
for
it.
LeBlanc.
So it's 5-0. Cool.
But they never got there.
Get some
Not a
water.
single conquer, not a single hold.
And Jibs even just confirmed that. You heard him as politely as possible say, I just need to check that my track of the game is correct. Which To be fair, both players are
that
responsible for
H2O.
maintaining the game state, and that includes keeping track of your opponent's points. If you play at Nexus Knights and you're looking to get up to skirmish level, I would suggest using pen and paper. It is required at a competitive level.
Of all time.
Here comes out the baited hook.
playing
Yeah.
We're going to be delving
second
once
big
again.
base and kill himself with the baited hook.
Let me kill your stuff. Stop killing it for me.
I know you want, but
This one's scary because the hook comes out after. So, what can be found from the hook? There's an ash.
I didn't get what I want.
No, did not get what you wanted. I'm assuming what was wanted was a thousand-tailed watcher to be able to create a reflection token from it.
Here, the reason why the Ash is not all that great,
Or maybe even
I
could
mean, they're not currently holding right now. At least getting the information out there and seeing if we can take out the next domino out of the row to maybe let them fall flat. But they're going to need a whole lot more.
Flourish.
I can only the time war.
I don't have time up.
You have time.
Not yet.
So I misplay. I believe you have time or you're close to the game.
Interesting. Super Monty saying, I believed you have time warp or you lose the game. From 0 points is quite a
Oh,
read.
It's not a
Statement.
misplay. You're playing around something. That's correct.
And as Jibs alludes to, when you're playing around something, we can't put ourselves directly in the shoes of these players. Every player has a line that they're playing around the worst case scenario. You have to play around what you think is the most likely to take you out of this game. And you heard Super Monty say, that's time warp.
You're just mulling your options. You need to
I'll just
safeguard that baited hook. It's
Yeah.
it's like the only way LeBlanc can be
Your turn.
impactful
Yep.
on a turn where she doesn't have any use, right? Where she can still get something done on the board and interact with the pieces in front of her.
But importantly, if Super Monty cannot stop Jibs from holding on the next turn, the Rocket Barrage will come back.
It's just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah.
And just look at the economy discrepancy that is building up right now.
Yeah.
Jin is absolutely rolling in it.
But no spells tucked under the legend, so we're not gonna get the encore, the crescendo, the
Big finale.
exactly. Not gonna get that.
Yeah.
But Jibs will go up. You imagine to 7 quite
Go here.
handedly. Yep.
Yep.
Goes up to 7 as we close in on overtime rounds.
And
I was at
well,
5, wasn't I? So I guess
7.
for all of those who are not in the know, now's the time to call your friends and tell them to watch the live stream right now, because we are witnessing history. and
If you know a Jin main, check in on them.
yeah,
Because they might be
have a raised heart rate currently.
cracking packs to try and find copies of Curtain Call if they don't have it
And
already.
with only a minute left, it seems like we're staving off to what can only lead to a standing ovation from the entire of the center here, because
And to be fair, both of our players did play quite quickly through the beginning of this game, so naturally it has slowed down as the decisions become more impactful and more kind of do or die situation.
I mean, the game develops, more options become available, and we have to mull a little longer.
That's the thing is,
9.
9. So could watch her either way.
the Ash can be dealt with. It's what do you want to deal, what do you want to use to deal with the Ash?
Which means I probably do need that.
If Jibs manages to pass the turn in the next 20 seconds.
Deadly Flourish. And then chain to it. Frigid.
A repeated Frigid Touch. Doesn't need the repeat, but wants it for the Jin Legend for the next turn, just in case. It, of course, gets a draw.
And then I will play 2 for a Hopeful and base.
Not mull too long.
I will say, when we're on the featured match, the timer
I passed, or is it too late?
judges will be... Oh, that's going to be the concession. Jibs is actually going to take the win on Jin and does get a round of applause. Jin,
That was stunning.
5-0, which feels weird. Undefeated so far for Jibs here at RQ Utrecht.
He looks like he can barely believe it himself. It's a mad scientist piece. But the harmonies find each other. They complement each other, cover each other's weaknesses. And what looked like it could never work in a million years, all the Jin doubters have to give it another think in all future tier lists.
And I mean, I would say Super Monty played this out as carefully and as well as possible, picking up game 2, looking really strong doing it. Like, again, you're in the disadvantageous seat where you're like, I don't know this
Grasping
matchup
at
as well.
straws. You don't know what you're facing, even though he called out the time warp.
Really strong second game up. And then the third game just unable to keep a board state, unable to maintain units because of just how quickly they were dealt with. We see even like a board state of 3 Vi's in the second game ending up getting wiped out. But just such a different game than what we've seen for a lot of Unleashed.
And this is what regional qualifiers are all about. Showing that you have what it takes to make a deep run throughout. To show to the world, look what I can do on my legend. Because I'll be very honest with you, except for maybe a very aggressive aggro list, that looked like it had answers for practically everything.
Yeah, it really did. That series made me happy. I saw so much from Riftbound.
I have goosebumps. I'm going to be very real with you. It's
like, again, getting to, I know it sounds, I obviously want to focus on the Jhin, but like I love watching LeBlanc baited hook. I would love to see it more. And you know what I would love to do is send it over to an interview with Barrett and Jibs.
Thank you so much for that incredible cast of an incredible deck and an incredible pilot. Jibs from Rift Lab, how do you feel 1 win away with a legend that I think everyone was not keeping an eye on? You're 1 win away from making day 2 with a legend that nobody's playing. How does that feel?
Yeah, unbelievable. I don't know what to really say. Yeah, it's a fun legend, right? It's different. It's got a lot of combos. You really need to think ahead. There was a number of times where, for example, in my game, I didn't utilize the Jhin legend. It's little things like this that you can really abuse. So I really enjoy the deck. Yeah, it's not the best, right? It's not the best, but it's super fun. And I gave myself a challenge. I wanted to do as best I could with Jhin. It's one of my favorite ADCs in League of Legends. And yeah, I'm really happy with my performance.
Well, and I kind of want to ask you too, because I actually also have Jhin built because I just think the deck is so fun. And I think a lot of people want to say the argument that it's like, oh, well, it's just like a sideways Kai'Sa deck with a legend that's not as good. But like I play the Hextech Anomaly version and the Echoes and doing all the fun like extra energy and power floating. But we saw even like there for you, right? Like the point of the legend is like, it's not even that it's fun, but when you have those huge explosive turns where you are banking, you already have your 3 bullets loaded in, and you're like, okay, well, if I pay 4 here, we can see the turns like you won in that other game where you spin the 4, make a removal onto a battlefield, get up to it, play a time warp because you have all these extra tools available, and that's just actually not possible in these other legends. So I've got to ask you, how many Calm decks have you played against, though? Because I can tell you that I struggle every time I play against Defy, so how's the run so far as a whole?
I wouldn't lie to you guys at home if I didn't say I've dodged Aurelia like a boss. Yeah, Aurelia is like the worst matchup in the world. I may as well like almost scoop, right? They have all the pump spells. The Defy working on 4 energy is like super rough. But I did play against an Azir player, so I have gone through 1 so far. But yeah, there's plenty more games to go. It is a rough matchup. Any green deck or even purple with the hard bargain or abandon, I always have to play around if they have 2 energy. So yeah, but you're correct. The combo is effectively you're playing with 16 energy, and you have seen some decks with the Hextech Anomaly where they can really abuse the amount of energy you have. And it's great, but I feel like it's a win more card.
For sure.
Whereas I've gone for something a little bit more consistent and a few extra spicy cards. I don't know if you guys saw a Riptide Rex in my hand.
Yeah, oldie but a goodie.
Yeah, and that is helpful in specific matchups like this, where I know their might is around 6 or 7. I'm not doing it. Where you could play a Stupefy and finish something off and still have a body on the board. So there's certain things in my deck that I like to surprise my opponent with. But yeah, it's not easy. And as you said earlier with the Kai'Sa similarities, it is very similar to Kai'Sa, but you don't really have that early to mid-range package. You are an effective removal deck.
Yeah.
And from what you saw in Game 3, I didn't even have a 2-drop. But I still managed to take it home.
And those Plundering Poros are so important.
So good, yeah.
Like, because you need that gold to help even get your runes higher count so you can play more 4-cost spells, of course.
Correct, yeah.
And I think the biggest thing, and the last thing I want to end on, the power of unchecked power is really
yeah.
showcased, and you did a phenomenal job with that because I think a lot of people are, of course, talking about it. But Jibs, congratulations once again.
Thank you
You
so
are
much,
one
brother.
win away from day 2 here with Jin. But that was some great dramatics. We're going to send it back.
Thank you, Barrett, and shout out to the Rift Labs crew, which Jibs is a part of in the UK scene, keeping everything Riftbound going forward. That was such a fun game. That was such a fun series, fun interview. It was just fun.
Honestly, it's gonna be very hard for round 6 to top what we just saw.
Don't say that.
It's
We
such
can always
a high bar. Now, this is a match that maybe I'm being a little dramatic, but to me, this is a match that will go down the books.
I hope so. I hope you enjoyed it at home. We are gonna stay in round 5 for a little moment longer because we do have some matches still being played out in the hall, which means soon we will jump right into our second featured matchup, which I've heard is Fiora and Ornn. So if you didn't have enough spice already, get ready for a little bit more. Yeah, exactly. This round, we heard you. Master Yi is going to be on pause for a little bit as we look at other decks. We are going right into game 2 of our second featured matchup. So we will take stock really quickly. It is a Fiora list that, we've seen Fioras running lots of different things. I've seen Aurora Fiora. This one, I'm going to assume is not so Aurora focused. Up against an Ornn, which you've seen aggro Ornn a little bit talked about. I don't know whether this exact list will be the aggro variant.
So I have 9.
So,
a lot of decks,
from
I guess.
taking stock real quick, Lonely Porous coming through, some Death Knell effects, some more cards coming through. This doesn't scream aggro to me at all. With the Shard of Isis coming through as well to buff up the units throughout.
Split it up. Like just the top one is not there and the other ones are there. 10. Yeah. So I have 3 yellow, 6 orange. So
We are, I think I'm floating a lot of runes. I did just catch a look at Divine Judgment, which is what is about to hit.
So I
Talking about Blast from the Past, huh?
You know what works really well against Ornn's Deflect? Saying, well, I don't have to target you. Now, of course, with Divine Judgment, you don't get to pick what you take out. So you'd assume Ornn will still survive. But lots of things are going to get wiped out from the board now.
Thinking on that.
Also,
We were talking about emergency breaks.
To pay 1 more, right?
Yeah.
If 7
I'm getting some mild
Line
rage
floating,
for it.
Okay.
Just to have a manageable situation out of hand.
I misspoke. It is actually Aurora Fiora. You can see in hand that Aurora is there, so apologies. A list I actually wanted to build, but didn't end up building. So it's certainly one of the differences in play.
Yes.
And
oh yeah, then he's on.
I know that the information isn't available right now, but I do wonder, is this one of those Fiora lists that can actually swap out the package in a similar way that Baited Hook Fiora was a list and kind of catch opponents off guard, maybe in game 2 when they're siding out all of their gear hate. We're gonna have to latch on a little bit because I feel like there's a lot of non-Elder Dragons on the field for an Aurora list.
yeah, but the Rift Heralds do kind of help you get there. That's the other thing, allowing you to cheat out a unit real quick.
Okay.
Sure. Recycling everything or?
Yeah, recycling everything.
Too great.
So you don't get to trigger the death knells.
That makes sense. Do you want to, or?
As you heard Frozen say, you don't get the... It doesn't kill, so you don't get the death knell triggers. You're actually recycling rather than destroying or killing.
So this is at 5, right?
Yes.
I will challenge Rift Herald and that, pay deflect with...
All of that? Yeah, perfect. That works.
So that comes with a hefty little price tag to get rid of the Ornn. But it gets the job done, and now look what is left. The Empire of Ornn is reduced to rubble.
And just one Lonely Poro.
Attack in.
Against
Move,
two big old Rift Heralds. and you get to refill the hand for Frozen. Although, this is one of the only things with Aurora Fiora. It's a little bit more resilient to having your units in hand than Sivir or Misfortune. Sivir and Misfortune, that's your nightmare, is like drawing multiple big units. Fiora's like, nah, Rift Herald will sort that. Even if I have to sacrifice a Rift Herald, I'm fine.
I've been wordsmithing a little because it's right there, right? Fiora.
But I like saying Fiora Aurora.
Yeah,
it's
I
like
think
the
it's
hardest
better
thing
as well.
to say on
I think
broadcast.
it works too well. Fiora, that it's tough to get over the lips. I think yours works better.
It's still hard. Every time I talk to any of the other casters, like I was saying to Lothar during his stream the other day, I was like, Fiora Aurora, we got to play it just because it's hard to say.
I think we should start including it in our vocal warm-ups.
You know what? You're not actually not wrong. Genuinely not wrong.
But this is
how did I?
But this is the uphill battle that they have to climb up through. Now, Orin is all familiar with reducing mountains to rubble. However, when it's his own, can he dig himself out? That is really the question that you're left with here, because there's plenty of time for Fiora to still surpass our Ornn, despite them being inches away from him.
Cards?
Slay with a Time Lord board state.
I don't get to see what you shuffle in, right?
With Dark Ice. If he had a Time Warp, that would be thematically appropriate, but we'll see if he ever ends up getting there after the Divine
That's a pretty deep
Judgment.
take. That is a really deep cut. I like that.
Sure.
You know what? You didn't react for a moment, and I was like, oh, please no.
No, I'm
Please
just
be a Noah.
appreciative. Just like, wow.
No take.
Okay.
Akshan comes in, or...
So you
That is a big old power.
Oh, wait, no, it's Aspen. Okay.
I'm also going to 8.
Yeah.
Not too often you see the Aurora
Then I'll
list.
pass to you.
Six
And you
fold?
hold the 6.
Are we certain it's the Aurora list?
Yes,
That is
yeah.
so many units that you could be possibly hitting.
That's how resilient this list is. You actually don't care what you're getting from the Aurora. It's fine. But if you get a Rift Herald, you get any other unit in your hand. It's 100% the Aurora list. Before Divine Judgment, we saw Aurora in hand, frozen, to get recycled to the bottom.
Yep.
We're still hyped from that Jin game. That's what I'm gonna say. Anything for like the next 20 minutes out of us. It might take us a beat just coming out of that incredible Jin win.
No, because here's the thing, right, from me. In all of the prep up to a regional qualifier, you kind of got locked into archetyping decks. It was like, oh,
sure, yeah.
Aurora decks look like this.
Yes, and
there's no way to build Aurora in any other way except that one mind flayer and 3 Elder Dragons.
Right?
Seeing players innovate on Aurora of all things, it kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah, we have seen here and there Fiora Aurora. I'm pretty sure there were some players in Vancouver doing it. Just here and there. Again, as an Aurora enjoyer, I keep my.
We have to, because this could be the final push through. I mean, at least to stop Frozen from double holding. You have to commit. What can you get out of one more draw?
Double Heart of Dark Ice to make one sprite bigger.
And I will pass to you.
Because both of these engines are running on fumes.
So Frozen holds to 8. Is there a way of proccing the Rift Herald? There's an Elder Dragon, I believe, in hand.
Yeah, but he's poor.
Yeah, but you never play it. You're never going to pay the cost to play it. Was that just a pass? That was just a pass to say, okay, I don't have it right now.
Sadly, doesn't.
Temporary will trigger on the sprite, so isn't able to hold to 9. Of course, that happens before scoring.
Does he have another? That is really kind of like one of the few outs that you have to consider. That is the right amount of mana, I believe.
It needs to deal with both.
Good.
And the thing is, if you clear this Rift Herald, the Elder Dragon comes out from behind it. I'm pretty sure the Death Knell trigger will still happen while inside the showdown. The Elder Dragon will get played. The damage will come out before the showdown completes. No one will score.
However, Frozen will wake up with an Elder Dragon next turn.
Yes, exactly. At that point, you're feeling okay about that. That's if that's the line we end up going down.
Yeah, so going back to the Arena Gate just for another draw.
Oh, is it actually going to take the opportunity?
Sacrifice.
to get the Elder Dragon regardless.
Sure.
Before,
For
while they were at two different places now, it's a situation is going to look to get that Elder Dragon trigger and just say, nope, no more units for you.
sorry.
But this is a risk, because if there's another unit that comes behind, if there's a way of creating another
same one?
sprite...
A Sprite Fountain, Sprite
no, of
Burst
course.
are both lethal right now.
You no, but it's not, because you
Last
don't
second
score off Arena's Greatest in this situation.
very right.
The Elder Dragon damage happens again, as I was saying, before scoring, so you haven't scored either battlefield at this situation. Lonely Paro will be the play following. Elder Dragon now comes up.
Game of all time.
And how are you going to kick off an Elder Dragon? It's a question you have to be asking yourself. And
Not a fair challenge.
I am not a therapist, but play does not look comfortable right now.
This Lonely Paro, if this challenge actually happens at any point, not a fair
I mean,
fight.
you're getting a fair way, right? With the Shadow Eyes, it's +3 out of the top of my head.
Yeah, but all you need is one. It doesn't matter for the Elder Dragon side. All you need is that 1 point of damage. So as long as challenge is a viable option,
That'll definitely do it.
so even on the next turn, there's an argument to be made for, like, do you want to hold it just in case from what your opponent does? But the other thing is they now have to, once again, find 2 big units to go over both battlefields. Otherwise, Frozen would hold to win. Has not scored that 9th point. There's the concession. Very tense end of a game on Aspirant's Climb, and the Furora Aurora for Frozen will close out the game without casting Aurora, that we saw, at least.
This round has been such a pure display of creativity and innovation from the player base coming through. I am deeply impressed. Honestly, that win on Aurora was very much deserved, and I'm glad it paid off for them.
Ah, you got me wanting to play Aurora again. Now I need...
I think
Problem
you
was-
went too soon,
problem
James.
was
I think if you stayed loyal to Aurora a little longer, you might have seen more success.
There were some cards that were missing. I traded for some Rift Heralds and got there. Congratulations to Frozen for piloting the Fiora their way to a win in round 5. That means things I'm sure will be wrapping up in the playing hall very soon on that round. What a great round to bring the viewers at home, especially at such a pivotal point in day 1. You're aiming for 6 wins to get into day 2. You're looking for 6 and 2 spot because you're looking for 18 points. We haven't talked about it too much until now, but 18 points is that threshold for getting into day 2. So a win in the next round, if you are 5 and 0, guarantees you that will move on to day 2. If you got 1 loss for now, that's not the end of the world. You can still fight your way back in, but it's going to be a tough rest of the day. Anybody that's X and 2 from here, you cannot afford to lose again.
I mean, winning is one thing, but doing it with the flourishes and style that we saw in round number 5 is going to be a tough act to follow.
It will be. We've heard from one winner from round 5. Let's hear from Frozen, who's with Barrett.
I'm joined here with our other feature match winner, Frozen. And first off, I just have to say, I've actually been following you quite a bit because this is your 5th regional qualifier now, right?
Something like that. I've been to all of them, but like the earlier ones, I had no time to actually play the game. But yeah, recently since this stat came out, I've been just completely focused on this game. So I'm traveling with some really strong players, and yeah, just practicing with the group.
And it's been paying off because you just came off of a top 64 finish in Vancouver. 2 weeks later, you were playing Fiora.
Yes.
And that game 2 was so fun to watch. Just the tools that Order and Body can do with the Divine Judgment, but you float all the energy and the power. The challenge was awesome because you know that they're going to keep their best units. You get rid of it. They're so far behind, and because of the Rift Heralds, you don't care about your runes anymore.
Exactly.
You can play things like the Elder Dragon, something that looked really scary for a moment where they almost win because of the Sprite call. But can you just tell me why a deck like this can thrive in a format right now? Because you're now 5-0.
So the difference between this and regular Aurora is that we have a lot of mid-range units, so we can test in the mid game, so we can like delay their point tempo, and then. The strength of orange yellow is that you can Rift Herald plus Elder Dragon, right? So you can have like a huge comeback mechanic, and the amount of damage your units deal can like clear any board. So if you can stabilize to like mid-late game, you really don't even need Aurora, and you can win most matchups. The Divine Judgment tech is like really strong versus like the new combo decks like Lux and like other Aurora decks. Any slow matchup, any deck that's not trying to like go double conquer on one and just win the game really fast, because you're the one who dictates Divine Judgment, and by being able to do so, the deck has a lot of synergies. Like I can bring, like if I had Sacrifice, I could bring out the Elder Dragon on the turn of, not lose anything, you know, to kill my opponent's board. After they only pick 2, there's a lot of combos to do with the deck, and both me and my practice group think this is one of our best decks.
It was so fun to watch. It makes me, because I play set, so like I have the colors, right? But it makes me want to go and even mess around with it. Obviously, the Fiora, like the extra channel rune after you're playing all these units is really good, obviously. But I'm over here like, play a Divine Judgment, maybe save another one. You know, like I'm over here thinking like, man, you can do this in anyone with these domains, but Fiora is for sure the best pick, and you're 5-0 now. You're one more win away, locking in a day 2. So who knows, maybe an even better finish than Vancouver. So congratulations.
Thank you.
I know you have more tournament to play, so we're going to go ahead and send it back.
All right, thank you very much.
Hello, Riftbounders. Are you wondering how the game developed with Unleashed? Let me give you a little introduction. The Calm domain has reinvented its defensive capabilities. With powerful pump spells and counter spells, Calm decks were already good at contesting their battlefields, but with Unleashed, holding the fields becomes a whole lot stronger. A standout example for this is Back Off. 3 energy, no power. This card on action speed stuns a unit and draws a card if played from hand. Incredible! But leaving 3 runes open isn't always an option. Luckily, you can also hide this card if your runes are exhausted, or you want to keep them open for another card. Fury, on the other hand, brings plenty of new ways to assert pressure onto your opponent. Every jungler's dream is coming true with Smite, finding a new way to remove units. It simply deals 3 damage to a unit at a battlefield for 2 energy and 1 power. While those stats are not too impressive, the unit will also be banished when it would die. This takes powerful death knell effects out of the equation and can also remove follow-up if your opponent relies on resources from their trash, like Fiora Worthy that can't be played through Spectral Matron anymore. Order has been known for its hard removal and kill spells. Now what if I told you that you can remove your opponent's hand as well? Ash Focus gives you full information about your opponent's hand and lets you banish a card of choice for 5 energy and 1 power. They will get it back as soon as they hold a battlefield, but with full information and 1 card less in the opponent's hand, it's now on you to not let that happen. Chaos has been chaotically bouncing cards left and right, pushing them front and center. And now you will also be able to reach the opponent's units in base. Starcross's reaction speed removal is revolutionary, especially when it hits the base as well. For 3 energy and 1 power, you can return a friendly and an opposing unit back to the owner's hand. While this can give you an incredible advantage with play effects, it also disturbs your opponent. It slows them down massively and can sometimes deny powerful effects, like Elder Dragon's passive kill ability. While this domain has already been good at controlling the opponent's units, the mind is now finally greater than the sword. The mind domain receives a fantastic gear removal card. Turn to Dust will turn any gear into a temporary problem for 2 energy and no power cost. While it does not immediately help you remove units that are boosted by equipment gear, you can easily take care of Seals, Dazzling Aurora, or other great gear that stands in your way. Now what's scarier than body units that are standing on your opponent's side of the field just waiting to overwhelm you with their physical prowess? The ones you didn't see coming! Rengar Trophy Hunter has to be on your opponent's mind at all times. Every time your opponent feels secure about the board states, the Apex Predator could be played on a battlefield where they have units for 5 energy and 1 power. Either as an ambush or reaction speed to support your other attacking or defending units, or as a lonely attacker straight from hand with its powerful 6 might. What cards do you think are going to see the most play, and which domain do you like the most after Unleashed? Show us at your next tournament. Have you been feeling moody lately? Are you also tired of conquering for your points all the time? Do you not want to play a normie deck like the others? Then we got the deck just for you. Vex Gloomist appears in Unleashed, a legend that massively profits from holding battlefields. Stop your opponent from ambushing or accelerating consistently as early as turn 2 with Vex Apathetic as your chosen champion unit. Tell your opponents to back off by stunning their units when they try to conquer. Play your Shadow ready into battlefields to immediately use its ability on the opposing turn. Vex can rely on so many different defensive tools that the Calm and Chaos domain already have. Use Guardian Angel and Zonia's Hourglass to protect your units from dying. Not So Fast and Defy to counter opposing spells and deny their tempo. But also new defensive cards can be found in Unleashed, like Existential Dread or the Mutated Mouser. But in the Shadow Isles, a monster lurks supporting Vex, giving her near unlimited defensive and offensive possibilities. Enter Vilemaw. The Spider God has ambush, meaning it can be played offensive and defensively. With this powerful 8 might, it jumps into a battlefield that you are attacking and crushes any unit smaller than it without taking a single hit. If your opponent doesn't manage to push it out of a battlefield, an additional draw for holding is a free bonus. With these cards in your deck, you're going to be able to keep all the others away from your battlefields. Keep holding, Riftbounders.
All right then, Riftbounders, the bracket is building. The pressure is piling. Every single decision could be the difference between glory or going home early. That's not what we want to see. But my name is Shay, and I'm joined by the one and only Leo. Leo, what's going through your thoughts right now?
It's round 6. Nobody is safe yet. You need to guarantee day 2 by winning 6 rounds. Even if you're 5-0 now, if you don't keep the focus up, you might still be going home early, as you said earlier. So this is already a really important round for our players.
It really is. And I'm sure if you are, in that 5-0 record, even if you win in 4, you're thinking, I need to get in day 2, try and get those best offs, try and make those top cut and beyonds. As you say, you can't really take your foot off the gas yet if you are 5-0. However, if you are 5-0, you just got to win one more and you sort of put your feet up a little bit and think, okay, we're in day 2. That's the hard work done.
And there's a bunch of legends that you can actually almost get by going to day 2 that don't have the highest win rate ever. So for example, in Lille, I think there were only like 5 Lee Sin that made day 2 actually. So you get a significantly higher chance if you make it to day 2. Quite curious to see, because this is the last European event where you're going to be able to get those best of prizes for the Origins legends. So really, really curious to see how it goes.
Yeah, there are some fan favorites there in Origins, of course. It's going to be your last chance here to get your hands on those best of. So those players will be trying their absolute hardest. If you are in contention, this is the rounds that matters. Those sort of best of dreams are made or broken in these rounds and beyond.
But there's also something bittersweet to it.
What's that?
That means that probably so many of the players are going to drop their Origins legends, actually. Like, seeing Prismaticism on something else other than Annie is going to be a little bit odd, but maybe also players decide that the legend is just good enough to win the tournament and they bring it, or it's just their favorite legend. But of course, playing for a best of pricing is always a nice little incentive.
Of course it is. Those cards are stunning. So we're actually going to get to play a little game ourselves, Leo. I'm a little bit nervous. Guess that flavor text. How are you feeling about this one?
Horribly. This is the last time I played that together with James, and I think we got none. We got decently close with a card that might be related to the card that was actually asked for.
Okay.
For like 3 corners. So I think this is going to be a disaster/massacre for us, but we can try.
Okay. So are we working as a team, or do we get 2 separate votes?
No, we work as a team.
Okay, we work as a team.
No chance.
Okay, here we go. Guess along at home or in the venue if you're listening in. Nobody wants to be left holding the exploding end of the stick. Okay, this has to be Fury, right?
I don't know. I mean, I would have said Ziggs, but Ziggs is obviously not in the game yet. The exploding end of the stick.
Yeah, it sounded like it could have been that Rocket Barrage from last round, but that doesn't really stick.
It's kind of a stick.
Okay.
It is. It's sticky.
Okay. Are we going for Rocket Barrage?
You know what? Lock it in.
Okay, lock it in. I'll be so happy if that was right. Come on. Oh, detonate. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah.
And there's an explosive end to the stick. It's detonating.
That makes sense.
I even played that card in a skirmish with the nice Miracle Draven deck. Everyone loved that detonate treasure trove.
Fantastic deck.
It was a good deck. I think Prismat had that in his side deck, I believe, coming in our round where we had on stream as well. So, yeah, currently, 0-1 on our guest to play. Do we get another one? We do. Piracy is universal language. Okay, there's only a few this could be, right? I'm thinking it could be a misfortune. This could be a first mate, perhaps. Pit crew. Is Pit crew a pirate? Not Pit crew. What's the fella? Pit, who gives someone a buff when he comes in?
Pit rookie.
Pit rookie.
I mean, there is also plundering Poro.
True.
So pirates are actually really big part of
they are. They're
Legends
very
lore. So there is a bunch of. I would go for a pirate card.
Yes, I agree.
Hot
I
take.
definitely agree on that one. It says piracy in the name. You've really given us some insight there, Leo. I think I've read this before, and I think I haven't played that many pirate cards. Misfortune and first mate. I don't think it's a misfortune. I'm leaning more towards the first mate for this.
You know what? I'll join you. Again, we're going with your gut.
Okay, so if it's wrong, it's my fault again. Here we go. Show us the first mate. Oh!
No, it was actually the plundering Poro. 9.
Oh, production are laughing at me in the headset right now. They're loving the fact that we got that wrong. We were in the ballpark at least.
I love the little guy.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
It's actually plundering Poro, key part of the Kaiser strategy, which is something that's really, really cool to see.
Oh, they haven't, have they? Okay. As harmless as it is.
Poro Snacks. It's Poro Snacks.
Okay.
Poro Snacks. I'm locking in Poro Snacks.
Okay, let's lock in Poro. He sounded very confident there. Oh, do we get to laugh back at production? Is it? Oh, you are so confident as well. I guess that's why Scott Crab has 0 might, because everyone's just eating him apparently. But yeah, we'll have one more production staff if that's okay. Yeah, let's go with that. I guess it is harmless. Well, 0 might. We could have put that together perhaps.
Yeah, but I wanted the Poro Snacks.
Yeah.
They're very harmless as well.
True.
I don't want to eat Seymour.
No. Crab is very nice. Okay, don't you dare suggest it's a hairpiece.
The heirloom. Shepherd's heirloom.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
That would be a great unleashed card. I thought it was going to make Fiora a lot stronger than she eventually became. I don't even know if that's the complete name, but I'm going to go with Shepherd's heirloom. Our production is asking. They're taunting us.
Production is saying, "Are we sure?" That could be. They could be. They're not here saying, "Are we sure?" That could be us trying to throw us off the scent here, though.
Also, if I got that name wrong, that's going to be super embarrassing. But I think we lock in the Shepherd's heirloom.
Okay, I haven't got a Scoobies on this one, so I'm safe to lock in what you said. Area Kingpin, of course. All right, that's been a Utrecht regional qualifier stream, and we'll see you tomorrow. That is a joke, of course. We're not actually going anywhere, but I do need my co-caster to come back and accept your losses like a man.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll.
To be fair,
I'll accept this.
To be fair, I locked into and I was wrong. It's only fair that you lock into and are also wrong. There we go. That is why we're sitting here talking about the game. We're not playing Guess's flavor text because apparently we're not good about it.
The thing is, we are avid TCG players, right?
Yep.
And traditional TCG players, they don't read the cards. So that is a whole another example of that happening. But we, of course, also have 2 players ready. They don't have the headphones on quite yet. Therefore, we are not going to reveal any
No, we are not.
information yet. But because there's a chance they might hear us. If you hear us, dance a little.
Nah, they're not paying attention to you, Leo. I can tell you that.
That's good.
But what we can say, though, is that both of these players are on a 4-0 record. We can say that. 5-0 record, I should say, not 4-0. That would be the case if it was last round. But yeah, both of these players are doing fantastically well. A win would secure themselves a slot into day 2. We can say that.
Yeah, and we have, of course, looked for some fantastic decks again, which we are not going to reveal quite yet. There is a good chance that they have already revealed the legends to each other. But of course, in case of doubt, break glass. I don't know. In case of doubt, just don't say anything.
Yeah, we don't want to reveal anything. If we could, we don't want to ruin the game, of course, until both players' headsets are on. But okay. But we can look at this.
We have also seen that the players have already shown their legends, so we can say it is Kaiser versus Ezreal. Super close matchup, and I'm quite curious to see how this is going to go in the end. You know, Ezreal was an absolute powerhouse in Spirit Forged. Cold Shot was probably the best tool that it had to its name, and that is no longer a thing, so Ezreal player had to change a little bit in their playstyle, and now the deck is still pretty strong. You know, it shares domains with Diana.
Yep.
However, Ezreal is super controlly, and a part of which players are afraid of is that they might go into time because it is so controlly, doesn't have any fast wins. Speaking of fast wins, Kai'Sa, a deck that was originally in Origins such a control-heavy deck, has swapped somewhat to aggressive versions. Even more aggressive, you know, sometimes people played Plundering Poro in Spiritforge, and now Ravenbloom Student has taken over that part. You have Watchful Sentry and Ravenbloom Student and Inferna. So that is an aggressive lineup.
Honestly, looking at this deck list, almost every single card here is built to do one thing, and that is deal damage and remove your opponent's units from play. Very aggressive, what I like to see.
Not every single card, because there are some techs in there. So first of all, we have the Longsword.
Yes.
And which you would say, hey, why are you playing Longsword in Kai'Sa? That's odd, it's not a spell. You cannot use the Kai'Sa Legend ability for that.
Yep.
And the Cleave, you want to increase might in order to combat your biggest enemy, the Ruin Runner, which is not going to be necessary versus Ezreal. So there is actually even a case to be made for siding those cards out against matchups that do not play the body domain. There's a Plundering Poro. Aha, piracy is a universal language.
There we go. It all comes full circle with the Plundering Poro. But it's going to be a very interesting match because obviously, you know, Ezreal loves to, as you say, be very controlling, bewitching spirit. You know, you've got the Pack of Wonders and all that stuff so we can draw a lot of cards and, you know, use your repeat spells over and over again. And then Kai'Sa, we know, using that legend ability to get an extra power in and amongst spells. It's going to be a clash of the magicians here.
You know, Kai'Sa was my first Riftbound love.
And draw for turn.
Okay, and here we go. Our Swiss round 6 feature match is getting started here at the regional qualifier here in Utrecht. The winner of this will advance, well, most likely advance to day 2. Both players have had their turn 1, and we are getting started of our turn 2. Our Ezreal player here. What are they going to cook up, Leo?
Lecturing Yordle on the first turn always feels so incredibly good when you're playing Kai'Sa. Generally, being on the rune is not the worst thing in the world for that deck, but a Deadly Flourish immediately pushing out the Lecturing Yordle and then getting a 3 gold together with the Plundering Poro. That is really, really nice. However, it's interesting that we are immediately... we're not going to the Frozen Fortress. I was going to say that would be weird, but we went to do the Star Spring, so we are not threatening a Stupefy kill. Actually, looking at that hand, that Hextech Ray looks juicy. We might have a few too many of those.
Tap 1, use my legend, and play this on the Poro.
Yeah, that's fine.
Kai'Sa Legend ability, very, very nice to just take this out and perhaps go for a Kai'Sa or a 2-drop like Noxus.
Wow, yeah, look at that synergy there. Using the Hextech Ray in combination with the Legend, letting you activate Legion for the Noxus Hopeful. And then it is over to Ezreal now with 2 gold, one of which is being used, it's looking like. Going to be for that champion unit.
Have a trigger. And
if you don't want to DRAM too early, so getting early gold with something like Deadly Flourish or the Plundering Poro, very valuable. Gusting, discarding Gust is,
also pay 2 for
I think, in this matchup better than in other matchups.
Yep.
But gusting something like a Watchful Sentry can really help you.
So it is going to be back over to Kai'Sa now. Noxus Hopeful is ready to get involved. Let's see what we can cook up here. We are going to charge in for the showdown.
That's fine, I pass for early.
It's going to be a nice conquest there to get Kai'Sa on the board, 1 point. And let's see what else we have in the hand. You mentioned there might have been some more Hextech Ray. I haven't had a chance myself to consult the hand yet. I'm going to see 2. Oh, it's going to be a Falling Star. Letting you target to do 3 damage twice. Will we see a response? No, it looks like that is going to be the board right with a Falling Star. And now it is over to Ezreal now. Oh, no, it's not, is it? Wait, is it? No. We still have a lot of runes open. I would be surprised, actually, Leo.
I mean, that does happen with any deck, right? But
oh, no, here we go. Oh, we see a lot of runes. What could this be?
That is the Kai'Sa Accelerated.
The Accelerated.
We're going aggro.
Double Conquest.
That's fine, I pass back.
Okay, I conquer. Trigger Kai'Sa, I draw 1.
Okay.
I pass 2.
Right.
Strong turn there. Hasn't got any runes open. Is over to Ezreal now.
Yeah, and Ezreal is also in Singularity range if you have this. I think that's a lightning fast
Oh,
Singularity.
wow. That's going to deal 6 to 2 units at battlefields. They are both, not even at battlefield, sorry, but they are both going to get sent to the trash.
Question is that a hard punish on the situation? Or the Ezreal draw again as well. 1 rune too few to drop that Bewitching Spirit, which would be the icing on the damage cake. But the question is how many units can Dizir dish out now? Does not look like he has anything.
That 2 time warp in hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh wow, no playables or nothing he wants to play, I should say. So it is back over to Ezreal now.
I will start with a Pack of Wonders.
Yep.
And follow it up with a Bewitching Spirit.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'll discard.
Time warp?
Surely.
But I mean, maybe you will need to have...
Time warp.
Okay,
Yeah,
we get rid of the time warp. But at some point you might have to cheese a win, and double time warp is a heck of a way to win a game.
That is a very cheeky way to win the game, I can tell you that. But here we're going to see the sort of Bewitching Spirit loop, which will make this Azerial deck really terrifying, because it can do damage, it can hand rip from your hand as well. Quite honestly, it can do a great lot of things. It's over to Kaiser now. Didn't play a card last turn. Will we be doing something here? Surely.
Now the Ezreal unit has been removed already, and that one was a way more important one back in the day, right? When you could repeat call shots for almost free.
5, recycle 1 red.
5
It's like a Darius.
To my base.
Yeah, that's fine.
Still got 4 open.
I mean, that is the scenario in which Ezreal wants to be in, right? This is looking so incredibly good. You're up in runes. Your opponent has passed 1 full turn already.
Yep.
Stack deck.
And now you're looking at just the Darius.
Top 3.
And Darius is a decently sized body, but Azerial has a multitude, a cornucopia of ways of just keeping your opponent's board nice and anemic, and then you can just start to run away. As you do say, this Domate shares the names with Diana, which we all know is a terrifying 2 domains to have access to.
Bottom, do you want to cut? No.
Saratek taking the Fizz Trickster swimmingly to hand.
Gets +1. Yep. And I will play another.
Oh, here we go. See that Bewitching Spirit coming down again.
We're starting the nasty stuff. Pack of Wonders on the field already. Can bounce back the Bewitching Spirit with haste and then just play it out again. As long as your opponent doesn't pressure you, there is no issue in just, you know.
3 runes, recycling 1.
3 runes. This is going to be the Star-Crossed.
Bewitching Spirit and Darius.
Wow, that's going to remove the Bewitching Spirit and the Darius. That is going to go through. We can play Bewitching Spirit again.
2.
Yep.
Student getting buff.
Pay 3
Getting stronger. Oh my goodness.
Bewitching Spirit again.
How many times can you afford to just eat those Bewitching Spirits, Leo?
Alright, I'll return it to my hand.
Oh no.
Quite a few times. I mean, you're now at 1 rune open. Now pushes the Ravenbloom student into the Star Spring, which will be a negative trick. Oh, Stupefy, and I think we are going to see a Hextech Ray following this up immediately.
Should I use this? Okay, so it'll have +1.
And then I'll tap 1, use my legend, play Hextech Ray, targeting it.
We have a Gust to answer this, but we don't want to go for it. Want to keep this defensively,
That's my turn to you.
as Ezreal does.
Okay, so that was some nice defensive play there from Kaiser.
And drop.
But after that hand being removed so much from the Bewitching Spirit, I need to see some options. What are we... We know that there was another time warp in the hand. I would just say, might have been holding on to that. Might need to be able to use that to try and get back in this game.
And I think Saratek also keeps the Gust for a potential conquer with
Play
the
Darius
Witching
again.
Spirit.
This
There's
one's
a Darius coming straight back down after that Star-Crossed.
And then I'll tap 2, play this guy. This ready's Darius. He gets +2 might. Thanks. And I'll move here and pass to you.
That's fine.
Okay, so Darius coming in with that ability, coming in ready after the Legion. We'll be able to get a
And I pass the turn
point.
to you.
Alright. I will ready.
Is back over to Ezreal.
Kaiser usually a deck that can have so many cards in hand, so many different draw effects. Progression Day also a card that has been played a lot in the past at least.
Cards in hand is 2.
You know, when your opponent asks how many cards are in your hand and you reply with 2, it might not be 2 for very long, I can tell you that for free, Leo.
Yeah, I think Bewitching Spirit plus Pack of Wonders for another Bewitching Spirit is just a full hand loop already.
Yeah.
Thing is, if you do that, you're not going to get rid of the Darius this turn. You're going to give your opponent unnecessary points, which I'm not too sure you want to do.
Yeah, I guess with no units developed.
Discard Time Warp.
There goes that second Time Warp.
Witching Spirit to my hand.
Yep.
I will play an...
Oh, nope, straight back down again. Kaiser's on a 0 card hand now, Leo.
Oh, wait, we have 6 runes open after this, so Wages of Pain getting a gold token, and then a Fizz play to just Wages of Pain again from the trash is definitely a possibility here.
Wow. What a turn. The Fizz is going to reuse that. Wages of Pain. That's going to be 6 damage dealt to that Darius. No response from Kaiser. And this is what Azerial loves to do. Remove options, remove units, remove all counterplay.
Twice, so I get to draw one with Ezreal.
Oh, gets to draw one as well. So many targeting effects can pass. And now this Bewitching Spirit and the Fizz Trickster, they're just threatening units all of a sudden. Of course, you have the Watchful Sentry, but if you decide to conquer with the Sentry, you could get a free point. It's going to get traded away, and then Bewitching Spirit is going to be looped so hard again.
Yeah.
I'll go here and pass to you.
With the Gust, you can actually guarantee it, right? You can conquer with Fizz, let your opponent draw a card, then play the Bewitching Spirit back with the Pack of Wonders, play it into the battlefield, and then gust it from there. So you can still get cards.
Now we're going to Stupefy just to
draw one from Stupefy.
Draw one. So that would be what, 2 in hand currently, I believe. Is it 2?
Should be at 1.
Should be at 1. Oh, it's just so scary to be in that sort of top deck mode. Yeah, but I think that's all we can do there for Kaiser. Is over to Azerial now, as you do say. There's a multitude of ways just to remove all these options from Kaiser.
I will move to Starspring with Bewitching Spirit. Pass priority.
And that is such a funny thing to see. Opening the combat with Bewitching Spirit, of course, fully knowing.
Okay, I'll predict from
an Eclipse. You're going to look at the top card of your deck, but how much is that going to help you? I think you either let this Bewitching Spirit die here, or you save it. In the end, this card doesn't matter too much anymore because it just doesn't really rip a lot of cards from hand anymore after this.
I will Gust your Watchful Sentry.
Yeah, really.
Oh, yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
And I move to Conquer.
Yeah.
You conquer, you gust the Watchful Sentry, then you Pack of Wonders, your Bewitching Spirit, and then you play it out again. You conquer in the Fortress with the Fizz as well, so you're starting to slowly but surely wrap
and there we go.
Points.
And that's going to discard that there back into the trash now for Azerial. Stat deck, and this is where Azerial loves to be. With your opponent having no cards in hand, and you can slowly just develop your units and start to take over the battlefield.
And I will move with Fizz into the Frozen Fortress.
Yeah, we are going to see a conquer there.
Conquer to 3.
Yep.
Ezreal is so far ahead
For 2, I will
right now, so
Ravenloom
it's
Student.
almost impossible to get back from this position as the Kaiser. I mean, it does not look too threatening what's on board, but how are you going to find your way back into this? This is, I think it could be a possible scoop angle where you're not coming out of this to save some time.
Potentially. I mean, you have so many runes up, but then you're only playing off the top there. I can't think of a one-card answer that immediately gets you back into this game.
Kaiser is a really aggressive deck. Oh, what are we finding here?
Play Falling Star.
Falling Star.
And Ravenbloom.
Yeah, that's fine.
Answers the board just a little bit, but you're also not scoring. That is not developing your board. You have very few units in the deck that will have to get a lot of conquers. The playstyles of these decks, they are somewhat similar. I will give you that. However, Ezreal has a lot more removal and then can rip cards from hand so that the removal of Kaiser doesn't stick. So Ezreal will play with so many more units. So in the long game, it's looking so much better for the Ezreal player when it comes to the matchup.
I think Ezreal is just so versatile, isn't it? Has removal, has ways to disrupt your opponent's hand. Quite honestly, just do so much. And as the longer the game goes on, Ezreal just feels so much more favored. And quite honestly, it seems like it can't do no wrong at this point. Can put the Fizz back to hand because of the Pack of Wonders.
Yep.
Targeting you, but
I don't have cards in hand.
pass to you.
Targeting you, but you know.
But you know, turns out you haven't got no cards in your hand, so it's not going to do anything. But
Saratech doesn't even have to say it anymore. It's just, but you know,
And pass the
it's no
turn.
card.
All right. I'll
And the Watchful Sentry
Yeah.
gets
Hold.
played. Holding point from a Bewitching Spirit. Do you see that every day? Actually, when they get to start looping, yes, you see that every day.
You see that quite often. That's how you know that's sort of you're in the driver's seat when the Bewitching Spirit start to hold. We are going to see that conquer. No response, of course.
Yep.
Going to 6.
Frozen Fortress, a very neglected battlefield so far in this game. There was only always Conquers in the Starspring.
Pay 2 and recycle 2 runes to.
Pay 2, recycle 2. Bellowing Breath.
And we are so far ahead
Wow.
that we can just repeat that for the Ezreal draw.
I will return the Bewitching Spirit to my hand.
But we're not taking.
Leo, this is hard to watch
in
at this
response
point.
to the
Any
I'll
defense
play Eclipse.
Kaiser is trying to
on
put
the
up,
other one.
That's fine.
it's just getting answered
Predict,
straight away.
Eclipse. I'll bottom this.
Oh, that is also not the top deck that
I'll
Ezreal
draw with.
wanted. But what?
Yeah, draw with Ezreal
Can
because I
he
repeat
find-
the
yep,
battle spread,
you-
so I targeted twice.
Yeah.
Use that Ezreal still after having this
Two,
Bellows
I'll play another
reduced.
Plundering
And
Poro.
another Plundering Poro, a army
I'll
of
untap.
small units that don't
for
seem too
turn.
threatening. Build up in
Tap
base,
one.
going wide, wide, wide.
On the portal.
That's
Qualifier
fine.
is gonna get
I'll
one
draw
draw,
from
but
it.
what are you trying to find here?
An answer, anything, quite honestly, something.
Ruination.
I'll pay Bellow's Breath.
Oh,
Hit
okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
in your base, yeah. One of
There we go. That's a pretty good answer. That Bellowing Breath. That's going to be the reverse board wipe now. It feels that was the bare minimum for Kaiser to stay in this game. It's over to Ezreal now. What can we do?
Play Fizz.
Fizz? Where is this going to find us then?
Yeah, I think Fizz is just going to get more and more value in there.
Yep.
Another stack deck, then Pack of Wonders is going to bounce the Fizz. You're slowly but surely cycling through all of those spells in your trash.
Because of Fizz.
You're filling up your deck again, so you're also not going to deck out with this Pack of Wonders Fizz loop.
Look at this multiple stack decks use. Just being able to just filter cards into your hand. I took the decision there between Bellowing the Spirit, sorry, and the Fizz as well. Looks like Spirit was taken. Bewitching Spirit.
I think you just needed to find any unit to threaten.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
You're on 6 points.
Yep.
Play the Spirit.
Am I your trash?
Try to target you, but obviously there is no card in hand. So we are setting up for a game in the next turn. Dizia will need to find another card to save him somehow. Maybe a Watcher that pushes itself into a battlefield, but
I'm passed for you.
Fizz is secure. I also really like that if we have any ways of...
Okay, here we go. Big draw. We saw the Bellowing Breath last turn. That was very helpful. The speed of which Kaiser is playing here makes me realize it's
Starcrossed in trash.
Yes.
probably not the greatest.
Messy.
No, it's fine.
What can we be thinking about? Asking about what's in the trash. Just trying to work out what options have available, if any.
You're at 6, yeah?
Yes.
Let's go next.
All right.
And it is just going to be the concession there from Kaiser, and Ezreal is going to win our game 1 here in our Swiss Round 6 feature match. Remember, the winner of this will find themselves in day 2. But what a solid masterclass that was from Ezreal. Absolutely dominating the Kaiser, removing all the options from the hand, removing all the options from the field, and we are going to a game 2. If you are the Ezreal player, you must just be on top of the world right now. That is what you want going into this, you know, a win and in scenario, putting on a strong game 1, and you still have side deck pressure.
Exactly. Just really showing off what Ezreal is supposed to do here in the Unleashed format. And what a dominant showing. Of course, you go to the feature match. You are 5-0 in the RQ, and it is already a little bit stressful, right? You have played a few hours of Riftbound already. That is exhausting at some point, and then you're seeing a matchup that you can start dominating.
Yeah, quite honestly, you know, that's what you want, especially, you know, if you are going into your winning scenario and you find out you're going to be the feature match, where you think, okay, now I've got all the cameras and the lights, got all this to deal with here. But, you know, as long as your deck does what it needs to do, and as you said, the Ezreal deck did exactly what it needed to do. It looks like we're going to see some sideboard, and there's like the Karzik coming in. Perhaps was that taken out? I'm not sure, but that Karzik, that's a scary card.
Yeah, I mean, Saratek just really, you realize that's not his first rodeo, right?
Yeah.
Really dominating that game. I feel like we've said dominating so many times now about this, but that was just what it was, right?
That was a domination. But let's talk about the reverse side now for, you know, if you're the Kaiser player here, you know, game 1 hasn't really gone your way. Are there any changes in strategy or any cards you think could be included here from the side deck that could make this, you know, a bit more better?
It's
that was a
after
deep
release.
sigh.
I think you need some sort of gear removal so that you can have the chance to stop the Pack of Wonders madness together with the Bewitching Spirit. You need to basically hope a little bit that your opponent doesn't find all the pieces to the puzzle immediately.
Yep.
And then if your opponent can't Fizz or Pack of Wonders loop their Bewitching Spirits and you get to actually find some card. I mean, we're not even playing cards like Progression Day. Those cards traditionally help you in this matchup quite a bit. Maybe something to put in from the sideboard if there is one. Because then, I mean, if your opponent really works hard, spends like 10 runes to just, or 10 energy to get your hand discarded, get you like 3 hand trips or sometimes 2 if you involve a Fizz and a Gust. And you draw 4 with Progression Day. I think that's a better progression for you than for your opponent.
That could be a way to progress onto day 2. It could be said. So gear removal potentially and Progression Day could be moving in to our main deck if you are our Kai'Sa player. And I think if you are Ezreal, I think it's just business as usual, to be fair. That was a solid game plan there. Just removing all the units, removing all the hand, removing all hope, quite honestly. And that's what you want to do. So we are going to be starting our game 2 here on our Swiss Round 6 feature match. We are going to see the fist bump. And let's get into some Riftbound.
All right, Arena's Greatest. That is certainly going to help Kai'Sa, usually. However, in the last game, we reached 4 points in total.
Still falling a little bit short, it's safe to say. And it looks like Forbidden Waste will be the other battlefield of choice, I'm assuming, from our Ezreal player. Time Warp in the hand again. It looks like that is going to get mulligan. That we don't need to be holding on to that right now, I can tell you that. We need value. We need quick aggro cards here if you are our Kai'Sa player. But here we go. We are getting started. Over to Kai'Sa. Draw for turn. 2 runes open. And I think, was that just a pass?
Nah, I think that was just the Arena's Greatest trigger that we took.
Oh, okay, yep, that works.
So we note that down. That is, very close though. If that's just a pass, that is very harshly punished, especially in this matchup.
I think it was, it was. That's not what you need, Leo, in a win and in game 2. We need units. We need pressure. We need something to stop this Ezreal just walking all over us. But it is over to Ezreal now. I think Plundering Poro was in hand. There it was.
Poro is absolutely insane, providing gold for free soon, especially if you don't want to develop another unit in the next turn, because if we're looking at Saratek's hand, there is not too much. Maybe you could play from the champion zone, but there's a Legendary Yordle now. The chances of this Poro conquering and then getting punished for it, getting lower and lower, actually.
And you don't want to be giving Ezreal that free gold that can go into... Honestly, it can just power so much. But at least the Yoda will be able to draw. Oh, we're going to see a response. Hextech Ray?
I don't know if we want to let this go through. There is a potential to bounce it back with a Gust, but
there we go.
says, nope, I'm playing the long game here. I'm playing the defensive game. I just need to drain you out of resources, so I will take that trade. Also, Gust is a powerful tool in the endgame to deny cards like the Watchful Sentry.
Okay. Yodel is ready. We can charge him in.
I will play a Stupefy.
Yeah,
Stupefy on that Yordle.
It's going to get to draw 1.
Another card.
I pass back.
And now are we using the Wages of Pain?
Oh, wow.
To get the Legend. Prodigal Explorer Legend ability.
So this kills. I get gold.
This feels a little bit reminiscent of game 1 here. Sure, Ezreal had to jump through a little bit more hoops, but doing the game plan.
And
Kai'Sa champion coming down, not with Accelerate though, is over to Ezreal.
I like the way Dizir approaches this one now, because we don't play hard into the Singularity. Like last game was a really, really high commitment into Singularity, completely tapping out with an accelerated Kai'Sa. At least with 2 runes open, there is a possibility for a retreat, which might be a card that Saratek needs to play around. Max Apathetic, really, really strong card against Kai'Sa as well. At a certain point, the deck wants to either accelerate its own Kai'Sa, which now is redundant, but Thousand Tails Watcher or Darius are cards that are not going to do a lot of work against it. So you're either forcing your opponent to play them out now or
I'll move
almost
Kai'Sa here and pass
never. Also,
fine.
Vex has the deflect keyword, which
Conquer
itself makes it kind of broken versus.
and I draw from Kai'Sa.
Yes, at least you have the Kai'Sa to pay for that deflect cost, essentially. But you're right, forcing more resources than you'd otherwise like.
Kai'Sa can only pay for spells.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, oh, that Vex apathetic, honestly.
it's
What a card. That is most played unit here
to base.
in Utrecht. We are going to see an Inferno coming down. Oh, so we are going
More.
to see two.
Play this guy,
Very hopeful. I
Quite
like
like this.
and I pass.
And it is going to be the pass, but I like this. Just getting units into play, so if Vex was to get developed at the battlefield, at least you can charge them in.
How many runes do we have? We're at 589. That is.
Oh, but there is the singularity. What are we targeting here?
I think
Well,
it's.
Kai'Sa plus Noxus hopeful. Yep, they're the obvious choices. Will that go through?
They're both dead.
That is going
Yep.
to be a draw from the Ezreal as well.
Then I will draw with my legend.
Massive turn. We were just saying how much we like that turn there for Kai'Sa, the opposite of game one, but Ezreal just immediately closing the door of opportunity there.
Yeah, if we had one more rune, the Deadly Flourish could have been good.
tap.
I really like the conservative play with the Vax Apathetic. The card is so useful, and especially this matchup, and in basically every Fury matchup, that you don't want to risk it at all against an Inferno that is developed in the base, right? You only have Wages of Pain as an answer to it,
move
or a
here.
Gust.
Pass through.
You are not really threatened.
Oh, there's the Wages of Pain on the Inferno. That's going to stop that conquest there.
Dies.
Wow. This, honestly, Ezreal is just having its way all over this game.
Watchful Sentry.
Watchful Sentry.
I mean, we haven't started
Two more.
looping Bewitching Spirit yet.
No,
we
there
haven't.
is- Oh, and
Another Noxus hopeful, though.
Pass.
if he finds it Stupefy, then Deadly Flourish plus Stupefy would be amazing. Drawing 2 cards, getting rid of that card.
Bellowing
That
Breath.
works.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
good.
goodness, that card is good here.
Bellowing Breath, deal 1 to 2 units or 3 units at the same location, but you can repeat it, of course. That would also get you the Ezreal draw as well.
You don't need to, because you will throw the Deadly Flourish at the Noxus Hopeful
resolves.
afterwards. That one is going to die. You
Draw
also
one.
get the gold token, and you will get that draw
This has one
Yeah, 1 damage.
immediately
and
from
for
here. But you can also
3,
Deadly
I will
Flourish and
play-
then get rid of it.
Wait, no, for 4,
Yes. 4, not 3. This is not Wages, although it plays like Wages.
3, I will play Eclipse.
Oh,
okay.
Eclipse gets you there as well.
Yeah, resolves. He's dead.
Wow, this is honestly,
Yes.
Leo, if I'm the Kai'Sa player here, I'm just putting stuff down and it's getting sent straight to my trash. Like, what? How am I meant to try and win this game? Ezreal, you're being a bit rude if you ask me. And you get the draw as well. Still got all those runes open as well, Leo.
Now I can imagine that we start going for Vex Conquers, because
Ezreal
quite
Prodigy.
frankly,
Yes.
there can't be anything that is too threatening.
I will
However,
prefer-
in Battlefield, you're opening up
Oh, wait, just
something like a Wages
one.
from the Kai'Sa.
draw 2.
So, as we have very few units, I could
Go.
still see Saratech to
I
not
don't mind
conquer.
it.
Tap.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Just
And I'll
make
want
sure
to-
there is no options.
And draw for 2.
Kai'Sa has been, putting loads of cards in play, but they have been removed. So, in theory, the hand rip is still kind of live because they're putting multiple cards down and they are getting removed. Haven't quite been able to see what's in our Kai'Sa player's hand here, but I can't imagine. I mean, ideally, what are we looking for here, Leo? Just
Singularity.
units? Singularity, of course, yep. That would also be fantastic. Firing off at yourself, your response, doing 6 to 2 units.
Also, you can then, of course, exhaust the Kai'Sa Legend and pay deflect cost, and then you are just deramping for 2, which would be perfect since you're already at 12, so deramping for 2 kind of is efficient, actually.
My legend.
Here we go.
Recycle
Falling
from
Star.
Spell, targeting this and this. 1 more for the deflect.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that is going to remove the Ezreal champion, but Vex Apathetic will still have 1 left.
Stupefy.
Tap 1.
Yeah, I think you're right.
A Stupefy targeting.
There we go.
1 for deflect.
I'm liking this. And that is going to go through as well, Leo. The reverse border up. I love this. We are trading blows here. The pendulum of power is swinging left, is swinging right. Wow.
Pass the turn.
This is one of those games where nobody is going anywhere. Both players have identified that if you play a unit, it most certainly won't stick for a long time. So we're just chilling now, but I think it's still of highest priority to find units.
Yeah, it's interesting. You want to get units down, but they are just swiftly getting sent to the trash. Stack deck did find a stack deck. That's going to give you an effective 6 cards to look at.
I think that Saratech is really trying to find Bewitching Spirit now. And
oh, there's one. That is one, right? Yeah, in the middle.
Let's see. Is the theory correct or not? I could. Oh.
Cards in hand.
Is that Pack of Wonders? There we go. 6, did you say? Was that 6?
Yeah.
Okay, quite a long time before we get into Bewitching Spirit loop then. Did you see what was taken?
Yeah, Pack of Wonders.
Pack of Wonders.
That sets up for quite some loops.
And I will play a Plundering Poro for 2.
Yep.
Immense pressure oozing out of this Plundering Poro, of course.
Channel 1, 2.
Gold and pressure at the same time.
I do like not dropping a Bewitching Spirit here, if you would have taken it, because then you can just push for a point with the Plundering Poro.
You're at 2, right?
Play it into the battlefield and then loop it with Gusts. But also just setting up a Pack of Wonders, and then, I mean, at some point you will have to find Bewitching Spirit, right? We're halfway through our deck already. There's 3 copies in there. We know that 1 is under the deck now. I don't know how many we recycled so far, if we have maybe mulliganed away some of those.
I'll pass.
Right.
Oh.
Ready.
Just a pass. I say just a pass. There's a lot of runes open, of course, but no units developed. Is over to Ezreal now. Could this be the turn that he has been waiting for? Pack of Wonders comes down. Plundering Poro Conquest. Is that going to go through?
Priority.
And that is...
surely not.
And my legend.
2 in a legend.
Play Smite on it.
Smite. Is that going to go through? That is. Okay.
Yeah.
Response number 1.
That's absolutely fine. And I think that Saratech is really, really happy about that, even because he just traded a Plundering Poro for another card in hand. And now you can just start slamming down Bewitching Spirit. The less cards your opponent has, the better
there you
for
go. Right on cue.
Yeah.
Please discard a card.
Discard 1.
Discard Singularity.
And I will return
That is a
it to
huge
my hand.
discard, and we do that same stuff again. But not yet, of course, because otherwise cards like Singularity or Deadly Flourish, the discarded Singularity kind of telegraphs that there is another one of those. And if your opponent hits it, you're out of Bewitching Spirit. So you have to be very, very cautious. I love this about the way Saratech plays. He's a control player, and he knows that he has to get the maximum amount of value out of every single card he plays. Therefore, he's really, really cautious. Also, if you've analyzed the last turns closely, not a lot is going on for Dizia aggressively. There's just not a lot happening. We are at 2-1 points in the arena's greatest game, mate.
That is a great point. And yeah, you're right. It's not like I could go gung-ho on the hand rip, but you're right. I mean, what has Dizia been presenting? Threats, not a great deal. Oh.
Play Turn to Dust on your Pack of Wonders.
Okay, I think that was a sided card there, that Turn to Dust. That Pack of Wonders has been given that temporary tag. That will be getting discarded at the end.
Awaken.
But
there we go.
Pack of Wonders also traded for another one of those cards in hand. And now Saratech, his opponent is not really doing too much, so he can basically just really easily chill.
Bewitching Spirit number 1.
I would have said he would have not played the Bewitching Spirit if he didn't top deck one more.
That makes, yeah. Now you've got more free reign to get more liberal with your Bewitching Spirit usage.
And I'll draw.
Is that just a Bewitching Spirit and a pass?
Yeah.
The battle of attrition here in our Swiss Round 6 feature match. If you are just joining us, the winner of this match will advance to our second day of competition. Dizia is currently 1 game down. We'll need to win this and game 3 to get to that 6-0 record. Zeretic currently 1 game on.
How much of a battle is it really, though? Because Dizia can really not afford this Bewitching Spirit to conquer. Because otherwise, it's just going to get gusted back, and we have a whole more hand looping action going on.
Yeah, but he isn't to know that. But I mean, I don't know. There's a ton of options.
Recycle both.
2 and recycle 2. Bellowing Breath.
That's fine.
That will be a killed Bewitching Spirit. No looping shenanigans yet. Do we see a unit?
I would like to see how many
Noxus
cards...
hopeful? Oh no, going to be the Inferno.
How many cards Dizia still has in
Ready,
hand?
don't have any runes.
I think he could be down to 2 cards in total.
I think I make it 2 or 3, yeah. Hard to tell.
Oh, are you seeing what I'm seeing? This might be a dead unit. Can we kill the Inferno? Can we do it? Can we do it? Double.
Wow.
Nice.
Bellows
Now we're going to
Breath
get
for Ezreal.
Ezreal drawn out as well because of the repeat. Wow, honestly. There's the Bewitching Spirit. How many cards do we have?
It's more than one, otherwise you wouldn't be thinking.
3. Currently 3 cards in hand.
I'll discard Watcher.
I think that was the Watcher, yet. I think one of those other cards is Time Warp as well, Leo, I think.
And draw for turn.
That is actually a very brave Bewitching Spirit, but maybe you're looking at the Treasure of Dizia, there is not too many more cards that can get rid of this card. You have the Starcrossed in hand to bounce it.
Tap 2.
However, your opponent doesn't have a unit
Raven
on
Bloom.
board. Never mind
Then
that.
tap 10.
Oh, this is a Time Warp.
Time Warp.
Here it is!
Recycle.
The Time Warp.
3 blue.
I think you can respond to that with a Starcrossed, and I would not even hate that play. Because then your opponent doesn't even get a Conquer off of that.
That's banished.
I'll put it here.
All right.
Then again, you can also just chill, right? You can also use the Time Warp on the second turn. So let's see what that Time Warp. That's a very, very costly ready a card, draw a card. Actually, it's fine.
Arguably the most expensive way to ready a card, but that Time Warp will give Dizia a second turn, essentially.
I'll move here and pass 2.
That's fine.
We'll get the Conquer. We'll get the point for his 3rd point of this match, by the way.
He just doesn't care, does he?
No, he's so nonchalant, been like, yeah, you can do what you want. I'm still in the driver's seat. But hey, Dizia is putting points on the board. This is what you need. Points is how you win.
Yep.
I mean, not the most explosive of Time Warped turns, I think it's safe to say, but does get a point on the board, does get a unit to stick. Starcross currently in hand, though.
Spirit into the Forbidden Waste.
Oh, into Forbidden Waste. That makes this card go 0 when it's being attacked. However, not too much attacking action going on. Deadly Flourish being considered onto this Raven Bloom student.
Yeah.
Do we have something like a Stupefy so that we can trigger the Ezreal Legend? No.
And
Doesn't look like it yet. 2 cards in hand currently for Dizia, but it's just going to be the pass.
I think Saratek is chilling massively on this because he knows he has double Gust in hand to just bounce it back whenever Dizir just attempts to get rid of this Bewitching Spirit. That is one of the cards you don't want to see, cards that put units on board and then replace themselves immediately like the Lecturing Yordle. But at least it can't be followed up immediately by a Time Warp.
Hold to...
So we are just going to see the hold there. So Zeretic is actually catching up on points here.
Drop.
But we are jostling for ball control. Wow, another Gust. Off the top. Thousand Eyes-tailed Watcher currently in the hand as well. Quite a few options, but Singularity currently in hand as well.
At which point do you just start gusting your Bewitching Spirit?
Yeah, I think you're right. Just close the door down. But there's a Singularity.
But I mean, I think I'm just suggesting this Gust play because I really want something to happen. Because I think he's in no position where he has to throw Gusts down. He just Singularities one singular Yordle because he knows my opponent is not going to commit to the board.
Oh, we get a look at chance to consult the hand, perhaps. 4 cards now.
Tap 5. Recycle 1 red. Play Darius in base.
Darius going to come down.
Pass.
Okay.
Was that a Kha'Zix as well? I think in the hand as well.
4.
Yeah.
It is a...
But yeah,
cannot be a Kha'Zix.
And channel
so it can, of course, it can't. So I apologize.
Don't worry about it. Oh, another unit that can be developed. Now we're going completely loco on the side of Saratek.
I will.
So many options.
2.
Being very patient.
Into this battlefield.
Yeah.
Oh, now we are not getting the debuff for defending. Things are looking crazy here.
Is that Darius going to hang around, though? Starcross is in the hand, of course.
Starcross.
There we go, right on cue.
He wants to force his opponent to play more cards as well with the Darius so that it has to accelerate, otherwise it gets bounced every single time. It says, do we play this into the battlefield? Yes, because we want to be able to gust it. Now our units are actually safer in the battlefield rather than in our base. And you've seen that the last time, Shay.
And draw for turn.
Wow, okay. Ezreal just slowly advancing that controlling resource management strategy. And if you're Dizia, I don't know. You know, Darius is currently in the hand, but I'd just say it would cost a lot of resources to get that accelerate off.
I'm getting dizzy watching this.
Bewitching Spirit's just flying around. I mean, we have been in a Time Warp this game as well. I wouldn't blame you for forgetting that. That wasn't the most explosive of Time Warp, but, you know. Here we go. Uh-oh. 8.
That must be an accelerated thousand-tailed Watcher.
Okay, here we go.
Just right after we've seen a Starcross, so I know where this is coming from. However, if you have one Starcross in Ezreal after 20 turns, there's a good chance there is going to be another one. Just
You wouldn't. Oh, no, Zeretek. The Starcrossed immediately sending that thousand-tailed Watcher back to the hand. Any comeback potential, the door gets closed.
All right.
But at this point, Zeretek is also not making too many points, right? He's at 5 now.
That's fair.
So that Watcher problem is delayed for just a second.
Sure. That's the thing about Starcross. It doesn't remove the threat. What do we see? What do we see?
A Pack of Wonders. That is going to be absolutely massive here.
No.
3 Longsword is discarded. So we know about Darius in hand, and we know about the Thousand-Tailed Watcher in hand. Don't know how many cards are still left. Pack of Wonders, Bewitching Spirit. We're bewitching you so hard.
All discard Singularity.
So now we know with that Pack of Wonders, we can get so much more lib with our Bewitching Spirit.
Bewitching Spirit.
Here we go. This is the turn you were talking about, Leo, where Bewitching Spirits are going to be flying around. Everybody close your windows. You don't want Spirit to enter.
All on tap.
What can Dizia do?
Channel 2 and draw 1. Yeah, I think I'm cooked.
I think you might be as well, Dizia. I think you might be too.
5 to 3.
How many cards in hand?
3.
3.
No, it's also not too many cards.
Not too many cards to be fair. Did just, unleash a flurry of cards to get the Bewitching Spirit out, of course. Pack of Wonder, Gust, and Bewitching Spirit. What can we do, Dizia? Are you cooked as you cook? Are you cooked? That's what you said. Here we go.
Tap 8 again. And 2 blue to accelerate the Watcher.
Yes. Mine will have -1.
And I'll go here and pass 2.
That's fine. You conquered the 4.
Gotta score some points at some point.
I mean, that is a big body, Leo. Not the easiest one in the world to remove.
You know what removes a Watcher? Hey, Watcher!
You'd be so sad, wouldn't you? Play your Watcher against Starcross.
My base, pass 2.
And then the opponent just immediately Thousand-Tailed Watches you in response.
Channel. I will draw.
Darius has been taken care of before, I think, by
the
for sure. Spirit there.
Accelerate my own Watcher.
And you are correct. There's the response. Thousand-Tailed Watcher with Accelerate. That can just charge straight in. Remove that threat.
The red ones.
Okay, thanks.
No worries.
There is still the Raven Bloom student in base that will have to do a lot of work. That is going to be over hours for the studies for the
I was about to say that's going to have to be a Raven Bloom professor, to be honest with you. I don't think a student can get this one cut. We're going to see the Conquer into the other battlefield, Leo, as well. Up to 7.
That is presenting lethal with
that
7.
Is.
With the Plundering Poro.
Yep.
Trying to hold 2 battlefields. Which singular card could win or save Dizia the game? Not even a singularity. Yep.
The Starcross. No, for Bellowing Breath, even better. That's going to remove the Raven Bloom student.
He dies.
This will be recycled. And I'll return Fist to my hand. And pass.
Wow. So Dizia needs to clear off both battlefields here with no units in play and no cards in hand. 1 card in hand. 2 cards in hand, sorry. But it is just going to be the concession. Ezreal wins 2-0. Congratulations, Zeretek. You find yourself in day 2 here at the Utrecht Regional Championship. And Leo, what a performance that was.
Look at him all smiling there, knowing I have played the Ezreal game of my lifetime there, knowing full well, hey, we are in no time pressure actually, because you can just dominate the game so incredibly hard versus Kai'Sa taking out those units. While Kai'Sa has a more aggressive approach with a similar playstyle, Ezreal bounces his own units back, so he has absolute control over which units can stay in play and which can't. And that really showed in this game, right? He always was the player who had units in play, or at least in hand. Well, Dizia was just struggling to get anything on board, couldn't even really get points in a Kai'Sa deck, which is usually so aggressive, closed out games rather fast. And I also love this backline Vex pressure. You know, the deflect doesn't even matter in this matchup because everyone is chilling at 12 runes anyways. But just forcing your opponent to commit so much into certain place, and then Bewitching Spirit looping, it's almost unplayable.
I just think we see the difference when you have Fury versus Chaos. Chaos just has so many more tricks. You know, Starcrossed, Fizz, Bewitching Spirit, Pack of Wonders. And yeah, I think the problem is in that matchup, it feels Fury just seems too honest. Like, yeah, I have my removal, I have my board presence, but when your opponent can just discard your hand, remove your threats with Starcrossed, has your own Thousand-Tailed Watcher as well, what are you meant to do?
I mean, you have Starcrossed for a Falling Star as well, right? If you're investing so many runes for a Falling Star already and you just bounce your own unit to save it like a Bewitching Spirit or anything that can be played fast like a Fizz and immediately has impact, and you bounce something of theirs, they lose tempo, they lose a card as well, you save your cards, and then you're profiting off of that by such a big margin. And that's eventually what happened in that game, right? Every single trade that happened was just a little bit better for Zeratek, and he just ran away with the games after a very long time.
It was. We have to really appreciate that patient play, though. You know, it had many turns to do the Bewitching Spirit plus Gust combination, was very patient. But in the second that Pack of Wonders came down, it was like, and there goes your hand.
I want to say that there's something malicious to this playstyle, yeah? When you're looking at your opponent, you know, we're both at 1 point. You know I'm in the driving seat. I know I'm in the driving seat. I have 12 runes open. Pass.
Yeah.
But I think that we are going to pass it now over to our winner of the last round and bear it over to the interview.
And pass, you absolutely did. But who didn't pass, but they passed the test? Zeratek locking in your day 2, now 6-0 on Ezreal. How does it feel knowing that no matter what happens after these next 2 rounds, we're going to see you tomorrow?
It's exciting. I mean, when I got here, I did not think I would make it, even though I really, really wanted to. I mean, it's my first regional qualifier, and to be able to make it day 2 on my first attempt, so to speak, it's crazy. I almost can't believe it, almost.
Well, you better believe it, because it's happening right now. So what is also happening right now is an incredible match against Kaisa, who I was also kind of surprised being at this 5-0 level. But, you know, I want to ask you, because a lot of the Kaisa decks have now shifted to be a little more aggressive, whereas you're playing this Ezreal deck, and especially in that second game, the sort of like immaculate amount of control that the deck was already very good at, even back when, you know, we were still thinking of things like Miracle decks, of course. But the Bewitching Spirit really showcased here, where it wasn't just about playing it, getting the discard out, but we saw how many gusts you saw. Obviously, Starcrossed is such an immaculate card, but that sort of hand control while also just playing around your opponent's removal, I can imagine this is like the perfect matchup you're looking for.
Oh yeah, I mean, Kaiser can get a little bit difficult because they're able to remove from your base, so you have to be very careful when you put down the Spirit and if you can afford to lose it at that moment. But patience is key, like being able to play it slow, not feel like you have to score points, holding back the Vex as long as I did, just knowing that I'll be fine, I win the long game. It's a very good matchup for that reason, and yeah.
Well, and that's great, because you are now definitely telling the story about how control decks, I think, are finding a very quick way back into the format. Maybe, you know, of course, a top 8 might be a little harder to do, but the story very much is that these decks that can take their time, fight against the aggro decks, just slow down their tempo, and getting these points early really can matter and function into this tournament. So can I ask you, just maybe real quickly, your past matches in the day today, have they also been against other aggressive decks, or have you had to win maybe like a control mirror match?
It's mostly been aggressive, I would say. There was an Aurora matchup, which tends to be a bit slower. But I do also think that Ezreal has plenty of tools to deal with a turn to dust, to get rid of the Aurora, Starcross, to get rid of those big units. Especially with Elder Dragon, you can sort of like counter the play effect. So yeah, it's mostly been aggressive decks, and I do think that Ezreal has a pretty good time against those. And maybe what I say is a bit controversial, but I do think he only has like one real bad matchup, which would be into something like Irelia, because of the Defies for one, but also the Deflect being a real issue for a spell control deck.
Yeah, I mean, you both play the Vex Apathetic, but of course the Irelia Fervence can be really hard to deal with sometimes. But regardless of that, You are being fervent here in this tournament. You are now 6-0 on a Ezreal, moving to day 2, but still 2 more rounds to go today. So we're going to go ahead and send it back to more action.
Thank you for that, Barrett. Yeah, we are coming in hot and fast for our next action here, but it's always great to hear from our winners there. That Ezreal player being so, patient, meticulous. Said did have to go through a few aggro decks, but now he finds himself, for that record, to find himself in day 2.
I love the fervent pun from Barrett, by the way.
It was, yeah. We have to give attention to that. Yeah.
That might also be a shout out to the backup feature match that we're going to show, because Aurelia Fervent is definitely going to play a role in that. It is going to be Aurelia Blade Dancer versus Darius, Hand of Noxus. And I will say, of course, I know people at home, chat, is going to start rooting for Darius immediately because of the underdog story.
Yeah, for sure.
Irelia, also as a year-long League player for me.
Yep.
I have loved this character so much. I'm the biggest Irelia fan. And I love the playstyle of the deck, quite frankly. I know it's very strong, and that's why people like other decks more, because it's like the underdog story. But Irelia has a special place in my heart. So I always root for Irelia.
Okay, that's interesting because I'm rooting for Darius here. I love this playstyle where you really lean into the Legion, and that's what your Legend power can do. You can essentially use that as an extra 1 when on a Legion activation. So it's sort of like a very, the polar opposite in playstyles, right? Aurelia loves to just protect that queen, have her dancing around the field, destroying everything like a wrecking ball. And Darius wants to go wide. Legion, Noxus hopeful, all of that jazz as well. Keep an eye on that safety inspector, though.
That can be very, very difficult to play against for Irelia as well. Like these token decks, the decks that can go for so many pushes, especially with something like Rally the Troop, when you all of a sudden not only go wide, but also go big. But there's also not only Grand Stratagem, one of the blowout cards from Origins back then that sees a bit of play, but also Baited Hook as an option. Baited Hook in this deck, it doesn't want to find the big, super huge drops. I remember in Origins, one of the best cards you could hit with Baited Hook and Darius was Draven Showboat. But now you, of course, have the Spectral Matron card that is going to get back your Vanguard Captains and get you even wider and wider and wider. But there, we're seeing a very nice and clean Aurelia. Left only 1 Vex Apathetic. Wondering if we're playing more of those in the side deck. Double Raza. Where's that coming from? 1 Fizz Trixel. That is a very, very high utility Aurelia deck. That is very interesting. Only 1 Starcrossed. Not so fast in the main deck as well. Traveling Merchant. All right, we're in for a treat. That is a very different Aurelia list from most of the lists that we're used to. We're playing a interesting amount of 2 drops. We're playing 3 Merchants.
Yeah.
And then 2/2 on the Tide Turner and the Scuttle Crabs. We're having, of course, Guardian Angel in case we do not find this unit 2-drop. But of course, we're also gonna run Zorn's Warrants, I think. So this is something that you can cycle through your deck with rather swiftly. I'm very curious to see how these cards that are not always being played in Aurelia are going to show off, because Raza is something that is sometimes really hard to utilize. However, if you're in a longer and grindier game and you have used most of these 1 energy low power spells like Stack Deck, like Defiant Dance, On Guard, I think the deck can pop off quite big then.
Yeah, I've seen it happen. It can get out of hand. I think Aurelia is one of those decks that can get out of hand ridiculously fast, with the boosts of swiftness, signature spell buffing you to silly amounts of might, if I'm being perfectly honest. So I'm very intrigued to see how Darius, our Darius player, I should say, will kick us off. I believe we are going straight into a game 2 situation where it looks like Darius Mice Diamond Hat was able to swipe that game 1 there from Aurelia. So, Aurelia on the back foot, rarely finds itself on the back foot here. Can Comeback King do his namesake and come back?
Or is Diamond going to put on the hat and win? Yeah, that wasn't as clean.
Not as square. I see what you tried to do, but it looks like, here we go, our Swiss round 6 feature match B. Game 2 is getting started there. Comeback King, Tide Turner, back over to Mice. It looks like we have, what is that, Tarragon's Peak there, and Emperor Deus as our battlefields of choice.
Absolutely gorgeous Spirit Forged Nexus Knight.
Do we have the Noxus hopeful as well with the Darius power? We do. The Legion, that's probably your fantastic start. You want to see a 2-drop in combination with your Noxus hopeful.
Yeah, Legion at 1 is really, really strong. I was surprised when Origins came out that Darius did not see more play, because that is so much tempo even. Your opponent started with just a 2-drop and you played cards for the energy amount of their second turn now. So they're going to go out with the Stellar Conherder and the Tide Turner. Dreamy start, especially with the Targon's Peak trigger and end of turn to get 2 runes back up. Are we going to save that Tide Turner, or is the Noxus Hopeful going to take it down?
So we are debating it here. Nope, he's going to charge in. Have any response? 4 versus 2 currently.
High-end dance, or are we on guarding? Stack deck to possibly find a card that helps us in that situation.
One thing I want to keep an eye on there in this matchup, though, is that Defiant Dance. It's essentially, what, like a 4 swing? Yeah. If it's used with your champion unit, though, it gets even more.
It's a 5 swing, yeah.
That's 5 swing.
But we haven't found that one. Comeback King is picking up that Gust now. How much is that going to help in this matchup? You can opt to save your Tide Turner, which is something I do not hate, because it is going to draw you extra cards with the Stellar Conherder, but we decide not to save it, not to use that one last energy there, Stellar Conherder, in the battlefield. Perhaps a little bit more important to save if anything would happen, but we're just stopping our opponent in an aggressive deck from conquering here, profiting off of that Emperor's Dais, even though I don't even know if you want to Emperor's Dais back your honest broker. I think heavily depends on what you're doing. And there is the first power paid. Vanguard Captain, one of the most impactful 3-drops.
Yeah, because we get the recruit with its ability coming into play as well. And here's the sort of strength in numbers, as it were. The Darius deck, the complete opposite to an Aurelia. Speaking of which, is over to Aurelia now.
Honestly, Vanguard Captain is quantity and quality.
Yeah, for sure.
There is already a Defiant Dance. Comeback King just deciding earlier that he does not want to use this on a Tide Turner. Tempo isn't that important. You've got to protect your queen, in this case, it's Stellar Conherder.
Yeah, it's interesting. You've got sort of 2 massive standout units here for the Aurelia deck. You obviously have the Aurelia Forever, I can't pronounce that, but a champion unit, I should say, that's going to come up and just wreck ball. But then you also have the Stellar Conherder, who draws you cards every time it moves, which now has ganking due to those Boots of Swiftness.
And we have readied it after attaching the Boots of Swiftness to it. That derams us for quite a bit. I think we have the Discipline also in hand, because otherwise this is... Oh no, it's a 5-4 trade, of course. This is a very, very clean trade here for the Comeback King, with other protection spells in hand. Oh, that is actually looking quite clean in hand.
Yeah, I think, there's nothing we can do there if we're Mice Diamond Hatch. You're going to have to let that one go through, getting points on the board of your Stellar Conherder. Remember, it draws every time it moves. Fantastic for your card economy.
And wants to be as efficient as possible with the Targon's Peak trigger, so decides to develop 1 more unit into base to get 2 runes readied instead of ending on 4. Falling behind on runes quite heavily is something that Aurelia does a lot versus especially aggressive strategies. But you kind of have to do that. If you're just sitting there and waiting, you are going to get taken out rather fast. Xin Zhao is now being played. Readied, of course, because you have 2 or more units in your base.
And to be fair, that is a stacked-looking base there, Leo. If you're March, you can just go charging into that Tarragon's Peak if you like. 3 other cards in the hand, opted not to play anything of yet. We do have the Legion power, of course, from our Darius, since, Lee Sin was played, of course.
The thing is, if your opponent is 3 runes up, hasn't developed too much yet, and played a stack deck before, the chances of you getting massively hit by these combat tricks, it's quite big. I mean, that's a big Stellar Conherder to begin with.
It is.
But if you throw everything into that Targon's Peak...
Surely something's surviving though, right? I mean, sure, 3 runes are open, but you can't... Well, we're eyeing up 3 units here, and the recruits, are they joining the Noxus charge, as it were? Here we go. 4 units slamming in. What has Combat King got to defend that onslaught? Currently 10-5. Stellar Conherder versus the Noxus army from Darius. We see signature spell, and I see a discipline.
That is already countering the 10-5.
Yeah, I was about to say, that gets you there. Okay, fair enough.
That gets you to 9 versus 8. but then you're also completely exhausted on your runes. Now, Combat King needs to take a big think.
For sure, because Priority would pass back over. Might have some extra tricks up his sleeve as well.
Discipline.
There's a Discipline.
Results.
That's going to be +2, draw 1.
+2.
Does that Darius deck play any other combat tricks? You could have something like an Inferno. That would absolutely do the trick. Plus, maybe a Hidden Blade.
It's going to be 10 versa, but I think that is going to be all she wrote there for that showdown. Mice Diamond Hat clears away that Stellar Corn Herder. Boots of Swiftness returns to the base, of course. But we can obviously charge in our recruit there, and we can obviously pay one if we like to get that Sand Soldier. A little bit extra, if you so desire.
Always Spectral Matron paying a lot of power here to get that Captain back in. It was the plan all along to just sack it there and replay it. Basically, all the units that were lost are being built up again. Just lost no power, just exchanged Xin Zhao for the Matron. Now Combat King. He doesn't have a Stellar Corn Herder anymore. That was a big momentum swing. And if you want to develop your Irelia now, if you want to have a powerful unit to combat all of these stats on the side of Mice Diamond Head, you are very late to the party. You have to basically completely tap out here and give your opponent almost a full hold or sack your Traveling Merchant.
Discard scrap. Okay.
Okay. Traveling Merchant coming down. We do get the ability, of course, discard 1, draw 1. Priority passed. 2 runes open. That is just going to go through, though. Sneaky little Conquer.
Combat King is sitting on, I think, already 2 Defies in hand. That is something that makes you usually feel really safe about scenarios. However, against this deck, what are you really defying? Falling Star, you can't defy. Inferno, you really can't defy as well. Grand Stratagem, you cannot defy. Hidden Blade and Rally the Troops are targets for you. Do you want to defy those? Questionable. You kind of have to if you have it.
I mean, yeah, it needs must when you are in a win-or-go-home situation, as it were. 2 runes being used here. Scuttle Crab. Draw 1. Don't mind it.
That is a Raza, and Raza would already only cost 4 energy and a power. However, I would say that a Vex sounds a little bit better, so that next turn you have more access. Oh, I like this. We are racing for points. Again, 2 power is being used. Get that Merchant ready. Merchant on 4 Might versus the 3 Might on Targon's Peak. You could play that Vex afterwards into your base, and of course also still have 2 runes up.
Move trigger.
Actually, I think Combat King is really looking good in this comeback here. However, resource-wise, we're getting rid of the first Defy, realizing that is nothing we can capitalize on.
Okay, so the Traveling Merchant with a little bit of might here, currently on the 4 versus 3 at this showdown. And I think you're right here, no other modifiers for Mice Diamond Hat. The Traveling Merchant doing everything he can. Obviously, Targon Peak will activate here as well. Going to ready up 2 runes for Combat King. Could the comeback be on? That was a great turn there. The Boots of Swiftness, quite honestly, so versatile.
Decks with a lot of might from gear trades super well into these token decks, into these might-heavy decks, because you can just use it again and again and again. This card has given so much value to Combat King already, and Vex now developed in base. We see this multiple times now already, that players don't play Vex into the battlefield just because then it's so vulnerable already. And in this scenario, let's be honest, you are not too afraid of something accelerating or something being ambushed. Traveling Merchant's kind of already dead on board.
Yeah, the Vex Apathetic is rather safe, but it does have that deflect cost as well. So if you're going to try and target with something like a Falling Star, would have to pay that additional cost. And Mice hasn't actually got too many runes developed. Currently at 5. Does have a decent board presence, though, of course.
Hasn't found a Seal of Unity.
No.
Something to...
Oh, here we go.
Go for 6.
Oh, wow, okay. That does smell like a bait somehow. This smells fishy.
Yeah.
You're throwing so many units in there. I mean, it plays around a discipline. So if your opponent has 2 runes up, that does work quite well. If you just push in a 4 might unit, it is tough. But you're going to...
Defiant Dance.
Put a lot of work in with this Defiant Dance. That is actually a blowout for 3 units.
Yeah, the Defiance Dance coming in close. That signature spell there for Aurelia. Give one of you, well, give a unit +2 and another unit -2.
Go here.
So Mice Hat I mean, most Diamond Hat is just going to have to forego that battlefield and charge into the other one. Points
I will pay
currently looking rather, rather good. 4 versus 5. We are going to get the Emperor Deus activation.
Going to give us a Sand Soldier, but Comeback King is kind of running away with this game so far.
Yeah.
Now has to play the Dredger from hand, but of course you have Darius as Legion ability, so you can, with the power from the gold token, play the Vanguard Captain, of course, after playing the Dredger.
Then I'll pass.
Developing a lot in base as well, but that is going to be a hold point to 6, that can be a ganking to 7, and then we're already looking pretty clean.
Channel 2.
Yeah, this is looking like a rather great scenario for Combat King. Doing his namesake here. Was on the ropes a little bit at the start of the game, but has stabilized rather well. That Traveling Merchant of all things becoming the Wrecking Ball. And we have a lot more cards to play with here. Vex, Apathetic, and a Scuttle Crab currently. I mean, you could obviously charge in your Scuttle Crab to get hand knowledge. I guess, actually, with most Diamond Hat tapped out, as it were, you've got free reign.
I think throwing down the Scuttle Crab doesn't even sound too bad, just so you know what you can play around later on.
Thinking here. Move trigger.
Does decide to go for that Traveling Merchant, though, and that one is going to be huge because it discards another card. And as you might have seen already, there is the Raza in hand. So I think the synergy between Traveling Merchant and Raza is what makes it so strong here as well, because you can fill up your trash.
Yeah.
Now it only costs 1 energy, 1 power for a 6 might unit. You have a Vex developed. Yes, there is a lot of units in the base of Mice Diamond Head. However, there is an argument to be made that you're trying to stack everything in that Emperor's deck, but I don't think you need to do that versus Darius. Darius is not a holding deck. I think if you develop a bunch of units in your base, you're more than good to go to win in the next turn with a double conquer, especially since you're playing Irelia, and more especially since you have the Boots of Swiftness already developed on board.
Yeah, I think that is definitely eyeing up that Reza there. The Raza, I should say. Oh, we are going to send Vex in first, and we can obviously play the Raza to the battlefield. I would like that idea. Oh, looks like we are going to counting up the trash. Here we go. You've been talking about this. You've been eyeing it up. That Raza comes in 1 less for each card in your trash. There it is. That is a big, hefty 6 might unit now on that battlefield.
Big guy Raza.
Big. We've still got Vex in hand as well. Wow, we have so many runes open as well.
I find the Fizz so funny in this deck as well, because you can not only, of course, go for this broken interaction of Fizz, Starcross, Bounce, Fizz.
Yep.
But you can also aggressively, when you want to break a hold from your opponent,
yep,
you just go, yo, Fizz, Defiant Dance from my trash, and then I get +5 on my Irelia versus your unit that I'm targeting. So
thank you.
That is great. Oh, wow. Are we picking up the Grand Stratagem? That would actually, indeed, thank you, production, be a really, really good pickup that can break a board like this.
Everything, basically.
Wow.
6 energy, 3 power is going to give a total of 20 extra might this turn. However, leaves your options afterwards.
It really does. It's sort of like an all or nothing play here. Everything's got +5. That is a ridiculous amount of might. Those recruits feel like they've been promoted to captain or commanders now. 6 might each. Are we going to go charging in? The only thing you have to worry about here, Combat King, 4 runes open. You're not to know what those 3 cards are, but you're right. They could be some scary cards there. But right now, this is everything Mice Diamond Hat needs to do. Needs to clear off both of these battlefields, might I say, to have a chance in this game 2 feature match here.
That is the craziest thing about this Calm and Chaos decks, right? There's 4 runes open. What do you have to play around? You have to play around Rebuke, Starcrossed.
Yep.
Not so fast. In this deck, probably not. A Ride the Wind can also be critical if you overcommit into 1 battlefield. Then, of course, also something like Defiant Dance or On Guard or Discipline.
Okay, here we go. Sorry, Leo. We're charging in 6-4 right now. That Traveling Merchant has been so impactful and so economical, currently staring down
Thinking.
a scary showdown. Combat King thinking, what are his options?
Does the merchant have to put the fries in the bag and go to trash?
I don't see a way in how... I mean, having a chance to consult Combat King's hand, but I don't think there's a way of getting out of this. Was there a Starcross in hand, actually?
I think so, yeah.
It might be. But I feel that's just delaying the inevitable, though.
He resolves. Okay.
Nope. The showdown is going to go through. The traveling merchant that's done everything it can to keep Combat King in this game has been sent to the trash. And now it's only a matter of time. Here we go. Triple showdown. Currently 20, thanks to that grand stratagem, versus 10.
That grand stratagem really caught Combat King off guard. Really unsure if there was ever a possibility in which the Vex Raza board could have been broken, but grand stratagem really does the job. And now all of a sudden, if Diamond Head goes to 6, really, really big swing of momentum, because you have, of course, the way to accelerate so many different cards. However, Scuttle Crab, not the mightiest of units.
What is that?
Play your Irelia, you're down to 1 rune already.
Yep.
And if you play that, you accelerate it by putting the Boots of Swiftness on it. You conquer, and then you have to make your Irelia legend ready again by exhausting the last rune. And then you can't play anything that targets the Irelia anymore. So that is rather tough.
This one.
And it is just going to take out the Vanguard captain.
Wow. What a turn there for Combat King. Did have a Star-Crossed in hand, opted not to play it. And the turn isn't over. Oh, wow, we even get the Dredgen Carrier up on that battlefield. And all of a sudden, what a swing of pendulum of power that is. It's like a metronome, this game, isn't it? Mice favored, Combat King favored. Back over to Mice. What can Combat King do?
Honestly, I think Combat King, he's very much fine in this scenario because there's just 2 might in any battlefield. So Scuttle Crab actually does something here. Scuttle Crab can put on some boots.
Yeah, it can. Here we go. I love this. The offensive crab. Is that what we're going to see? Fizz first. Or what are we? Defiant stance.
Is Fizz going to discipline our Scuttle Crab? Oh my goodness.
Well, we're going to see a disciplined Boots of Swiftness Scuffle Crab?
Are we going to see Scuttle Crab for a game? That would be absolutely phenomenal.
Scuttle Crab for game. That is a sentence I don't think I would ever say. But we are muttering it here. Discipline looks like being hard up there off the Fizz.
It does depend if he has another card to target that. Oh, targets the Fizz and readies it, of course, with its own effect that is super strong. Fizz basically being able to accelerate itself. That is very, very nice.
Oh, yeah. That is an interesting interaction. So now Fizz is what? +2? So we're at, what, 5?
Fizz alone holds game here by crashing into one of the battlefields and then getting these Boots of Swiftness attached, paying 1 more, then getting the Swiftness on it, ready it up, and then gank over. If there is not an answer on the side of Mice Diamond Head, something like not even a Hidden Blade, because you're all into Fury runes right now, conquers, puts up the Exhausted Energy for that Irelia.
I think you're right. I think that could be it. Boots of Swiftness have been equipped. Fizz can just charge on over. No response from Mice Diamond, and Combat King does his namesake and evens it up here, going to a Game 3 situation. And what a game that was there. I cannot understate just how much it looked like Combat King was on the back foot, was able to weather the storm against the Noxus army, and now we're shuffling up through a Game 3.
What a cool utilization of Fizz Trickster in an Irelia deck. That's not, it's by far not a standard card in the Irelia deck, but it looked so good here. It can accelerate itself. Never even thought about that. That is so, so strong, especially when it gets discipline, +5 might. Could also work with something like a Defiant Dance. And then that is one of the issues with those aggressive decks like Rek'Sai, like Darius, especially in the Fury and Order domains.
Really is. We saw it all. Normally,
no defenses.
Normally with Irelia, you think if Aurelia's not out, I'm all right. But we saw, we saw the Traveling Merchant.
Yeah.
And then we saw at the end the Fizz. But I think we are going to actually have to join this Game 3 with 5 minutes to go due to time constraints. Let's have it. It looks like Mice Diamond is currently in the driver's seat at 6 points to Combat King's 3. What do we see? A Darius on the battlefield there, and we see a Noxus Hope, but it is Combat King's turn, and we are going to see, it looks like that Darius getting sent straight to the trash.
Mice Diamond Head is a player that has paid a lot of power in this game with double seal on there and still only being at 6 runes. But so is the Combat King. We are in an Arena's Greatest game.
This looks like it could be similar to game 2, where we see the Aurelia champion hasn't been developed, and we see the boots of swiftness. That tells me that something has been equipped with those boots and has been traveling around the board.
Might have actually been a scuttle grab. That was the only unit I could swiftly spot in that trash. But Aurelia doesn't always necessarily need to develop Aurelia further. It's an incredible card, but against those token decks that put on some might, but not like incredible amounts of might, where you don't need to push through the biggest battlefields, like versus a Vex deck, for example, then you're very much fine with just playing your Stellarcorn Herder or your small units or a Vex and then pushing, because 5 energy is quite a lot. Now, Comeback King passed on this Stellarcorn Herder. 2 seals are tapped for the Spectral Matron is going to enable every single Legion trigger that you want. So that could be a big, big power play to redevelop your board.
One thing I want to draw attention to in the game 3 there is that Aurelia has access to Abandoned Hall. We know how ridiculous that can get.
How ridiculous can it get, though? First of all, in the next turn, there's no unit developed for Comeback King. He is only going to be at 5 runes. He can gank into the arena's greatest, but you cannot leave open 2 battlefields. There is going to be that 1 conquer point. So we're going up to 7. That enables us a possible draw on the next turn when we're conquering again. Oh my goodness.
There is the safety inspector. Not feeling as safe if you are Comeback King. That is going to force Comeback King to get rid of that Stellarcorn Herder. And when you're threatening game next turn and your opponent has, count them, 0 units in play, you have to be feeling confident in a game 3 situation. Comeback King thinking about his options. I don't think there's many. That Stellarcorn Herder is going to be getting sent to the trash.
It would have been even cooler if he had a Defiant hand, because that cannot be defied. Comeback King now thinking through his options. Are there any? No! Has to put away the Herder.
And I think that right there could be the game-deciding turn. Look at all those units in play, Leo. Threatening game. Comeback King needs to clear off that arena's greatest. Currently has a Noxus Hopeful and the Safety Inspector. I tell you what, if I employed him as my Safety Inspector, I'll be a bit questioning, thinking, brother, you're not causing safety, you're causing carnage. Killing units. Is over to Comeback King, though. What can he do?
5 runes is very, very limited option for that deck. What you can do is play the Aurelia. You can attach the Boots of Swiftness to it. That is +2 might. You're going to ready this and you're going to choose it. So you're going to get 2 extra might. So you can push yourself up to 8 with just the Boots of Swiftness. Therefore, also a interesting decision to play the Safety Inspector into the arena's greatest, but already putting them away because Comeback. Okay, no, he's offering it. He's like, hey, you wanna go in there, but you know your opponent is completely exhausted. 3 runes left, but they're turned sideways. You are going up to 8. You already have so much might on that battlefield. Isn't that just game on board? If there's, I mean, you can still always hide cards.
We can, but I think you're right. This does seem
it's going to be
rather strong situation.
Aurelia at 6. The recruit goes into the Abandoned Hall, and then the others go into that Aurelia. But of course, if there is a card hidden from Comeback King, even if it is just a bluff, like Switcheroo, that doesn't really do too much, people might start spiraling and giving up another turn. Let's see. Was that the secret win condition?
We could even just see something like that Grand Stratagem again, just to say, right, I don't care what that is. I'm charging everything in. But we are going to see Recruit charging into Abandoned Hall.
Ciao, because I'm 7.
Gets a draw. More information, more cards to push through. Xin Zhao
coming in ready. Here we go. Anything else for Mouse to just push into that other battlefield? Here we go. What's the hidden? It's going to be the switcheroo, but that's all we wrote. And Mice pulling out the game 3, advancing to day 2 with the Darius deck against the big bad scary Aurelia of the format. The difference in play styles, strength in numbers versus the lone wolf, and this time the strength in numbers Darius will win.
Mice Diamondhead clutching it out with the aggressive Dario strategy. 6-0 on his best way to get this best of legend, this Origin legend, the last time in Europe that you're going to have the chance to actually get your hands on those. So huge win for Mice Diamondhead. Also really, really well played. Of course, we cannot say anything about the other 20 minutes of the last game there, but it was really nice that we got the option to still see how that match played out, because game 2, that was absolutely phenomenal. The way that Comeback King actually found the comeback and got back into this game with the Fizz Trickster that is going to do wonders in that deck.
Yeah, I think you really did see some, what's the word I'm looking for here? Reactive play there from Comeback King. Thinking, okay, I haven't really got a lot to work with here, but this Boots of Swiftness, let me start maneuvering around and take us to a game 3. But I'm glad we got to see the conclusion of game 3 there. And I must say, I am a Darius fan, so I'm glad to see that doing well, especially when it's our last chance to get that best of legend. But while we prepare our next round for you guys, we're going to have a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because our round 7 coming at you real soon.
Alan's first rendezvous with league-based card games was in Legends of Runeterra. His commitment to become the best in the world paid off when in 2021 he won the inaugural Legends of Runeterra World Championship. 4 years later, Alan makes his debut in Regional Qualifier Houston, ready to show the world he still got it.
I mean, there were no believers in my version, but it's been proving and proving back and back, running undefeated in skirmish back here, yesterday being undefeated again.
Alan not only makes it to day 2, but pushes eventual champion Diwali to his limit in their top 8 match, narrowly losing out in game number 3. Regardless, Alan secures himself a top 8 finish and the best of Kai'Sa, a feat that for many would be their crowning achievement. But not 2 months later, the Beast from the East shows his true colors, as a flourishing partnership between Alan and Ezreal starts. Alan's loyalty to the legend he knows better than anyone else pays off, as he steamrolls the opposition at Bologna, starting not only the longest winning streak in competitive Riftbound ever witnessed, he also becomes the first undefeated regional qualifier champion. 24 official matches in a row, Alan goes undefeated. In Las Vegas, he secures another top 8. A result that he mirrors in Atlanta, where he claims his 3rd best of Ezreal. The dedication is unmatched, as are the results. But Alan wants more. Unleashed releases, and with it, Alan creates a new deck. Staying true to the Chaos and Mind domain, he runs a spell-heavy Diana list that rivals the consistency of his earlier Ezreal, and secures him yet another top 8 in Sydney. Having found his footing on the Lunar Legend from Unleashed, Vancouver is ripe for the taking. Until a familiar foe rears his face in the top 4. Diwali is once again in the way of victory. This time around, Alan ZQ gets his revenge for Houston. In Game 3, he outpaces Diwali and finds himself standing in the finals, closer to a 2nd title than anyone ever before. Or is he? Because in the final, awaiting Alan is no one else than the final boss from Vegas, Sam D. Sherman, also on the hunt for his 2nd trophy. 2 titans clash, and Alan ZQ's dreams are hanging on by a thread as the Pride Stalker strikes first and takes Game 1. Game 2 has Sam 2 points away from greatness, but Alan ZQ gets to it first, equaling the score. Game number 3 is a statement. The best Diana in Vancouver ramped up through the entirety of the finals match. Alan ZQ rises above rivals, charges past champions, and becomes the first 2-time regional qualifier champion. Mateusz Jasinski, Alan ZQ. A 100% day 2 conversion rate. 6 top 8 appearances. 5 best of medal cards. 2 regional qualifier trophies.
Welcome back to day one here of our Q Utrecht. We're getting ready to go into round 7, and what a profile piece on Alan. Undoubtedly, I think in many people's minds, the top player right now in the West here for Riftbound. I think Alan himself says other players are better, but I think that might just be a little bit of humility.
As a true champion should.
Yes, yes. Believe me when I say the script writers have been at it for this round. James and Bandit here to take you through round 7. We have, unsurprisingly, Alan on stage. And those of you that joined us earlier saw an interview that Bandit did with one of the big names in the Polish community on the community building side.
Very, very true. So, for lack of a better term, consider this the front man of the Polish delegation, leading the travel outward from Poland to the RQs. He is at the forefront. He is cheering everywhere he goes. He is undefeated and now has to face his countrymen, his brethren, Alan ZQ.
He gets drawn against Alan. So 2 Polish players that have traveled here together as a part of their
What are the
community.
odds?
I'm sure the Polish contingent, as soon as they heard that now in the venue, are going to be over in the viewing area as well. And that also means I'm sure in chat, when I pull out my phone for I never do it on broadcast. I never have my phone on me on broadcast, but I'm like, I know that chat is just going to be like Polska Grom the entire time.
As they should.
As they should. You can see. They know each other incredibly well.
Yeah.
I imagine they have played against each other quite a lot.
Yeah,
This is the first time that we're seeing it in a high-profile matchup.
This is for some serious marbles right here, right? Yes, they've both been on undefeated runs. I will tell you, from the pre-regional, Sylvan didn't do very well. He struggled, yet he's staying committed and he's proving that tides can turn. Undefeated today, looking to stay it still, but that is a tall order.
Yeah, I mean, there's struggling in the pre-regionals fine if you come out from the training chamber, right? And you're good.
It's a general repetition. You make all the mistakes there, get them out of the way, come out the gate swinging on day 1 of the main event. I mean, the facts speak for themselves.
Yeah, they do. As this is going to give us some other things to talk about from that. As I can confirm that chat are indeed following suit and giving us the love for
much appreciated. Shout out,
countrymen. So this is also going to allow us to talk about something that's somewhat of a less celebratory thing, where we were talking about like Master Yi and how that goes against Diana. Now, I will spoil it. This is a Diana Master Yi matchup, and we've talked about how Master Yi has a lot of presence today, and I put forward that I think that Master Yi does start to struggle when you have a little bit of this complex matchup on top of it. Sylvan is running Master Yi. This is the variant that does not run Trinity Force. That's one of the changes in it. So I wonder how Sylvan will fare up against the Diana player,
which is already quite a struggle in a regular matchup. Now against one of the best out there, he has his work cut out for him. We were talking about it earlier, and the way Master Yi gets such consistent results over and over again is they sacrifice a bit of their own agency to present obstacles and problems for their opponent. They'll get situated on the battlefield and say, all right, solve this. If you cannot solve it, I'm going to win.
Well, if there's one player that solves board states, Alan on Diana, and previously Ezreal before it, as we saw in that retrospective piece. Great at finding just those threads of saying, okay, this is how I undo your entire board state. And you can see with Diana, there's quite a few ways to do it, whether it's through like the damage from like Eclipse and a few other things. You've got the reduction in might that comes from Stupefy and Smokescreen, or you've got just pure bouncing. I mean, of course, Moonfall is always there to move things, bounce it around, and reduce the might.
A very interesting aspect to highlight on this one is the fact that previously, just look at the camaraderie that is shared on screen. Even though this is as serious as it gets, we should never forget the connection we have with the person in front of us.
Now, it is important to know, both of these players have locked day 2. So while it is not on the line for them of making
Alan
it through,
stays at 100.
This goes back to what we talk about with regards to, like, you can't win the tournament today, but you can definitely hurt your chances of making top 8 and potentially lose the tournament today. A loss here basically puts one life down, and you're like, I have to now win out in order to try and make top 8. Alan laughing at the fact his opponent played nothing turn one. It's funny, but at the same time, if that's
We laugh the pain away.
Exactly.
Appreciate it.
Exactly.
Whoopsie.
How do you cut the deck?
One.
Yes, of course.
And that's one of the reasons why you cut your opponent's deck, just in case they have no units when you finish cutting it.
Honestly,
Claim
it
that
makes
it's
a lot of
intentional
sense.
that
When you are playing for those top spots, you need to bring the highest cope you can get. So only the highest grade cope and not taking accountability will do. I will accept nothing less.
He always has the turn 2 play, though. That's at least there in the tank. You always can just play that from the Chosen Champion zone and move on. We've talked about how important it is for Yi to establish themselves a lot today. Diana, on the other side, has this not slow early game, but like certainly the deck doesn't power up until Hui is there, right? It's like Diana has a lot of tricks to pull out in the early game.
Here's the thing. With the reintroduction of Kha'Zix, yes, we're bumping up the curve a little bit.
Sure.
But Diana really putting down early tempo for Diana is a hallmark for it. That's why she can afford to have those more costly turns in the mid game that are fully devoted to either a Hui or a Hui and the play.
Okay, yeah, that's a very fair way of looking at it. And I guess
in comparison to like the Ezreal, for instance, which was way more timid, or an Aurora, which is way more timid in the early game.
Maybe in that regard, the way I structure it at first is a way of looking at it of like, actually the deck kicks into another gear when Hui is out and kicks into another domineering pattern where you go forward. And that's something that I wonder whether Sylvan's going to be able to kind of bounce back into. Ruin Runner potentially scuppers a little bit of the plan with some of the bounce aspects from Diana, but we'll see exactly how it ends up panning out. That is going to be the Ruin Runner going on.
And this is the reason why I think it's very fair to say that as Yi decks get exposed to tougher and tougher competition, the cracks start to show. Because a Diana deck, which already has a lot of options available to it, is actually geared really well into a Ruin Runner. Yeah, you can target it, but you know what it can target? That battlefield.
Right.
Give it the -2 regardless, pull something else in, deny you the legend from Master Yi, and with a Hui to come over the top, the might is there. With a Kha'Zix ready to go, the might is there. He will still get that +2 extra might.
Yeah, and that's fair. With I mean, it's scary to think there's double Moonfall in hand as well from Alan. So always options available. You can see there's a lot of utility. That's kind of the thing. Talking about the puzzle of how you put forward, a board state that your opponent has to figure out. I feel like Diana perhaps has the widest pool of tools of most decks right now. I think there's just like so many ways to deal with what your opponent is presenting.
Diana? Yes.
And what makes it so scarily consistent with the Hui, with all the stack deck, you get to see so many cards. Which means you can have a 2-up in your deck and consistently see that pretty much every game.
Yeah, and we did see Alan's deck list having a number of 2-ups, having a number of different balances of cards.
Awaken, channel, draw. Okay.
And we hit the ACD.
Go
get
here.
to see again. ACD, see the top of your deck.
I see what you did there.
And now.
I appreciate that.
It's a good job there was no hold in the beginning, otherwise that would have gone...
I think to put the 2-ups, 1-ups, and 3-ups kind of in perspective, compare it to a Rengar list, right? Which runs primarily 3-ups.
Sure.
It just draws inherently less cards. So you have to be more onto the rails. You need to invest more to see the same results over and over again. Meanwhile, Diana doesn't suffer from similar fates.
That's very fair.
Hui has been developed, and the noteworthy thing here is...
Charm.
Diana is finally tapped out.
Hui to Seat of Power.
Charm Hui to Seat of Power. So giving Hui a draw.
Discard +3.
Top 5, recycle 1 orange, play Rengar here.
Surprise Defender Rengar.
For 2.
So that will go up to 7.
Rengar.
Scratch that.
Up to 9.
Dzięki. Draw from Discipline.
Alan has no...
It's tapped out.
Yeah, it has no runes available, so we'll be able to deal with that.
Trigger
way.
Seat of Power, draw a
And
card.
this is the vulnerability that we talked about. Similar to an Aurelia deck, those turns where you fully invest into your Quay, that is the opportunity you have to strike. Sylvan takes full advantage of it. And if you want any shot at making it through, that is the round you want to go.
Now the Charm on top as well takes out another unit. So again, that was a lot expended.
The turn.
We talked about the only real hidden card is going to be the Zhonya's, but that is difficult enough to break as, Rengar will go back.
Still got to chew through it, whether you know it's there or not.
Yeah, exactly. You still have to be able to deal with it. And that's one of the other things is, even if you bounce it, they're still going to play the Zhonya's and it just goes back to, just a gear at that point. It doesn't matter. Once it's there, once the turn is passed, then you're fine. You're able to just cast it whenever you want.
Now, you need to take a step back here as Alan ZQ. You took a tremendous blow. And one of the worst moves forward right now is to step out too early. You have time. Yi is still catching up. They're on 2. They'll go to 4, worst case. There's time for you to rebuild. A advance right now would carry so much risk. The other side of the coin in this regard is now it is Yi who is stepped out.
Yes, results.
Gotta be mindful of the outs here, and we are going to launch our first assault. That has to scream Moonfall.
Yeah, as you said, you can target the battlefield, so Ruin Runner not as protected as you might imagine. There is the Moonfall.
Moonfall Rengar.
Can bring the Rengar in.
In response to Moonfall, reveal Zhonya. Resolves.
Has to do that for the timing, so that Zhonya actually is playable.
Don't want to lose the hidden card.
Nope.
Moonfall.
Yes.
Oh, the double Moonfall.
Back to back. We talked about this earlier. Moonfall into Moonfall is backbreaking. It's like, hey, Thousand Tail Watch is good. Now imagine. Unacceptable losses.
Insult to injury. As in a turn that could have been all about rebuilding, comes about demolishing his friend.
Hey, so when we said that he might not need to go too quick, turns out
clearly he's not going too quick.
Turns out double Moonfall into kill your Zhonya's is exactly how you play out of this situation.
In one fell swoop, Alan is in full control of the game once more. And it is the Yi that has to claw his way back onto these battlefields.
Lonely Poro.
Porosek.
For free. First mate, yo. And for 2, I will play challenge first mate on Diana.
She died.
Yeah. And
First mate dies.
Alan's like, I wasn't
Then I
expecting
will
you
go
to
with
full trade.
Solid.
Score 2.
Yeah. Anything else?
Pass the turn.
So we're basically back to a situation where no one has anything at this point.
I mistakenly took the rune, but I knew what's the rune on the bottom.
I'm still scared to talk about rebuilding because it went so poorly for me last time.
You know what? Sometimes you just have to trust that Alan's got the best line. And when we predict, it's just like, oh no, actually Alan's line, sure, totally, that's a better.
4, 5.
4 to 5. Yes. Draw. For 2, play Lonely Paro to the base. And for 2, play Lonely Paro to the base. Pass.
Very lonely of them.
No, they are not so lonely. They look together. The pair.
Nice.
Now.
It seems friendly.
It reeks hidden here. It reeks of Rengar.
There's something hidden a little bit behind that. Although that is, because of course.
I think
when we're in a showdown,
5 energy that is ready to go on the side of Sylvan.
Yeah.
And I think it is interesting to bring up the new battlefield selection for Diana, Rockfell Path. I wonder how heavily influenced that is by his meeting in the Vancouver finals with a certain cat.
How much that changed things so that you're saying, okay, well, you can't Rengar here.
Exactly. And you saw how much effort it took for Sylvan to play around that, charming to the other battlefield in which he could Rengar.
Am I blind? Because I am, but am I blind? Can I not count? Isn't that 4 runes?
One.
So there should be no Rengar threat there. If I'm blind, it's my fault.
No,
I will hold my hands up and say that, but I'm counting 4.
4 is the one that comes after 5, right? I think you're right. I think you're right. I think I
That's okay. We're stuck in Jin mode still, so everything's a 4 at this point. After some fun games today.
Only Paradise, trigger Death Knell, draw a card.
Go to 6.
And now we're getting in a scary state where you can move all the way up to 7 as Alan. And I'll take that year of presenting the problem. I'm going to hold either one of them. What do you still have left in the tank? Push back on me.
Awaken, channel.
And the difficulty now is with Vex at one battlefield and the other battlefield being Rockfall Path. You're like, well, any Rengars are kind of turned off for this turn because they would get stunned. So you have to fight this Vex with just the 2 Lonely Paros that you have available, plus then pump spells. Plus anything that can augment and help. Oh, of all the cards to draw, though,
that it will.
If you're gonna get one,
that will definitely be fueling the fires of war.
And for 1.
Now, taking care of the Vex first will open up more options later on.
How much is it gonna cost? There's a hard bargain in hand. Does Alan care?
Thinking.
I feel like you have to make it as tough as possible.
Okay.
Right, it will let it resolve.
Oof, clips.
So -4.
So +1.
Will not commit the hard bargain just yet, but will definitely be driving up the price of this little adventure that Sylvan has set out upon.
Of course, Eclipse is giving -4.
Yeah. And paying a single energy and 2 power for a single extra might. I'm not a economist or anything.
Okay, he dies.
Has inflation gotten that bad?
It seems like it. As the Lonely Paro will end up dropping and draw a card. And yeah, that is game 1 going over to Alan ZQ. That Moonfall turn, double Moonfall, was backbreaking.
And it came out of nowhere, right? This is the ebb and flow that you can witness in Riftbound and which Alan ZQ uses to his advantage optimally. By, all right, I took a major blow myself, but has it left my opponent overextended? Yes, it has. I can punish that. Commit to it, break the back, even if that results in, sadly right now, some friendly fire.
Yeah, at this point, but there's friends, but not real friends in a tournament setting. You know, not going to be taking it easy when you still got your tournament life on the line. I think that situation around Ruin Runner and Rengar being pulled in with the double Moonfall speaks to just, again, how good Diana's options are. It's like Ruin Runner is normally a tricky card for most decks to play around. Normally, it's a sticky unit that you cannot deal with unless you're not targeting it, but have like kind of collateral damage effects. And Moonfall's just a great example of that, of like, hey, actually, I target the battlefield. So if Ruin Runner is on that battlefield, it's vulnerable. Anywhere else, and it's okay, but,
You're not pulling it back and forth. That is simply not happening, but what good is a Ruin Runner that's not sitting on a battlefield?
Yeah, exactly. You want it to be in that situation.
Other side of the coin, like I'm not sure how philosophical you want to get, but there have been people who say that a ball is most useful when it is empty.
Huh.
And a Ruin Runner in base, is that an empty ball? Ready to strike at a moment's notice?
That's an interesting concept. It's certainly not as useful as a Ruin Runner that's like stacked up with Trinity Force and sitting on a battlefield that, old Lucian days where we were like, hey, this camel can really slap.
The Ruin Runner in base, however, could be anything. even a Trinity Force equipped Rune Runner sitting on the battlefield.
If you can imagine hard enough, that would be it. Although both of these players are having a great time in round 7. Both have made it to day 2 here at RQ Utrecht.
This is the beauty of regional qualifier. You get to meet so many new people and occasionally celebrate precious moments like this. Even though this tournament brings out the fiercest competition out there.
You mentioned regional national qualifiers. I'm going to take this opportunity to welcome you all to the Polish National Championship broadcast this next game and a half. There are so many good Polish players. Like we had Sebi at Bologna in the finals against Alan, so putting up good results, and many, many more. I mean, they've traveled with like 200 players, so it would be really difficult to name all of the best players to come from that group. But it's so lovely to see the support that they have from their community, and I am sure there are many of you at home with sizable national communities. Bring them to the events.
I want to see them.
Want to see all of them at events as we go.
Oh my word! A turn 1 unit.
Yes, that's a good point. Sylvan didn't get a turn 1 unit. I'm expecting a lot from people at Barcelona. I want to see the Spanish community out. In Barcelona. That's for another time. That's August. We'll get there eventually.
I will say they do tend to show up en masse.
They do.
But back to the here and now. This Lonely Poro is venturing out. And if we're talking about battlefields that are very, very familiar, Abandoned Hall in Diana, a mainstay.
Yeah. And now you've got the trigger of Diana going into the battlefield. Gets charmed, of course. That was where that came from Sylvan's side of things. Utilizing that, it's a fundamental of Yi, but the defender passive that you're going to get from the legend, of course, triggers for newer players. When you charm your opponent, they are the attacker.
So, here's the deal.
Okay.
You can say, all right, charming the Diana in there. Is that really what you want to be doing? That you want to save that for something more valuable? There is a real argument to be made to keep Diana on the back foot, not allow her to get those showdown triggers, to start filtering through her deck. Those really add up over time. The longer the Yi gets to stay on the battlefields, the better it gets.
Go with Poro to Abandon Hall. Score of 3.
So because of the Star Spring trigger, the Lonely Poro was awoken at the beginning of the turn, then is able to move back from that trigger from Star Spring with a Master Yi being played there, allows it to conquer the second battle.
I swear to God, if you will let me win even once, this BO3 I won't ever...
allowing.
No. I mean, if I will win even once in this BO3, I won't ever let you forget it.
Sylvan just wanting to have a win, earn a win for himself.
Something I would like to bring attention to.
Okay, cool.
The double-edged sword in this matchup, that is Star Spring.
Okay, yeah, sure.
For obviously the flexibility it allows for Yi to filter out. All right, I don't want to play with Lonely Poro anymore. I want Yi on my.
Yeah, you want to make bigger units all the time. Yeah.
But Hui will take that to his advantage as well, and every extra move for Hui.
Oh, Moonfall again.
Response to Moonfall. Pay 1 and recycle to play D5.
Wow.
I thought it was kind of bad. I am easily impressed. I'm aware of that. I still enjoyed that.
I'm absolutely the player that like reveals the Rengar or something there. I'm thinking it's there. That's okay. Charisma even while 1-0 down in this.
As we see some mind games being played with Sylvan. Which I can imagine like maybe like a Polish haka or something.
That's. I'm still the flip over. You're just living rent free. Oh, in anybody else's head other than Alan.
Ooh, okay, happens.
Even though I really enjoy the banter we are witnessing, the fact that Moonfall did get the fight. Really it kind of messes with the tempo that Alan is setting out. It's not disaster in any means, but the longer you can keep this Diana on the back foot, the better your chances are going to be as Yi.
Yeah, the smoke screen follow-up.
Because if you force Diana to keep investing power into these early plays. If they want to commit to the Quake, they're going to have to tap out again.
Yeah,
and that is where
exactly.
you can punish once more. So forcing Alan into these tight alleyways where he doesn't have access to a plethora of options in which he flourishes, get him out of his comfort zone. And his comfort zone should be known to one of the players he plays most with.
Now, do you just fizz Moonfall?
Oldie but a goodie.
Do you just say it's in the bin, but we're going to do it again? And that will end up dealing with the board anyway. The Defy was good once, but not available the second time. Tapped out at that point, and Alan once again exerts control over the board.
And this is the last position you want to be in as EA.
Yeah.
Having to claw yourself back onto the battlefield. However,
Rengarka nie ma.
currently, I do believe Alan is tapped out. Oh, there you go.
Jest Rengarek.
No Vex available. So that Rengar, though not pouncing, will be making its way onto the battlefield.
Pass.
Hold.
Yeah. 2-3, right?
It's scrappy, though, when you're down to just Rengar from hand on your turn pass.
But he's not completely vulnerable. With a single energy, you can at least feign a lot of options to stay on there. And if that is a punch first, which would be incredibly costly currently, when you're sitting on only 5 runes still.
But you always have to respect it. You also have to
play
respect
around
Defy
it.
again. Like, you've seen one. but
Exactly.
You have to play around it. And it is something that, Alan will be calculating, running all in the lines, the numbers at this point. That's something that we saw in Bologna, and we've seen historically from Alan, being able to process a lot of options in the types of deck that Alan plays. Like the Ezreal, the Diana is like, hey, I have a million ways I could do this, but I have to pick the one that accounts for the most risk, and how can I play around that? And that's when players pick up the decks like Diana, like Ezreal that Alan has been playing, and they go to Nexus Knight or their skirmish, and they're like, I'm going to get it done. And you go 1-1 every single round because you can't close out in time. And you're like, how does Alan do it? Well, by grinding 1 million games is the actual answer to that.
Trigger.
Okay.
Kazik.
It's 11.
Getting
Yes.
his trigger off.
Which we saw at the beginning of Unleashed, a little bit of Kazik's play, then kind of fell off for a couple of weeks in the middle. It feels like it's not been out that long.
With the...
Yeah,
this one. Okay.
Yeah.
So just to make things clear, pay 1, cycle 2.
Let's go next.
Serio? Yo!
Oh, and the white flag is being waved as it is confirmed that we do have a punch first ready to go. Alan knowing that there is no answer from his side.
And he knows if the units get wiped out at that point, it would be a long route back to establishing a board presence and getting through. And Alan's like, let's go next. I'll start on the front foot in game 3.
It's exactly that, because knowing your options also means knowing when you are out of it, even though your opponent might still be quite a ways away from victory.
Yeah, I mean that's half of the. Exactly kind of what the type of thing I was talking about. We don't often get to see it in action, but it's something that I've just assumed about the way that Alan plays when he's out in the hall, where it must be like to get through all these games. If you ever are dropping a game, you're like, okay, I'm done. We got to get to game 3. Like, let's move on. Like, I need like 20, 30 minutes in my game 3 to make sure that I have enough time to make sure I close it out.
And not only that, but also your mental energy.
Yeah.
It's like, am I really going to burn through all of my time and my mental capacity to see if I can find the 1 in a million out, or am I confident enough in my own capabilities to get it done in the all-deciding game 3?
Yeah, which is where we're heading between Sylvan and Alan. You heard Sylvan say, if I even win 1 game of this series, I'm never going to let you forget it. And Alan, the one to throw in the towel on that one and say, nah, okay, let's
Honestly,
get into it.
I feel for Sylvan's future grandchildren who will have to hear this.
Hey, did I ever tell you about that time that I...
Yes,
like, yes, Grandpa.
Yes, Grandpa Sylvan. We've heard
Tell
it
us every
so much.
time.
pure love of the game. Vimal's Lair. Now, I am of the opinion that that is no longer preferable. You want to hear why?
I would love to hear why.
So Vimal's Lair, just saying, you can't move the base from here.
Yep.
I feel like even with Aurelia kind of staying, I don't want to say stagnant, but stable in the 10, I think she went like maybe 1%. A lot of these matchups have access to ganking.
Sure, yeah.
Including yourself, but with so many Ys out there, Aurelius out there, so many access to other ganking, even the Hillock, which provides ganking from the other side. It's a tricky one, and it's very hard to get maximum value out of.
And a bunch of the decks do have, maybe not in this moment, the bounce side. Diana certainly does. But, you know, there are others where you...
Even Ride the Wind.
Right? Yeah, exactly, like Ride the Wind. So as we go into Game 3, that's an important point, as it has been a while since we've seen Vimal's Lair used.
Like, it definitely has its uses, but it has gotten a lot harder.
Yeah, that is very true. Is this 2-drop into Sabotage? And take the Moonfall? Nah, okay. 2-drop into Pass. Don't want to derail.
All hail Seymour. I have been enjoying every language's pet name for Scuttle Crab. I've heard that in Italy he's called Giorgio.
Oh, okay, cool.
And so every country and language has a pet name for Scuttle Crab. And I think that's a beautiful thing.
Let us know the name of your Scuttle Crab in your region, either in chat or on social media. You can use the hashtag RQ Utrecht to give us that all-important information. The Targon's Peak, though,
notorious.
You're still fine with it, though, right? Because you're like, hey, I get discipline like
You're
runes
fine
up
with
every
it.
single time.
The stats, however, do not lie.
Okay.
I believe the win percentage of Diana on the play going first with Targon's Peak, I believe it's close to 70%, which is a dazzling number to be hitting across the board.
Oh, finds a Stupefy. So Alan's like, you're going to have to commit a lot to this. There's a discipline, so it goes up to 4. Stupefy is going to take it down.
Okay. Draw. Yes.
Gets a draw. Anything else from Alan? Does he have a second Stupefy in hand?
Yeah. Yes. Pass.
Okay.
See hand? Crab trigger.
Zostawię ci. Na mojej turze możesz to zrobić.
Dobrze. For 2. Play Lonely Poro. And pass.
Interesting. Alan did have a second copy of Stupefy. I believe the Diana ability was available, although I would have to go back and check the VOD.
A career as a scribe is not too far away from Sylvan, as he notes down the entirety of that. Like, honestly, sometimes I'm scared to play Sabotage in the same sense of, like, you shouldn't ask questions you don't want the answers for. Like, could I see your hand? I'd like to forget now, please.
Got another Stupefy. All 3. That is another skill, by the way. I like to give these little tidbits for players who are either starting out at Nexus Knight or, you know, skirmish level.
Hit me with
because
it.
that's your road here. Writing down information very quickly. Do not write every single word. Find a system that works for you. If you can do shorthand, great. If not, abbreviate in any way that you can to make sure that if you do get information that you write down very quickly so that you're not slowing yourself and the game down.
Does that confirm that the ancient Egyptians played TCGs?
Because
we got a hieroglyph for
That's
every
actually all
single
that
card.
is. That's not a conversation to continue. As Alan's EQ has the way. We didn't really touch on that coming into out of the last turn as we had the hand review.
And once again, in this regard, it's so important that this time around, Alan didn't tap out, committing to the Hui. And even a single energy goes such a long way, backed up by the readied Diana legend.
You really, I want a long way. 2 in 1 day is too many.
This is a conversation that we should.
Using my own words against me, I see.
I learned from the best.
Okay, Hui's going to go in. Now you get the draw discard. This, the more I see this, the more broken it feels.
Yes, I want to win.
This is an interesting adaptation that we have to keep in mind, though, because we can compare the lists from Vancouver to what Alan has brought to Utrecht. So you have to take in mind, in Vancouver, he was not main decking 3 Moonfalls. With the Rise of Yi, he has put in his 3rd Moonfall from the sideboard, is now main board in Utrecht. Also ditching one of the Vexes. Not Apathetic, but the other one.
The Cheerless?
Cheerless, thank you very much. So you can see how minor adaptations will make a significant difference when you get to see so many cards in your deck.
Well, there is one of the Vex Cheerless.
You can always sideboard them back in, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just for the main deck difference.
And that's a card that was just like synonymous with Alan's first win in Bologna. Like nobody really saw it coming. I kind of memed and put it on my like cards I like.
Don't say that.
Nah, it's fine. It's long enough now. No one remembers. I'm the only one that talks about me putting it on that graphic. But
How's the priority?
as Lonely Power goes in.
3 points. For 4? They must
And this is such a daunting proposition to be diving into as the Master Yi. Having to face off against both the Hui and the Vex Cheerless, which makes committing those combat tricks in the showdown rather costly. So you're going to have to commit them early on already. Do you really want to fight it that way? Or are we fine just developing our board? It is Alan who needs to answer our point advantage, which I'm sure won't take too long.
And that's kind of the reason why it's difficult to... we're reacting to the Tide Turnip.
So the ability entering the chain.
Yeah, exactly.
Tide Turn itself has already resolved, since you can't react.
Yes, exactly. The
But its
ability,
we can definitely react to.
That will be the discipline. The reason for that is you do not want to be penalized when the Vex then goes into a showdown with the Lonely Power.
Very hard to respond to that.
Yeah, you actually, as soon as this move happens, it is not possible to make that adjustment. Mostly just accepting that you're getting a card draw there and just forcing Alan to do something.
Hey, if he has to invest yet another Moonfall just to get rid of my Lonely Poro, there are worse things that could happen. If you're talking about charging the highest price to your opponent to get minor things done,
The
this is
E
what
as
that
well,
looks
though, right? Like, because you pull in with another unit, and then you -2 them both, and Vex goes over the top.
This is for,
So you're right. It's not just the Lonely Power, and now it turns off the Lonely Power's Death Knell trigger, and turns off the E. Oh, that's miserable if you're on the E side of things.
Yeah. Getting the double whammy, like we said.
One for first mate.
Oh, he wants the first mate as well, just saying they're cheap. These are almost buy one, get one free at this point.
Yes.
Oh. Defiant a hard bargain. Just Alan has every answer.
And this is looking to be... have you ever had a single Vex beat up a Poro, a Wuju Bladesman from Ionia, and a first mate from Bilgewater? Vex doesn't mess around.
Sounds like the beginning of a very clunky joke.
Well, they're all walking into a bar after this.
Exactly. Not the arena bar, though. That's not in this matchup. Ooh, double Moonfall again for Alan.
Cards in hand.
4.
Alan wants to dig a little bit more. Want to make sure that Hui is safe for now.
So, keep your eyes on how many runes Alan will leave ready.
Yeah.
Giving the turnover.
Yes.
By moving Hui back into your base, you are safe keeping him a little bit from the Rengar if it is going to come out. And
just to confirm,
take it a step further.
3 points?
Yeah, 3 to 3.
Yes. 3 to 3. Okay.
Taking it a step further, in response, you can now write the Winded back in at 8 might.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, Alan, of course, was in control of Targon's Peak the entirety of that turn. Did not conquer, therefore does not ready 2 runes at the end of his turn.
Cycle. Sabotage.
Some reluctance from Alan's side to let that resolve without any pushback.
Stupefy TIE Turner.
Okay.
Stupefy to get 1
Hey.
extra draw.
And whoops, all units.
It paid off. It paid off. Alan was like, if I'm losing this, I'm
But
gonna
having that
risk it."
information, you know there's no right to win.
For free.
So committing to a fight is a lot easier.
Go here.
Ah, punished by the own Stupefy.
Score to 4.
That just means you're opening up Targon's Peak for Alan to conquer it next turn. But you get to untap too at the end if you're a Sylvan, so it's not a play without its danger.
I guess that there's 2 ways of looking for that. I guess I am more of getting my own Targon's Peak half full kind of.
Yeah, that's fair. I will say, at this point, you know that Hui is like a potential, there were 5 units in hand, a potential like plus 15. If you can move Hui enough times, if your draws are fruitful enough.
You know, it's a good card.
Hui
We haven't seen a lot today, but Moonfall. I think it's been flying pretty under the radar, but
never seen it in this
I kind of like this card.
It seems pretty good.
Pass.
Pass on priority through the showdown. We knew that Hui was going to go to 8. There was like almost nothing different that was going to happen.
It was inevitable. Now, Alan, inching ever forward, closer and closer to not only day 2, but continuing the streak.
Yeah, it's very true that he has just a history consistently of making day 2.
I mean, he is the owner of Riftbound's longest winning streak at 24 best of 3s.
Yeah, which
one
is
in a row.
Incredible.
I can't even count that.
At a competitive level is insane. And I probably don't think we'll get matched again.
Play Vanguard here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go here.
Mm-hmm.
Pass.
And this is what we talked about. Committing your combat tricks outside of the showdown.
And Sylvan was like, you didn't have spells a turn ago. Do you have them now? Oh, you got one.
But we can draw the spells.
Yes.
Sylvan's gearing up. You can see the smile on his face.
Mm-hmm.
I think he knows where this is going.
Waken. Channel.
I mean, sometimes you just have to enjoy the moment. Enjoy the experience that is laid in front of you. And enjoy...
Wait.
Charmik. Rengar.
Pay 1 and 1 floating. Yes. Give +5 to the Ravenloom student. And now, paying 1.
Yes.
And recycling 1 again. Charm Hui to the battlefield.
Sylvan gives the charm check. And a GG to Alan ZQ. Alan ZQ will advance through round 7 with another win. Undefeated so far in the tournament. As we said, these two know each other very well. I'm sure both happy they've already made day 2. But a great sportsman performance from both of them.
You have to respect Sylvan going out on his own terms.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, you have to respect it. And if you, it's both a blessing and a curse to be facing a friend, someone that you know, right? Traveling all that way to still play your friend.
You're like, I tried to get rid of you. There's how many thousand players in this room? And you again? Really?
So you kind of have to take charge whenever you can. It can't be doubted that Alan's run-up to day 2 seems once again quite unstoppable, at least in the first 7 rounds that we have witnessed so far.
Yeah, exactly. As that was a fun game between the two of them. And you know what? You could see Alan kind of tap out of game 2 and say, "Hey, actually, I'd rather conserve what left I've got in this matchup and make sure I can, get through the round, take a."
They've been at it for 8 hours already.
Yeah, exactly. It's a long day. Anytime you can save an extra 10 or so minutes and just be like, "Hey, I'm going to freshen up for the last round, be ready to play." And make sure you are in top form. You can see how much it meant to Sylvan to actually get the concession from Alan, though. Generations will talk of this moment.
Carved into the grottos and caves in Poland. Yeah, you just have to say, this is what love for the game looks like.
Yeah,
This is to appreciate seeing a master craftsman at work.
Yeah, and honestly, in 2 different ways, both around the competitive scene. Because we looked at in the video that you helped make earlier of just how big the Polish community is, how much it means to the Polish community to be here, traveling as a community. And you look at what Sylvan's done in the community there and performing on a high level, clearly has both of those facets. Whereas Alan on the other side, a great player as well, but talking about that regimented practice, grilling, like constant improvement is always there. So the 2 different sides of what it means to do a competitive event like these RQs.
Even when you're playing Diana, you have to be respectful of the importance of discipline.
On the Massey's side of the board.
And to stay committed to your deck you play.
Exactly.
All the training, all the repetition.
We are ready for what I'm sure will be a very interesting interview with our winner.
James, how could I just give you the winner? We have a very special treat, of course. An immaculate game of not only one of our most prolific players in the game, but a prolific part of the world sharing together. Alan ZQ and Sylvan joining me here for a joint interview, because at the end of the day, congratulations, you both. You've already locked in day 2.
Yeah.
But the fact that we got to witness what card games is all about, and the camaraderie and the respect for each other, going against each other at the table, and having fun. Did you guys have fun?
No, I hate the guy, he's like every day he's just busting me and trash talking me. I need to win against him, but unfortunately not.
I absolutely loved playing when he's missing his 2 drop while going second.
What are the odds? 97% of getting drop on turn 1, going second in the first game. Like, what are the odds? But it was for me. It was my first game on stream, actually. So playing against him, I needed a fresh air before the game, by the way, to try to cool off. Because this whole day, for me, is... I don't know what's happening. Like, how can I be 6-1 at this point? I don't know.
Okay, tomfoolery aside, we know each other for a long time. We actually got to practice before we met for like a whole day of practice. So we had good reps into each other's decks, and Sylvan knew what he needs to draw into me. I knew what I needed to get to win against him, and I end up just drawing better.
Well, you say you can't believe it, Sylvan, but I believe it. I just watched it happen. Your only loss is to the 2-time regional qualifier champion winner.
Yeah, that's look insane if you say that. Say that again.
Your only loss today is to a 2-time regional qualifier champion.
Insane. I don't believe it. But this guy, me having this score, it's mostly this guy. Also, I want to shout out Barczek, of course. Barczek helped me a lot with Master E preparation. But, like, for me, someday, it's gonna be hard. There is a lot of great players. Him, Prismat, St. Sherman, who else? Duali, I still don't know how his nickname is pronounced. But one day, I really would like to go with him to the, for example, regionals, maybe play against him in the finals, because, he doesn't know, I didn't tell him this ever, because I don't want him to feel weird, but he's literally my idol, He's my friend, but he's my idol as well, so getting beaten by him on stream, I have won one game! I said I won't ever let him forget that, so it's a blast,
And we got to watch it happen, and you guys really got to show us that energy, and again, what card games are all about, and why all of us in this room are here to play, not just representatives of Poland, but as Riftbound and the community as a whole. So first of all, thank you. And You still have a lot of tournament to play, and I could sit here and I think talk with both of you forever. Alan, of course, you know, so much insight, but even just watching you both know and react and play, the testing shows, and you're both in day 2. So, Sylvan, don't sell yourself short. There's some more Riftbound.
Thank you, man. And by the way, thank you. Mwah. But I just want to say, guys, everyone that plays this game, maybe it's not a lot, but can achieve it. Riftbound is so fun to play. It actually gives so much of fulfillment when you sit down in front of the table and play the game. So guys, even if you... yesterday I went 1-3 in pre-RQ. I had literally a breakdown after that. And today I'm sitting here with him and him. He's GOAT as well. So guys, just play the game and believe in yourself.
Well, I don't really know what else to say, but congratulations, Alan, on your win as you will move on to your round 8 here. Still got day 2 to play and one more round today, but that's going to be it for this interview. We're going to go ahead and send it back.
That's everything that we need from an interview. Thank you, Barrett, for speaking to both Sylvan.
Everyone needs a Sylvan in their life.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's safe to say.
The hype man, everything we need. I'm going to take a moment and say somebody's got to do that for the UK, please. I'll follow you. I'll follow you into whatever we're doing if you can do it for the UK scene. Okay, let's wrap up that matchup. So Alan, of course, as we said, 7-0, going into day 2 in an undefeated spot. So in a very good position. We're always keeping our eye on who has the 0 in the losses column as we close into the top 8. That'll obviously be way later tomorrow, but that puts you in the absolute best standing because even 2 losses makes it very unlikely. So Sylvan's at 6-1 right now. Still could potentially win out and make it all the way there.
If you want to keep it within your own control, just don't lose. That is my tip for the day. Stop losing.
Don't lose and don't go anywhere. Let's go into our second feature match for round 7. We are going to see, I think, many people's best of set in Colin from Challenger TCG. I mean, when you look at players that basically said, yeah, I'm going to play this champion, I'm going to play this legend from the beginning of the game, and then just like, I'm not going to do anything else.
And then also stare through the room and making eye contact with everyone, so don't even bother.
Who wants to challenge me in these abs on Set the Boss? As Colin will have advanced to this point. I actually saw those of you Jin main fans earlier. Colin actually matched up against Jibs, who we saw earlier, and Colin took that win in a matchup that's a little trickier for the Jin than the one that we saw. So Colin has made his way here to that 6-0 position on set. So a lot of familiarity with kind of like the orange cards that come out of Master Yi and a lot of the Fiora yellow cards, if that makes sense. Like when you're looking at that mid-range, you got Hidden Blades, you got Vise, you got, I mean, Call to Glory is in here as well, just because you have that versatility with set throughout. So, nothing overly surprising about that list, although I would have to review it again just to make sure that I'm...
Here's the thing about set. The way you are leveraging through your units, it is so important that you always have like a front runner for yourself to rally behind someone who can carry the banner, something to attach those challenges to, something that can wield a buff and then translate it to more card draw. And Annie is going to make that really, really difficult for any of those major uppercuts and knockout blows to land, especially now with Unleashed introducing the Grim Apothecary, who makes it so hard to get any sort of interaction to stick, as the moment you target them, the Apothecary swoops in and puts them back in hand.
And then I'd be remiss not to talk about the fact that it is Gonkra on the other side of the table. We focus so much on Colin, of course, another recognizable player on Hexen, is running the Annie. So when we talk about like running a legend, Annie is another one where I'm like, well, you're fighting Prismat for Best of Annie, so you got to be confident in how you play this out. You can see the package that we've seen a couple of times today and throughout. The Ferris Forerunners in the main, definitely something that we were seeing in Spirit Forged. We've seen Prismat changing the list a couple of times. I know we've seen them sometimes in the sideboard, or at least the numbers start shifting around. So I'm interested to see exactly how...
The Forerunners.
Yes, yeah.
Here's the deal with Forerunners. The value is still there.
Sure, yeah.
Now that Star-Crossed is just the most efficient answer into
Right.
addressing the Forerunner, you have to be really cautious. And you shouldn't be afraid of sideboarding it out if you are facing a list that has plenty of access to fizzes as well.
Uh-huh. That is very true, as we actually get to see the high roll for once on this situation. So we are going into game 1 of our second feature match, which is somewhat of a rarity for us. Normally we jump in throughout the series. And to give Gonker their flowers, top 16 in RQ Vancouver. So coming off a good result, as closing in perhaps on
the winning formula.
Yeah, that's some great recent history. So excited to see how this one goes.
And I mean, just for full disclosure, I do feel this would be a bit of an uphill battle for Colin here. So he's going to be very meticulous and precise in how he chooses to commit to the plays, because Set doesn't commit a little bit. If he is throwing a jab that will go through a wall, requiring a lot of force behind it, requiring a lot of investment, if that doesn't pay off, you're left exhausted.
I feel like this might be a tricky matchup in general, the Annie into the Set. Set's so resilient, as you were kind of talking about in the build-up to this, resilient to any deck that's going to throw out spells and try and kind of like deal damage, take out, like kill units, because the trade on, oh, okay, I just use the Set legend and Set abilities. No, I'm actually fine. Like, I just spend a buff and suddenly I'm in the same position.
How I like to frame the Annie list is kind of like a surgeon.
Sure.
Where you are wielding a scalpel, which can cut through a whole lot. But if you wield it the wrong way, it will shatter. It will chip and it will go blunt and then just be scrap metal.
What you're saying is Set's abs are made of steel, so that scalpel can't go through.
Or maybe that's exactly what they need. Like the thinnest, sharpest blade out there to pierce even metal. What I'm fearful of for the Annie is if they do commit to the taking down units that are buffed up, if you have to invest all the same to take down threats on the enemy board that will just come back for relatively free for the price of a buff, how long can you keep up with a set that is, I don't want to say playing for free, but gets redos on his plays?
Yeah. I'm just having one of these moments where it's like I'm watching a set against somebody that plays a Kaiser. I'm like, what year is it? Oh, it's still this year? Oh, okay, fine. But still, very, very Origins coded at this point in the game's life cycle. But
I was captivated by Gonker's headwear. I'll say that is... I love it.
Going for best of Poro at the same time.
Excuse you, James. They're all the best Poros.
Yeah, how can you pick? How can you pick?
They are all the best Poros. Now, when we are getting onto our battlefields, Arena Bar coming out, making sure that if we're going to exhaust, we will be buffing throughout. Keep your eye on the monks in this list as well. Rinku Monk also present in the list, buffing left and right. So you're going to have to work extra hard because there's not a lot of downtime between units walking around without those buffs.
Yeah, and that is another thing that makes this matchup kind of tricky is, well, now you got to find spells that are one more powerful. If you were just threading the needle of, as you said, that scalpel potentially of like, hey, I've got exactly the right amount of damage for exactly the right amount of might. The buff on top of it is like, oh, how do I do that without Void Gate?
And maybe you can get away with it one time.
Yeah.
Right? All right, I'll invest a Falling Star. But investing a Falling Star for a unit, that will not go away.
Yeah.
And the moment they move it again and you can give them another buff coming out, it can really be this endless torrent of units just throwing themselves at you time and time again.
Yeah, that'll be cleave in order to take that. Isa will conquer, and there we do have the use of the Set legend ability.
But what they bring in power on the Set side, they kind of lack in flexibility. Because when they are moving to the one battlefield, right, there's not an easy, oh, I'll back right out. Oh, no, I'll right the window over somewhere else.
Yeah.
So you have to be you have to be very conscious of how immobile you are at certain times.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way of approaching that. I will say that at this point in the game, Set having this many units stick is a bad sign for Annie generally. Normally, Annie, you're like, I really need to keep you on the back foot. Having 3 units developed and having had to use to try and take out the Fiora. I always get Arena Bar like bunched up with the units, like counting down. Having 3 units already there makes it tricky to say, okay, I have to keep outputting some damage, keep putting pressure on, keep you on the back foot. It's so hard, though. You're trading inefficiently every single time.
There are no cards similar to, like, let's say, an unchecked power, right?
Yeah,
that can look, oh, I play 1 card and it deals with 3 of my problems.
Yeah.
That is just simply not really there on the side of Annie. And when a Sabotage goes overhead, the noose might be slowly tightening in game 1.
I target her.
I looked away from a moment. Sabotage
it's in response.
resolve. I was going to say, it's on the
response
chain,
to
right?
the-
I
yeah.
saw Colin move to the trash on the Sabotage. I just wanted to double check that indeed did happen. We'll be able to star-cross through to get rid of the Fiora without a deflect cost, since it's not mighty.
And with Unleash coming through, we see not only the Rengar decks making use, but even the set decks are benefiting from the Feyfolk here. Making sure you can minimize the resources out there that can keep up with you.
Yeah.
Despite all that muscle laying around on the board, the victory points are lagging behind a bit significantly, I will say.
5.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things where you're turning the corner quite quickly.
Okay, so.
As
like the deficit is not very large, but it feels like Colin should be further ahead than he actually is.
I appreciate that. Now, Longsword played with Quick Draw in order to get it out of hand. Clearly the card that Colin would be taking there from the Sabotage if it was left in Conqueror's hand. So having to say, yeah, you're going to force me to do it, and I will have to right now. And Colin gets the read that I'm not really scared of the next turn, because you're going to ready 2 runes, and I can see your hand. It's just top decking for what you get.
Yep. Sure.
We are committing, getting
Be 7 tiers.
our smaller units high and mighty,
Go to 2.
ready to be expended and fill that hand back up once more.
Monastery of Harana comes to fruition, spending the buff.
And we were talking about the significance of tapping out against tricksy decks. That's the moment you have to strike. I spy with my little eye. 0 energy available for Annie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
As,
Activate Arena Bar. Offsets.
oh, now bringing over everything with the Grim Apothecary.
And I pass.
There is the Kingpin himself. And with Annie, faltering and maybe stumbling to the floor, this is the moment that a set can start wailing.
Yeah.
Landing punches, blow after blow, keeping their opponent down, not allowing them a way back in.
Yeah. And just for, again, newer players perhaps not familiar with all the keywords, Set Kingpin has the tank keyword, which means that damage has to be assigned to him first, therefore the Feyfolk stays alive. Not enough to get through it, therefore all the units behind him get protected.
It was a pricey play, though. Look at what is left of the runes for Colin. Going down to 3.
Yeah, that it is fair. If there's
you
a
get
way...
plenty for it, right? Don't. I can see that, but you need to have this stick around. If you are not getting a significant lead from this,
We'll hold the 3.
Yep.
Unlike some of the other body decks that we've looked at. Set doesn't mind so much leaving multiple things in one place, though. Set obviously is going to, the other side of Kingpin is getting extra might for every buffed unit that's at the same location. So, it's not the Master Yi where it's like, I only really want one thing here. If I just stack a battlefield, I'm actually not too bad sometimes with Set. Obviously, you want to be able to conquer on schedule and utilize as much of your unit's ability to move around as possible, and that's going to be the first mate. Readying Set. It's the pseudo ganking.
For draw
And
one for Seed
This
Power.
is another aspect when you're playing into Set. Even if you're like, all right, I'm going to get rid of a few units and their buffs, you're sending them back to base. So they'll be ready in base, ready to attack
next turn.
So you're giving more flexibility to a deck that critically lacks flexibility.
Yeah, but it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't, because you have to deal with them. You can't just leave them there. The Starcrossed is the only other acceptable way of saying get out of here for now.
It's really similar to taking down a Scuttle Crab when you have to take down Seymour. It's like, well, I'm glad I can get rid of the body, deny you the hold, but I don't like you seeing my hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's a lot of buffs.
It is your turn.
Someone out there has a full set of riot buffs for their set deck, and that is the most blinged out.
I just can't wait. We had the Bramble back, right, and the Golem, the red buff, blue buff, being introduced, and I just can't wait for the next set where we can finally.
Oh, are you leaking? Are you?
No. I can't wait for the moment where maybe there are cards that allow more buffs. I mean, Master Lee Sin already does it for. No.
Oh, I
But
see.
come on, how much fun would it be to regard to a card that has buffed twice as, they have double buffs?
Now we're getting into the League of Legends of it all.
Aren't we all? Isn't that our uniting factor?
True.
Yeah.
Now it's Riftbound.
Though I do appreciate that there is this subgroup of players that's being drawn in that do not play League but love Riftbound.
And they just don't understand any of the references.
And they just got to smile and wave through there.
They're you had to be there. You have to live through it.
Something that we should be calling out in this regard.
Call it out.
Though Gonkra has been taking major hits, they are keeping up in victory points quite diligently.
Yeah, grinding out point for point as well as possible. Now plays the Rengar. Not so much pouncing, but...
Play Starcross, Annie Set.
Talked about in the previous turn how influential Starcrossed can be, just with saying, okay, get out of here.
Discard Flash.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did Starcross target?
Set. Annie. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah. So discard Flash.
Yeah.
And that is some of the synergies why Starcrossed in Annie feels... I mean, it's a costly play, as we're going to ring some glory up, see if they're home, see if they will pick up. Will allow the pit rookie to survive a little more. And these are these assaults that we mentioned where if they bust, you are hurting.
Yeah,
as
exactly. And for Set, spending one buff there is totally fine. You would spend it anyway to keep the unit alive, so keeping it alive...
That's pocket money for
Yeah, exactly. So, now you're just putting another wall in front of the Annie.
When the bellhop carries Set's bags to the box in his arena, right? He tips in buffs. Like, here you get you have a buff. Don't spend it all on one place.
Set can carry his own bags like this.
Of course he can.
The epitome of Liftbound.
But would you want to?
Yeah, I guess.
I can cook my own food, James, but...
Fair. You have someone shuffle for you? Do you hand your deck to your opponent and be like, I can shuffle it,
if
you do that.
If I had enough buffs to be spent to be programmed like Set does, I probably would.
Tap 3. Play first mate. Ready, set.
Okay, we're crowding the board, but I'm going to keep highlighting it every single time it happens.
Fast focus.
Fully tapped out.
Okay, you got it.
Gonkra going to say, yeah, that's too much for me to overcome. With the hand, you kind of have an idea of what was in there earlier from that sabotage. And Colin will advance to through game 1 of this series. We are, of course, in a best of 3, which puts us in a situation where Colin will be looking to pick up one more win to stay undefeated. Don't have exactly the sideboard plan, but I have to imagine there's an unyielding spirit in the sideboard, which typically is what has always been included in body sideboards to deal with direct damage spells, because it says, hey, take no damage from spells.
And also, what you sometimes see is, right, all right, if I'm heading into a matchup where Starcross will be played more than once because either Annie is bouncing it or Fizz is recasting it from your trash, being able to at least, all right, maybe give some sort of immunity and cover up the most important people in your deck.
Yeah, get some of that security. On the other side, I'm wondering where Annie goes. This feels like a particularly difficult matchup to play out. So, don't know that there are too many sideboard options here, but I'm not overly familiar with the list that Gonkra is running. But
it's, to me, just in atmosphere that the Annie deck brings, it strikes me as similar to the Diana. Not necessarily in cards wielded, but having lots of 2-ups, having a 1-up here and there, because you know I'll be seeing plenty of cards, and I need the flexibility to adapt on the fly.
There's a bunch of cards that, when they were revealed, well, when I say a bunch, I'm just going to talk about the card Smite. It's not particularly helpful here because set prevents death, right? Like, the way that it works is it's if it would die this turn, it doesn't. So it doesn't really beat that. But with the Rise of Death Knell decks, I've always wondered whether, like, there's a room for the banish effect coming from Smite. I don't think it's really good because action speed is too slow to...
It costs a power, right?
Yeah, so it's not well placed. But I've always wondered, is that something that can make it work? Irresistible Fae Folk has, for body decks, been just one of the absolute top performing cards in my mind. I have no stats for that, but I'm going to just assume.
No, it is out there. Together with Punch First, there can't be any doubt. Now, what does it feel like? You are just holding Annie hostage right now. Like, all right, you want to play anything on the board? Well, you better be playing 2 units, because any 1 unit you will commit, even if it has 4 might, you're vulnerable.
Yeah. I'm looking at what's in hand. There's a Fiora, Punch First, another Fae Folk. That's the thing as well. Depending on what trade you're taking, you're also fine to expend the Fae Folk sometimes. Annie's probably one of the decks I would like not do it against so much.
Yep. Flash spot it from the side of Annie, so they can at least keep their Kai'Sa safe.
I see. Yeah. I
decline the trigger. Yeah. No, because of Arena's Greatest.
I'm okay with giving him. I'm okay with giving him. You didn't say, but I don't care. You get it.
I just forgot.
Don't worry. He gets... No. Yeah. He gets it. No. He gets it. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
No, that's good. That's good.
That's no worries.
I get your point.
Full marks to Gonkra for sportsmanship, as we will be giving the point out for Arena's Greatest at the very end. And this is what I like. Even though we are in the highest echelon of competition,
that's a 2-all.
These players, if they want to win, they'll be like, I'll do it on my own strength.
Yeah. Points for sportsmanship in that exchange. I think it's worth noting where we are in the tournament for both of these players. Both 6-0, both have made day 2 already. So again, we've talked about how important it is to maintain undefeated for as long as possible and get through towards that top 8. But still, 6 was the number of wins they were aiming for to make day 2. So a tiny bit of the pressure is off compared to how coming into this round would have been, but still an important round for both.
You have to take it step by step.
Yeah.
You can't make top 8 if you don't make day 2.
Yeah.
So even though for plenty of these players, making day 2 is the bare minimum, it's not a given that you will make it.
Yeah, and many players I've seen posting their results today are already at X and 2, and that's like, ooh. Well, as soon as you get to that point, that's a dangerous thing with rounds left still to play on the day.
And it ripples as well, because when you're every game you're fighting for your quote-unquote life, that does something to you mentally as well, leaving you more exhausted, more prone to mistakes. It's a negative spike.
It's a trigger, right? Is it a
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just want to see if when I react. That's why.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
Which one? This.
Yeah. It does change. It does change my line
Yeah.
react
I was just thinking.
So, sorry.
You have how many cards?
5.
5.
Little bit of
just clarifications.
Yeah, clarification and just making sure we're in the right step here. And you gave him the point earlier, so
I mean, even though Colin's set is not a unfamiliar face out there, you're not getting a whole lot of reps into a set. It's good to clarify certain triggers.
Of course, because Fiora is mighty, has all the keywords on it, including ganking, so we'll be able to go battlefield to battlefield. Again, just such a versatile unit that has historically, throughout the entirety of Riftbound so far, been played in a lot of yellow decks, that Fiora victorious.
And this is what it means to play against a good set. He is not allowing openings for efficient trades. And how do you open a door if you can't stop it from closing? If you put your foot in between that door, you're losing the foot.
Is a revolving door ever open or closed?
I was not ready to...
I know, I hit you back with a philosophy, and that's a big hit, though, with a punch first, is going to turn this fight back in Colin's favor.
Is that good?
Is on the chain.
Thinking.
We'll see what Gonkra has as a response. There was a star-crossed in hand, and that is what it's going to be. It's going to be the Set and the Rengar. Ooh, Repulse.
This is what we were talking about. This is what you need, and if you know the matchup is there. And that is the emergency brake being pulled by Gonkra, needing to get out of there as quickly as possible.
A lot used to escape as well.
Getting out alive, but barely. The damage that's been done to the economy of Gonkra will be felt for generations.
From here, Colin is just like posted up on both battlefields, holds to 6.
And he is threatening the game from here now.
Yeah.
Gonkra has to mount a comeback, and it's going to be made even more difficult.
Sabotage is going to reveal, do you have anything in hand? Can't afford that Star-Crossed. It's hiding back there. Can't afford it. Just an Inferno, where at this point would... there's nothing that does this turn. And the Vex in hand, I think it's a... Is it a Vex or is it a Kai'Sa in hand? We'll find out as,
would be
as we go.
The third Kai'Sa.
We'll move Kai'Sa in.
Just bringing it over and whittling away.
8 tank,
yeah.
With tank, goes up to 8 and makes it really difficult.
Sure.
Okay, you can... Okay.
Two for Faithful.
Oh, another Faithfolk just says, Gonkra, if you play a unit, it's going to get pulled. Oh, and even is able to bring it to the battlefield with the showstopper. And I think that is the round stopper at this point. It's going to be another unit pulled into a combat that cannot get through the set.
You know what they say, that had to be the suplex that broke the Annie's back.
And that's the superplex at this point with this much strength on the board. The Inferno comes in just to go a little bit over the top, put some down, force out one buff being used. Unfortunately, that puts Set back into the base. So when I say unfortunately, it just means that Set will get readied up and be able to move to the other battlefield quite easily. Gonkra likely out of options and will extend the fist bump over to Colin, who stays undefeated in day 1. 7-0 as Colin looking to once again prove to be the best set and still in the running for the tournament.
I am so glad we got to watch the entirety of that match, because it's easy to see Colin on set and be like, oh yeah, of course he's doing well. But to see it happen, how the sausage is made, this Annie, which, you know, some people will label as one of the strongest decks out there when wielded by those who are experienced with it, felt absolutely powerless. Like taking candy from a child.
Quite literally in that exchange. So Colin advances, as we said. Gonkra is still in the tournament. That is just the first loss. So 6-1, still through to tomorrow, still in contention for top 8,
Definitely.
still in a good position, just has to win out now for the rest of the rounds. And shout out to the crowd that have joined us at the viewing area here in the venue. It is quite late in the day. The players do still have one more round to go as we close in on 9 p.m. local time. So
one more for good measure.
Yeah, one more for good measure. I think do you want to play more today? Do you want to add like 5 more rounds?
I mean, you don't even have to ask what we are doing right after this. Like between the rounds,
I'm being told we can't add any more rounds, but what we can do, is head to a quick break and hear from Diwali.
Barrett Bryant here, joined with an absolute pleasure for Diwali, one of our reigning regional qualifier champion. And I still got to say it to this day, it's always a pleasure talking to you because you're the first one. And that will never be taken away. So, but not only just that, but you are the epitome of, you know, other players like Alan and Prismat, and we'll get to that in a second, but of this game is hard, and the skillful ones continue to do well. You just came off of a semifinals in Vancouver.
Yeah.
How are you doing? That was a rough match. I mean,
Yeah.
that's one of the strongest players of this game, if not the strongest player. How's your mental going is really where I'm at.
Mental's good. I mean, like, we both, you know, not to take anything away from Sam, but we thought, you know, whoever won our match is most likely to be the first 2-time, just because we think we have a good matchup into Rengar. And, you know, that's a lot of pressure, I think, for one match, because I'm thinking, you know what, if I win this, I'm likely to win the whole thing. Obviously, it was a really tough loss, and I wish I'd won, but at the same time, you know, Alan's super good. And, you know, I've been talking to him, and he told me, you know, in our match after he beat me, he's like, if we played 100 more games, we'd be 50-50. So
that's such an awesome thing to say.
Yeah, so I got to play a few more games against him, and then, you know what, maybe I'll get to 50-50 and beat him next time.
You say 50-50, but Diwali, I was there in Houston when you beat him.
That's fair, yeah.
And that was also an incredible match.
Crazy. Yeah, it was
going
crazy.
into your eventual win in Houston, because, like, let's be real. Like, I mean, the finals I thought was pretty fast. Your semifinals was a grinder, and then you had to play against Alan as well. So you won there.
Yeah.
And now there's this, you know, you're both playing Diana. You were playing different versions, obviously. So I kind of went, how about that? You know, like, do you think that version is better, specifically when it gets to that top cut situation? Because I think the Frigid Touch or the Frigid Jewel version is much better for the field.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So my question, though, is that, I mean, to win these events, Diwali, you have to beat those players that are playing the more specialized versions.
Yeah.
What's the game plan right now? Do we kind of still tailor to that, or have we
Yeah.
made some changes maybe?
So it's kind of like a give and take, like you're mentioning, right? You have a better shot at doing well on day 1 and like maybe the early rounds of day 2 if you have a more general version with Jewel. But my goal when I come to these things is to win, right? So I think, like, for example, this tournament, I brought one that I think is better for the top tables, and I hope to get a little bit, you know, fortunate, I guess, during the Swiss in terms of not running into anything that's like a really bad matchup. And then when I get to the top tables, if I can get there, then I should, in theory, have a better shot. So that way, you know, if I play against Alan again, I'm not slightly on the back foot. At least I can make it closer, and I think we're on the same list this time, so...
Okay, so I do want to pivot that, because to me that's like one of these, I say the word rivalry, but at the end of the day, respect for each other, incredible players.
Yeah.
What about the rest of the people in the room? You know, there are obviously, you know, we talked about Sam a little bit, prismaticism, you know, like there's this pillar of players right now, and you are one of the players on that pillar, but there's other people as well, and it's I don't know how much, you know, you obviously you haven't really ran into him in the tournament setting necessarily a ton, but what do you think it takes, when I'm fast forwarding a little bit, when we get to things like a championship?
Yes.
What's going to happen when you put all of you in the same room and you can actually start getting paired against each other in rounds 1, 2, maybe like 3?
That would be wild. So, of course, it's not just me versus Alan. I think it's a bit of that dynamic because we played in top 8 now a bunch of times, and we're playing the same deck. But, I mean, we have Prismat, right? We have the Challenger guys. They have multiple top 8s. You have Colin, you have Daniel. They're all great players, honestly. You have Sam, right? Sam's a repeat top 8er. He's won one. So you have these great players. You have, there's Chinese players like Rico, for example, that's incredibly good. So there's a ton of amazing players. And when you get to that championship level where each round is a grind, round 1 you're against Prismat, round 2 you're against Alan, I think I need to maybe up my endurance because it really is a grind on the mental when every round you're getting put through the ringer. But honestly, hearing that makes me super excited.
I'm so excited.
Every round's going to be a banger.
And I can't wait to see that happen. But for now, we still have some regional qualifiers to go through, and I expect to see you at basically all of them.
That's my goal, yeah. That's my goal.
Making a name for yourself here in Riftbound, and it's just the first year. So much more to come. Diwali, an absolute pleasure, and I wish you luck in your Riftbound career in the future to come. Thanks so much. We're going to send it away.
A key component of playing League of Legends is gathering XP and leveling up. Now you can do that in Riftbound 2 with the newest additions in Unleashed. Every XP you get will add to your level as a player and will benefit you in different forms. So far, 3 legends have been released that directly benefit from XP gain. Kha'Zix Void Reaver, Poppy, Keeper of the Hammer, and Master Yi Wujun Master. Notice that all of these have the body domain in common. Master Yi uses XP passively. With higher level, he finds stronger passive effects. At level 6, your units are permanently boosted, and at level 11 your units always enter ready. Of course, in the main deck, most Master Yis will rely on the champion unit, Master Yi Unstoppable, as a win condition. This one gets cheaper the more XP you have, and at level 16 it even becomes untargetable. Combined with Master Yi Wujun Master's ability to enter ready, he can really swing games. Kha'Zix and Poppy have the unique ability to gain XP through their own legend abilities, and otherwise use it like a resource. While Poppy generates card advantage by spending XP, Kha'Zix gains utility, by either buffing his units or moving exhausted units away from their battlefields back to base. Since all of these 3 legends have the body domain in common, there's a huge variety of body cards that can get you the XP you need through the Hunt keyword, for example. Hunt cards grant you an XP whenever you conquer or hold, so winning combats for those decks is of utmost importance. Cards like Gemhand Hunter, Voracious Gromp, and Master Yi Tempered can be found in all 3 decks. But XP can also be splashed into other decks. Grim Resolve, for example, is a strong combat trick that gives a unit 3 might on action speed. If the unit wins a combat, it grants you 2 XP. This card might find its way into other decks as well. Fiora players have already played around with the Shepherd's Heirloom, which works like a Doran's Blade but does not equip for power cost, but for XP. There are plenty of ways to integrate some XP gain into your decks, so get those level in and scale into the late game, Riftbounders.
All right, thank you so much, Leo, for that little walk and talk there about the XP mechanic. We love to see it, but we are getting to the business end of the event. Now we are hunting for best of, especially since this is our last time for players to get their hands on those Origin ones. So that's most likely what we're going to be seeing moving forward. But I'm Shea Burton, joined by Leo. Leo, what you think now going into our last round of Swiss here at Utrecht?
I want to see something spicy. I want to see something that has not been seen that much before. And of course, that still has a chance or is locked alternatively into the top cut already. I've been strolling around the top tables between the rounds, and there's some pretty cool decks there. Some faces I'm familiar with. I'm very proud. Some of my locals are actually performing quite well. A good friend of mine, Trent Brent, is right now undefeated on Victor with the Victor Innovator, so and also the Vanguard Armory. So that is a really, really cool deck that we're seeing right now. And of course, also we had them in the backup featured match earlier. Couldn't see them. Dynamic with Draven, and a really, really cool list at that.
Yeah.
6-1.
Okay. See which ones we're going to be getting a hold of. I've been on the receiving end of that Victor style deck, and quite honestly, my opponent had like 20 recruits in play. I'm just thinking, how has this happened then? What am I going to do? Turns out wasn't going to do a great deal. But let's go into our minds of our players. So let's say you are targeting an Origins. Yeah, let's all do it together. Let's get in there, right? Let's think. So we've been targeting Origins best ofs, right, Leo?
Yeah.
We're currently now, we need to win this next round to make sure we can secure our Origins legend of choice, okay?
Okay.
What's going through your head right now?
Better not miss a 2-job. Then must you take one game at a time, of course. If you are just right in front of those very important matches, the pressure is on, right? It is going to change, even if you don't want it to change. Even if you're saying, I'm going to treat every game equally. When you're in front of those big matches, it's really, really hard to keep that up. If you can completely zone out, or lock in rather, that's great. But on the other hand, in those big matches, sometimes this pressure can also get something out of you, right? So sometimes it also uplifts you. Some people, though, they fold under pressure. And I mean, all of that is fine. But hey, there we go. Fantastic.
Come on,
crowd.
let's make some noise for our crowd. We're all the way here at 9 o'clock here in the venue. We haven't even got enough seats for everyone. That's what we like. That's what Riftbound's all about, isn't it, folks? Last time to get our hands on some Origins legend. That's what we love to see. Looks like we have players. Haven't got headsets, though, so we can't give too much away. But we do have players now sitting at our table. Do you recognize any of those, Leo?
No, I have no idea. I'm very excited to see what these players are going to bring. So very, very much curious. We probably got a message somewhere where it says what these players are playing. But I think that we're going to see a legend that, without saying too much, because, you know, the players don't have the headphones on yet, you can kind of already see it while shuffling here, is choosing a deck that I predicted to be the winning deck. So I'm quite curious to see that. Phenomenal performances in the last Chinese regional in Tianjin. I hope I pronounced that right, by the way. If not, my apologies.
I think you did, to be fair. Let's hope so. But yeah, going into our last Swiss round feature match here at the Utrecht regional qualifiers. If you are joining us here, thank you for spending your evening with us. We're going to have a very fun round of Riftbound. I'm sure we will. I'm very glad to be your tour guide here through this day one action. Don't go anywhere, because obviously tomorrow we will be crowning a champion.
Absolutely. Today it is a little more chill, of course. You know, many players will reach that day 2 if they just go X2. That is the threshold that you definitely need. There might be some minor other modifications, but I think with 18 points you should be good to go to reach that day 2. And I am already curious, you know, I'm a big stat guy.
Okay,
well.
yeah.
A lot of might. But I'm curious to see the conversion rates of the legends that we're seeing, because yes, we're talking about it quite often that so many players are playing different decks because of the best of system. Everyone wants to be the prestigious best player of their respective legend. However, I want to see how well they do. Like, if you're looking at the bottom floor of meta relevance of legends, if you're looking at an Ari, a Jinx, or whatnot, I want to see how many sign up and how many actually make day 2, because some of those actually can have quite the high conversion rate, and that might then be a secret meta contender. We have just seen that in Vancouver with Samdi Sherman getting second place with Rengar, and all of a sudden, you know, Rengar was nowhere. People laughed at Rengar, which they shouldn't. All of a sudden, in the pre-RQ yesterday, Rengar was the 5th most played deck from over 40 different legends.
Yeah, it's interesting that Rengar, because I actually managed to get my hands on most of the cards before the Vancouver was off. But this deck seems cool. You can ambush a lot. And then Vancouver happened, and I went to locals. There was like 5 other Rengars in the room. I was like, where were all used last week? You know, you're only jumping on it now that it's cool, but I was there from the beginning. But yeah, it's something to be... And it's an interesting one, right? Because let's say you are targeting a best of, and then you have a bit of a wonder run, a princess run, as it were, and you find yourself catapulted up into day 2 and beyond. All of a sudden, you might have a sneakily good meta pick that targets the top, you know, X decks rather well.
Yeah, that can, of course, always happen. But most of the time, I don't think it's by accident. I think that most of these players have really put their hearts and souls into their deck list, into a meta read, realizing, okay, what has performed well in the most recent regionals? What decks are on the rise? What do I expect to have more usage? For example, the Master Yi that all of a sudden picked up so much in usage since people have realized this is not a late game deck. We want to play the aggro mid-range version of Master Yi because Yi flat out gives you stats. And traditionally in card games, just flat out stats, they don't scale into the late game. This is early to mid game. And that's how you should play Yi, apparently. You run Arena's Greatest, you run the Rengar. Rengar offensive, 6 drop for 5 energy is already good, and then you bump it up to 8, and then you try to finish the game as early as you can, instead of just waiting around. You have defensive capabilities because of that might bonus to ramp up to get more runes in, but then what?
Yeah, that's the thing. I always think Master Yi has been doing fantastically well, right? Has been having a lot of good results and really represented here. I call it's almost like a good, honest Riftbound, isn't it? You know, there isn't that many tips and tricks apart from the Rengar ambush, of course. You know, you put your unit down, you say, this is my might. Can you topple me? No, I win. If not, it turns out you might win. So, yeah, good, honest Master Yi. But it looks like, Leo, we do have headsets on, so we can start to have a little gander about what our players here are playing. Ooh. There we go. A little bit of a LeBlanc Deceiver. An interesting one. A card that has had a lot of hype coming into this format, you know. I feel hasn't had the greatest of results, I'd say. But on paper, the deck is terrifying. You can just blink, viewers, and all of a sudden, reflections are here, big might here, Mixologist is just spawning units out of nowhere and it can get out of hand. That is what LeBlanc is all about.
I mean, LeBlanc is one of those decks that are so incredibly powerful that even with a low meta share, people build their decks around it, right? There's Gus in every single Chaos deck, basically, just because that card really stops LeBlanc. And there's some utility in other matchups. I'm not saying that Gust is bad into other decks, but it has such a great application versus LeBlanc, which is why I think LeBlanc's usage kind of gets hit by collateral damage. Somewhat. But the deck is scary when it actually gets to scale. And Challenger TCG's Poseidon has brought out this hook variant, basically, that is, it feels like so far ahead of all the other LeBlanc decks. And there we have the Rek'Sai Void Burrower Legend deck actually running an Honest Broker. We're not seeing seals. That's really, really cool how these Rek'Sai decks developed, because there's so many different lists. We are playing 10 2-drops this time. Are we... Is there no Void Rush? There is no Void Rush.
Oh. That's interesting. How often do you not see the signature spell in the deck? Like, the signature spell in this deck is rather strong, by the way. I mean, it's an interesting one, but obviously they've gotten so far through the event, so it's been clearly been working for them. Maybe, at the very least, a side option?
I mean, the side deck I would usually reserve for some certain matchup to fix some issues, but I can see it happening. But we are going to see where it's going. The players have started. We are proceeding the mulligan. Nice tech on the Rek'Sai deck is the Shells. That is a rather strong card. Gives extra might bonus, and I think it can predict, so you are perhaps having some of your reveal triggers. 10 2-drops, not finding one. How many times has this happened on stream already today?
Wow, that's not what you want going into your last Swiss round here. Looks like we're immediately going to see our champion LeBlanc hitting the field. Back over to Vocata now. What can they muster up? It's just going to be the big, the bad, the scary Kai'Sa. The signature sort of character, or card I should say, from the Fury archetype, or domain I should say, is back over to Hector now. And the thing is about LeBlanc, it can be traditionally slow out of the gates. However, I feel the longer the game goes on, LeBlanc can quite honestly just get a little bit silly, if we're putting it lightly. There's going to be reflections flying everywhere. There's going to be tokens here. There's going to be baited hooks there. Quite honestly, it's hard to keep up with it, if I'm being perfectly honest. So if there's any deck you don't want to have a slow start against, I think LeBlanc is high up on there. But traditionally, that Rek'Sai deck can be quick out the gates. Do you think it's possible, Leo, for Carter to, you know, leapfrog and sort of push tempo back their way?
Missing the 2-drop is really hard, especially against a deck like LeBlanc. You're absolutely right, because already this baited hook scaling deck is running away in points. Of course, abusing Starspring, such a funny battlefield to use in LeBlanc, because you can just make these ready tokens or reflection units now, and then you can play your low drops, the Watchful Sentry, next to it and just push it back, conquer the other battlefield. It has a very windswept Hillock-ish effect in that regard. And now, of course, you're not going to hold on that other battlefield, but if your opponent doesn't take care of it, you're going to draw 2 cards in the beginning step. Does make it harder for your opponent to conquer sometimes. So these temporary tokens, even though they have temporary written on them, can become super hard to deal with.
They really can. You can obviously use the other LeBlanc to turn them, remove that temporary tag if you so desire. Not one we see all the time in a LeBlanc deck. We have to respect it if it comes out. We are going to see Cleave coming down on the Kai'Sa. That's going to be 7. Okay, this is looking good. What is that? A 7 into a 4. Kai'Sa will win that. We are going to see a draw now as well from the Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa and Rek'Sai.
Yeah, everyone draws cards now. We have the LeBlanc that draws us a card. We have the
drawing
Watchful
cards.
Sentry that gives us a card. We have Kai'Sa that draws us a card. In the beginning step, if you don't get rid of... Well, that's a lot of options you have here. In the beginning step, that's going to draw 2 cards for Hector TCG. However, takes off the pressure he has on board a little bit, if you want to call it pressure. Now, well, Kara is finding a decent 2-drop-ish in the Noxus Hopeful. Pushes back the Kai'Sa. Way more useful in base than on a hold, because then you can freely conquer to draw some more cards, get some more value in there. But now, I actually haven't seen the 3-drop LeBlanc too many times die in the beginning step. Because I actually feel like it happens way less than it's supposed to be.
Well, that's the thing about LeBlanc. It needs to keep units in play for you to use that legend ability and start getting those reflections down. If you can sort of stop the units as they keep coming in, the LeBlanc deck can really struggle because you need units in play, even for like your baited hook plays, for example. So if you can keep removing that, Volkata could be in a good spot. One thing I want to draw attention to is that Rek'Sai Breacher. When units get played from anywhere other than your hand, they now have Accelerate, which obviously the Rek'Sai Legend can do. So keep an eye on that one. But it is just going to be the Rexful Rex coming down.
Yep.
Ruined Rex, I should say. That's a scary one. That definitely are doing 4 damage to any enemy unit.
Yeah, sometimes times 2 with the Karthus.
Yeah,
maybe
for sure.
Maybe
sure,
there is more
Karthus.
Karthus.
Keep an eye on that one. That Karthus will make Death Kneels trigger twice. And that, honestly, Glass Mixologist, Ruin Rex, it gets rather... I've said this a few times, but honestly, I need you to draw it home. It can get silly. Kai'Sa's going to charge in, though.
And I think the Under Titan is a premium target to discard. I actually really like Zorn's Warrens in Rek'Sai, because some of those cards that you really want to reveal off the top, not too great to draw them necessarily.
Ooh, is it
we are
Longsword?
revealing.
Falling Star. Falling Star put out is going to get played.
Wow.
Ruin Rex, that is going to get sent to the discard, the trash, I should say. Death Knell should trigger, though.
Yep, and that is perhaps going to either take away the Rek'Sai Breacher. Well, I was just going to list all the options. But yeah, it's definitely going to take away 1 card.
Yes.
But it is really important to remove this card if there is a potential baited hook.
Yep.
Don't want to give LeBlanc a big turn where they already have a unit that they can conquer, perhaps get into combat and then baited hook. So that is where the deck really starts running away.
Now, this is interesting. This is how you really have to temper LeBlanc. Remove the units and threaten the board and start taking points quickly. I think Volkata's doing a fantastic job of that right now, re-establishing the Kai'Sa with a Noxus Hopeful as well. As you say, without units in play, baited hook, not an option. Reflections, not an option. Hector needs a unit to stick at some point. Will this be the turn?
Big problem for Hector is that all of these units that he can play, they are costly. They are costing power. And it is getting significantly harder to get to a good baited hook turn, right? Where you can also have some value out of it. So let's see if he's actually going to keep that Ruined Rex around. If not, that is going to be phenomenal for Volkata. Can you imagine Volkata having a 2-drop in this game? That would have been such a huge advantage.
Yeah, it really would have been. Okay, it's over to Volkata now. Can we remove that Ruined Rex?
Can you imagine Starcrossed here? Yeah.
Here we go.
Vision and...
Yes. Vining Shells.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, I always forget to...
Yeah, sure.
Kai'Sa.
So he saw the vision, and now is going to conquer with Kai'Sa. That's going to give a draw. That's going to give a discard and a draw for the Zorn's Warrens. That is
Hold the
out.
weak.
We discard Under Titan. And now we are triggering the Void Burrow. And that Dredger is just perfect together with the draw we found off of the Kai'Sa or the Zorn's Warrens, because We talked about units that need to stick on the side of Hector TCG, and Cull the Weak would do the trick.
I imagine we're most likely going to see that Cold Week now, right? Remove that Ruined Rex. So here we are going to see 2. Do we see the Recycle 1? I think that means Cold Week is getting played, Leo. Hector cannot get a unit to stick on board. Volcata is playing this perfectly. Going to remove the Charon Dredger, which then can obviously replace itself with a bird token as well.
And now we're actually taking units from the backline, and I love that play from Hector.
Yep.
I mean, it's a little bit of damage control right now, right?
Sure.
But just saying, hey, I know that you're getting even more cards if you keep conquering, so I'm not going to get that Kaiser away from you, even though that unit screams deal 4 damage to me. But you're just basically saying, hey, I'm going to remove the units from your backline. You can hold. I don't love that you're holding this, but you can hold, and then you won't get your conquer triggers. Even though the question stands in the room, is it too late?
I mean, we're currently looking at a 5-2 point discrepancy. Hector, what do we... Okay, here's the Glass Mixologist. This is an interesting one, right? Because this cannot... Well, it can get removed, of course, but it has that definite ability where you can play a unit from your trash for 3 or less and put it straight into play, replacing itself. Ooh, mirror image. Okay, now we're talking. This is where LeBlanc starts to get rolling. We're going to copy and make a reflection of that Glass Mixologist.
And that reflection is going to be able to conquer one of the 2 battlefields. Question is, do we want to go into the Zaun's Warrens, or do we want to go into the Star Spring? It's going to go Zaun's Warrens, and says we're going next immediately because not getting out of that pickle.
I'm stunned. What a quick game that was. LeBlanc faltering. Hector currently at 1 game down here. Volcata takes game 1. That Raxai, quite honestly, was off to the races at its first hurdle and now has to respond.
That is the age-old rivalry between aggro and control. Even if aggro is not off to the races, not having the best start, missing a 2-drop, which usually is crucial. That takes you out straight up. Could manage to find the tempo again. And LeBlanc, honestly, sometimes your hands are just so filled with sticky units you don't even get the baited hook rolling. Did not get to play the deck at all. This feels like the deck that we've seen in the beginning of the tournament in round 2, where the Dazzling Aurora versus Squirrel was just not found at all. This is basically what happens here as well. Baited hook feels a little bit like Dazzling Aurora, just not quite as much, but it needs a lot more setup.
Yeah, I think if you was to sort of ask a LeBlanc player there, you know, do you want to be dropping 2 Ruin Rex instead of like a Glass Mixologist? Be like, no, I'd rather Glass Mixologist, to be perfectly honest. That has a little bit more sticking power and a little bit more ways to replace itself. But you have to play the cards that you're drawing, unfortunately. So now he currently finds himself in a 0-1 game deficit. So we'll have to pull off the reverse sweep. Now, this is interesting. We do get to consult our side decks here and replace some cards and obviously go first as well. That could be the advantage he needs in this game too.
He had almost everything set up. It was a Zaun's Warrens game, which is not the strongest battlefield. This is usually not your absolute power battlefield in decks.
Yep.
2-drop was missed by Rek'Sai, still couldn't manage to overcome the deck. Also, keep in mind, everyone at home, we do not have a second feature match for this round because there is no round following this. So this is the last round of the day. So after this first matchup, we are done for the day. Gonna have a quick interview, I reckon, but that's going to be it then. So we're going into game 2. Both of these Riftbounders at 7-0, prime position to go to day 2. But you, of course, want to end on a win. You want to end on the highest of notes possible, being undefeated after day 1.
Exactly. So they've both done a fantastic job. The thing is, as we did say in previous rounds, if you want to try and get yourself to a top 8 and beyond, you need all the match points you can get.
Yeah.
So even though you are on this 7-0 record, I mean, that's great. But I'm sure if you ask both players now, do you mind losing this one? They're both like, no, I'd rather win. So it looks like our battlefields of choice here, Windswept Hillock against the Forbidden Waste. That Windswept Hillock is an interesting one. Units here have ganking. That can let those reflections start to get a little bit silly. But here we go. Swiss round 8, game 2 feature match here getting started well in our Mulligan phase. And not seeing... Oh. That doesn't look good, Leo.
I mean, he gets 3 draws.
This is true. This is true. They need to be good, though. That's not what you want when you're in an 0-1 deficit.
Especially not in a lock game.
Yes.
That is very, very important that you are not missing your 2-drop here. Because this is what the Windswept Hillock is built for, right? You want to set up some points that you either yourself aggroing down your opponent. Is it going to happen again? How many times do people miss their darn 2-drops in this tournament?
Too many. Too many. And Volkata immediately gets the champion unit into play. Does Hector, unless he drew a unit, I'm not sure he did, by the way. We might be seeing no units here.
Nah, that would be crazy.
I guess you have the champion at the very least, but okay.
Also, I find it very interesting that Volkata decided to...
Oh, it is going to be the bailout champion, Leo. I don't think things are going well for Hector, but Volkata, can he close the door of opportunity on Hector here and advance that perfect 8-0 record? We're going to go charging in.
Funny,
the Windswept Hillock member units there have ganking for next turn.
Very interesting that we decided to start with the Rek'Sai Breacher, because that one can be useful in the end game as well.
Sure.
Kyrian Dredger is now being played. The question is, do we see a Call the Week immediately? Oh, that is huge. I think that would actually really, really like to see one of those Call the Week plays, because you get the Inferno basically for free, and then you can Call the Week, sack your own, carry on Dredger.
That would be rude if there was a Call of the Week this turn.
Oh, accelerates
Oh, of course, because you can get played anywhere.
Yeah, I think we do not care about power at all anymore. And afterwards, Call the Week
there's a Call of the Week, Leo! Volkata, someone check the fire alarms in here, because he's drawing that heat right now. Immediately closing the door on Hector again.
Trying to immediately run away, identifying, hey, I'm going second versus Hook LeBlanc. I have the chance of a double conquer in my second turn. I will take those, go up to 4 afterwards. You can then push out all of your units, but that is still where LeBlanc is going to become dangerous. You have temporarily taken care of the issues, but what are we seeing in there? Wait, was that a... Oh, I thought that was a pass already because Volkata was flipping those runes. No, we develop a Karthus for the first time now. Karthus with Watchful Sentry. That is not the most might I have ever seen on a single board. However, that is already kind of 2 draws as well. But next turn, Hector is only going to be at 6 runes. So the biggest unit he can play is a Rune Drex.
Yeah, and that would need to actually, die before it has its maximum use. But with Karthus, we get to use twice. Karthus, triggering Death Kneels twice. It's like Volkata is going to move both those units back.
Is that hand a little iffy? Okay, no, we have the Kaiser. That is already a really, really strong unit. But not being able to conquer in a turn, like a double conquer in the first turn, kind of whiffs one of your legend abilities, and you are missing out on the one on the next turn. However, I think going second versus LeBlanc, you take any point you get over 1 card that you can flip off the top.
I would take that wholeheartedly as well. So it looks like, are we still on Volkata's turn here? Or?
That was like it was meant to be, really. Just showing the Under Titan, getting the Inferno, being 3 runes that are still ready, so you can accelerate it and then Call the Week on curve, everything perfectly fine. There's a lot of things that had to come together.
For sure. That's the thing about, these aggro decks, right? As you say, that those sort of turns, they can happen. I'm sure if you ask for a cut, how many times have those sort of things panned out? You say, hopefully, quite a few.
And I forgot to ready it.
You used it this turn. You hit the Under Titan, no?
I hold it.
Yeah,
I used it last turn, and I forgot to untap it.
Yes. Sorry.
All right, just got this sorted real quick. I'm also one of the big legend untapper forgetters.
For sure.
They stay exhausted every single time.
I'm exactly the same. You as at home, I'm a Volibear player, so I'm not playing anything too crazy myself. But yeah, that Volibear does stay exhausted. It is over to Hector now, though. Has got units to stick. Hasn't actually managed to do that too much in this best of 3. But here we go. We're going in with a Conquer.
I think we're going to start boarding the value train now.
Yep, there we go. This is where things get silly. Death Kneel, obviously, would be applied ×2. Reflection, we can make that reflection token.
I think you're spot on about that, but Silly doesn't score too many points most of the time, so I think we're going to get 2. And we're going to draw so many cards for these Watchful Sentries, but How much are we going to profit off of that? Still only 6 runes available. And your opponent is going to threaten to go to 6. The magic number in Riftbound.
Yeah, that's where things start to get a little bit scary. Are currently at 2 for our LeBlanc player here. Remember, if he wants to go to that perfect 8-0 record, winning this game is a non-negotiable.
Oh, develops a Vi in base.
Ooh.
That's a very sensible play. However, it's not one that feels so great.
Now, you'd love to be playing those ambush units, crash, bang, wallop. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case here. It's over to Volkata. Was that cold?
So you are on Hector's side forfeiting the 5th and 6th point. There is no way you're holding that. There is no way you're holding that. You're going to give away 1 Rek'Sai activated ability plus Kai'Sa draw. That is already huge. And then Volkata has another Cull the Weak in hand. And then you will have to decide, do I give up my Vi or do I give up my Karthus? If you give up Vi, you will never be able to push into those battlefields, and then you're probably going to lose on the spot. If you give up Karthus, you are giving up so much value for the rest of the game. But if you give up the Vi, the rest of the game might be incredibly short.
It's a tough decision. Let's see what Hector pans out. If that is what Volkata is eyeing up here.
If he hits a falling star off the top, I'm going to scream my lungs out.
I'm going to hold you to that. I'm going to hold you to that. We are going to see the bird go crashing in. In case viewers didn't know how birds sound, good thing we've got Leo here. We are going to see the Death Knell trigger, of course, ×2. That is going to put Volkata on 5.
You can have 20 cards in hand. If you don't get the points, if you don't stop the points, that does not matter. And also, there are so many decks like Diana. If you have 20 cards in hand and 7 runes up, you can have so many different plays. In Hook LeBlanc, it is so limited. You need these starts where you ramp up a lot. Now, we haven't used Legend.
No, here we go. Remember, Falling Star, Leo, you have to scream. I didn't forget that.
Only if he uses it.
Only if he uses it.
So we draw first. And that is a falling star! That one looks incredible.
There's no way that happened.
That might immediately snipe away the Vi. You have the Cull the Weak in hand. That is Rek'Sai Gaming.
That is Riftbound, everybody. Absolutely ridiculous. There's the Cull the Weak. There's the board wipe. Volkata said, how dare you have units in play, Hector? Not on my watch. They are all gone. Volkata is firmly in control of this board, firmly in control of this game, marching towards the 8-0 record. Hector, my friend, what can you do?
Volkata even hiding another card there for extra card draw is developed in base. 2 battlefields. One is his, the other one is open. He's at 6 points. 2 points. He has all the time in the world. Hector, instead, he is racing towards nothing. He really needs to out everything. What can you do with your LeBlanc deck? The units, they are clunky or weak. The spells, they do not remove anything. What can you do? You don't have enough runes for an accelerated watcher. Hector is shaking his head, slowly but surely.
I think that a 1,000-tailed watcher would be ideal, but as you say, 1 rune off being able to get that in-play accelerated, I believe. This is going to be scary. I mean, if you just put it down... Yep, if you just put it down...
That is 8. Oh, yes, we have the sacrifice last turn.
Okay, here we go. Oh, but it's just going to be the Hidden Blade, and Hector will concede. Volkata advances to the perfect 8-0 record with the Rek'Sai Masterclass. Congratulations to Volkata.
The stars are falling from the skies onto Hector's LeBlanc units, and Volkata dug himself an 8-0 into day 2. Rek'Sai undefeated, baby.
Wow. That, I'll tell you what, if Rek'Sai does that every day game, which apparently it must have been because he's 8-0, that looks rather terrifying to sort of... How often do you get these aggro decks that can just, oh, you know, let me just get a falling star this turn. Ding! There we go. Absolutely insane.
I conquer for free, and it's 6 damage to units in your base.
Yes. Oh, you want to try and charge in last turn? Hidden Blade, stop that. Honestly, absolutely insane. Poetry in motion watching that. I tell you what, if Rek'Sai carries on like that, it's already 8-0. I wouldn't be surprised to see it in a top cut and beyond.
And Hector, he just honestly some games you just need to forget, right? It wasn't meant to be.
Yeah,
Everything went perfect for his opponent. Hector had no say in this game whatsoever. There was no agenda in any of the games. It looked dicey in the first game with the missed 2-drop.
Yep.
But after that, it was full-on aggro. All of these reveals as well in game 2. How insane is that you first get the Under Titan off top, plus the Inferno that you can accelerate, and then in the end game hit the Falling Star when you need it, so your Cull the Weak takes away the last unit when your opponent is already decimated on runes while you are accumulating points and points and points. That was, I think, that was the top end for Rek'Sai. That is, you cannot have a better game as Rek'Sai.
Can't get any better than that. What's that, Leo?
Sir!
Is that Falling Star? Oh my goodness, coming in at the perfect time. You called it. He said, if it comes here, I'm going to have to start screaming. I held you to it, and fair play, you did. But yeah, that was... But this is... One thing I want to talk about a little bit, though, is this LeBlanc deck. We've seen, when it gets to that late game, it's silly. You know, baited hook here, reflection there, ganking hit, it gets silly. But what I have seen is that if you can stop it getting there, if you can remove those units, deny the Carthus, deny the Draw, deny the Glass Mixologist, it can look like you're just... Hand, back down, can't do anything, back over to you.
Playing versus LeBlanc is very counterintuitive. When you see like those units that have powerful death nail effects, the last thing you think about is just, I need to remove them immediately. You think, hey, maybe I want to bounce them or something. Okay, Fury and Order doesn't really have so much bouncing in them, but you have to take all of those units away from their field, because if they start to build up anything, you have to be aware that all of your units will get traded away. You have to basically throw in everything, get rid of their units so they can't start getting value off of the baited hook.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sure he didn't really want to have to swing into those Ruin Rex, but that's exactly what happened. But now we can hear from the winner himself, so it's over to the Lounge of Barrett.
Welcome, everybody. I'm John here with Volkata, who just proved that Fury is here to stay in the format. You are 8-0 with Rek'Sai here at the regional qualifier in Utrecht. And I've got to ask you, that was such a good performance on a deck that I don't think anyone has been playing basically since Spirit Forged. How many Chaos decks have you been running into? Because I feel like Vex Apathetic is really rough sometimes, but we just saw there, at least in that matchup, the removal of the deck is unmatched. So how has your day been overall?
Well, Vex is not a problem at all. You have all, if you have to, you play all the cleaves and every card that can deal with it. And you're mainly a board-centric deck. You flood the board with units, and Vex is not a problem anymore. Of course, you play the ambush cards because they are good, they're units, etc. And that's how I deal with the Chaos. And Chaos is a pretty surprisingly really good matchup because like Vex is a 4-mana 4-might unit, like it's nothing.
No, you're right. I mean, and you just proved us too that the deck is so good at finding extra tools. As long as you can keep getting onto those battlefields, you find the stuff on the top, the Falling Star to help remove the Vi, the Cull the Weak in the hand, a masterclass like our casters described. But you were telling me a little bit right before we went live, but you were saying that the LeBlanc matchup is maybe not the best for you in testing?
Yeah, well, my list is not super aggressive. It's aggressive, but not from, like, if you see other lists that play a lot of tokens, etc. I play more mid-rangey, so if LeBlanc can start rolling, it can get hard. But I was lucky to find all my outs, and yeah, I won that game.
And my last question, or what I want to point at is, Volkata, you are 8-0.
Yes.
Your day is over.
Yes.
You are a few people joining them tomorrow, so you of course need to get your sleep. How does that feel right now?
I'm tired.
That's a good answer.
That's how I feel.
Perfect. Well, with that in mind, I'm going to make sure that you can get some sleep. We all want to get out of here as soon as we can because we've got another long day tomorrow, including yourself, so we're going to send it back.
Yeah, we have got a long day coming tomorrow, and he's going to find himself there at that perfect 8-0 record. I find it so interesting to hear him say, oh, you know what? I don't think I've actually built my deck best for the LeBlanc matchup. Could have fooled me.
Yeah, I mean, there are cards like Falling Stars, which do help in the LeBlanc matchup, actually, but they're not ideal. You have this token spam. It was not the most aggressive list. You have a lot of value cards like Kai'Sa. Many players have cut Kai'Sa from their Rek'Sai list quite a while ago because You know, you get the value of the top of your deck, not by drawing those. You don't want to always have them. But with other cards like Vi Peacekeeper that you want to draw and you want to utilize from hand, I feel like this almost mid-rangey approach is quite nice. Also, honorable mention, no Arena's Greatest.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, actually. Why do you reckon that was?
It's Candlelit, the other one. I mean, sometimes if you're saying, I don't want to play too aggro, it does just make sense, right? You don't need it. You want to get some more value out of it. Forbidden Waste is a really, really nice setup as well if you're trying to push into those battlefields. And the Zone Warrants, I really liked because actually when you play that deck, sometimes you have the issue of just drawing all of those under Titans and removal spells that you sometimes don't need, and then you can just discard them and draw a new card. That's nice.
Yeah, I think you're so right. But now we can actually ready to have a nice little day wrap up. Let's kick it over to the lounge and hear from them.
Thank you both. Great job today. Some real fun rounds, really fun games and casts. What a great first day. Day one in the books for RQ Utrecht.
Honestly, what more can you ask? We've seen a healthy slice of the meta. We've seen innovation in both Aurora decks and see a Jhin go 5-0. What more can you demand from a day one? It had it all.
Yeah, what more could you ask for? Well, you could ask for a second day, and that will end up coming. But what we had today, did we predict what we would see? I don't think anybody really predicted the entire day, but there were a few things that we caught up on as James and Bandit here to take you through just the last few minutes of today's show. So when we looked at what we were expecting coming in, you know what? I picked Diana because of Alan. Did you pick Set because of Colin? Because both came true today.
I feel like you kind of you can't say Set and not mention Colin. I think across the board, we're pretty on it, except for Pyke. Maybe there's a day 2 miracle.
We saw some Pyke,
but we have Rek'Sai undefeated. We have Alan on Diana. Colin doing a stellar job on the Set. I think we have a pretty healthy spread throughout.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see some Pyke players in the last rounds as well as we tidy up the final standings for the day. We won't actually have those available to close out the show today just because over in the playing hall, everyone's still deep into the last round of the day. So no way that we're going to end up having the full standings for everybody, but we can go through some of those players to watch. I know that Jibs, for instance, our Jhin player that was 5-0 after round 5, ended up dropping the game to Colin, picked up the next game, and is fighting to go 7-1, potentially on that 6-2, 7-1 tipping point, but has made it to day 2.
A stellar job. I mean, I'm not sure if plenty of people had a day 2 appearance from Jhin on their bingo card. I sure hadn't.
Yeah, well, now it certainly is. Although the bingo card is just 4, right? So just when the number comes out, you're like, 4, great, I get the whole thing. Full house, line, all of that with the bingo references. That I'm not a big bingo fan. It's not my favorite tabletop game, which Riftbound would be instead.
That sounds like a skill issue to me.
Exactly. Exactly. Too much luck in that game. However, we are honing in now on our day 2 performance. And what does day 2 have in store for us? Well, day 2 is 5 more rounds of Swiss and then a top 8 cut. So everything's still to play for. These 5 rounds of Swiss on day 2 in an RQ are some of the sweatiest rounds of Riftbound you'll find, because people, especially those first 4 rounds before IDs become a thing, are like, hey, I need to win every single game here.
It gets serious because there's a lot on the line still. What adds to this is the energies are falling every game. You have spent, many of these players are spending it all on day 1. It's really hard to show up day 2 on that same level. How many times have we seen people go 8-0 and not make it to a top cut?
Yeah, there are plenty of players in the running, but not a lot of spots. Only those top 8, of course, that we're looking for. Obviously, more prizing on the line with the top 64 placements, plus the best of cards that, as we get into day 2 tomorrow, we will track all of the best ofs that we have to give out. But that's a day 2 thing for now. We're going to wrap up here. That's the end of our day. Join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. CEST for day 2 of RQ Utrecht. We're going to look to crown our 3rd European RQ champion. We'll see you in the morning.
Bye.